And I swear to God, I will hold you in my
Hello and welcome to your Week 10 Sunday of the OPL. Thank you for joining us. My name is Michael Hingers Hing, and it is a massive day of League of Legends we have in store for you today. We're going to see top of the table versus bottom of the table with Direwolves taking on Exile 5, and then can Abyss play spoiler and take some games off Legacy? Maybe we can see if they can still maintain that second place, depending on how Direwolves finish as well. So there's everything on the line. Joining me here to break down these games at the Analyst desk, we have our special guest today, fresh off a win yesterday, jungler for the Chiefs, Samuel Spooks Broadley, and also our in-house OPL analyst, Nathan Mendrix-Mendez. Spooks, thank you for being here, and a record finish yesterday.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here, first of all, and pretty happy with how we played yesterday with a couple of swift wins. So
is that like a brand you're building? You want the Chiefs to be known as like quick finishers?
Yeah, that's why we went overseas. We just want to finish before 20 every game. Keep it simple.
And Mendrix, how's your week been? I know yesterday was a big day of games for us, but you pumped for another day of League of Legends?
Oh, I'm ecstatic. I can't wait. And what I'm interested to hear about is, like, with Direwolves versus XL5, does that mean they have the ability to take the crown of quickest game off your team, Spooks?
Yeah, look, it wouldn't surprise me, honestly. They're pretty outclassed in every role at the moment. So.
All right. Well, before we get to these games, I do want to remind everyone at home that we are about to get into League of Origin come the start of June, which is casters and personalities from the OPL and also New Zealand are going to be picking teams from their home states, Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, and in this instance, New Zealand. And they're drafting teams. Spooks, where did you go to high school? Because that's how they judge it. Where did you go to high school?
Yeah, I went to a high school at Ringers, Big Ringwood, eastern suburbs of Melbourne. Yeah, popped off, dude.
So you'd be eligible for Spawn's team because he's drafting the Victorian But there's a lot of Victorian junglers out there. You
Yeah.
got Carbon, you got Juves, you got a fair few of them.
Yeah, I need to start warming up my support because I don't think Jake's or Spawn's gonna
He's gonna
rely
pick
on
you
me
as
in the jungle
jungle,
role. So work on my Nami play.
Off roll,
Yeah,
excellent.
I'm keen, dude.
Mendrix, I know I asked you about this yesterday, but you went to high school here in New South Wales. You play top, right?
Yes, I'm a top
So
laner.
how many New South Wales top laners are there in the OPL who are better than you?
In the OPL, I'll probably say all of them are. to be perfectly honest, I was good at one point. I was good.
Yeah, but
I
these
think I
old
was
hands,
competitive,
they're
but
not as
now
good as they
it's
were.
just not there anymore. It's just what it used to be.
All right, well, let us get to our first game of the day, which is Direwolves taking on XL5. And this is really a David versus Goliath situation, Mendrix. But can David win this time?
My expectations is no, David can't win in this situation. But
Poor David.
We do. Poor David indeed. But we know the Goon did say that they want to take a game off for Legacy, so they want to take a game off the Direwolves. And I would love to see a Blitzcrank, really.
Yeah, because that's that's the table math spooks. It's that if XL5 take a game from Direwolves and then Legacy 2-0, Legacy can go top of the table and finish my Premiers 2 splits in a row.
Yeah. Well, I was joking with Rossi about it before, but I can't really see X5 taking a turret in this series, so I think it's going to be a rough one. But I'm a big Goon fan, so...
All right. Well, let's get to it, because earlier today I spoke to team captain of Direwolves, Fantix, and I started by asking him what he expected from XL5 today.
We're not going to be too fussed about what they're going to pull out. We're going to be focusing more on our own game, and we're just going to look for a clean 2-0.
All right. Well, a 2-0 would mean that you guys are minor premiers. It would directly seed you into the grand final. What would that mean for the team?
Of course, it'll be a great convenience for us as a team, but we're not too fussed. We're just going to sit on the sidelines and see what other teams reveal, and we'll be ready for our game in the final.
Well, that's kind of a big deal, though, right? Because it means if you guys are minor premiers, you get to watch other teams play each other. You can pick up some strategies that they might be doing and try and think of counters to that. I mean, it's a pretty good position to be in.
We'll be watching those games very closely as a team to see what strategies they might reveal. And shout out to Jews.
Excellent stuff. Well, we'll see if you guys can become minor premiers today. So thank you for speaking to us, and best of luck in the match.
Thank you.
There we have captain of the Direwolves, Fantix, there shouting out to jungler of Sin, Juves, and also saying, look, being directly seeded into the grand final, it would be a great convenience. A very Zen phrase, I believe. Let's go through their roster, shall we? Their top laner is Chippies from New Zealand, so he could be on that team. Schönfire is their jungler. Fantix, who we just spoke to, is their mid laner. Their AD carry is King. He's from Victoria, so he could also be on Jake Spawn Tiberi's team. And finally, Destiny, who was on the desk last week. He is their support player, so shout out to him. Best of luck. And Mendrix, this team, I mean, do they deserve to be minor premiers, do you think, if they can take it today?
That's a really good question, because really they didn't, when they went up against Chiefs last week or last time, it wasn't their A team, their A squad. And it really does come down to, well, if they were able to lose a game in that situation against the Chiefs, just say, perhaps even if they did win, if they dropped a game, would have been a different story. So,
yeah,
I mean,
but
it does come down to that.
I mean, it's awkward because Sam's right here, but I will say that the reason they weren't playing against them is because you guys got a competitive ruling against you, so, not undeserved. But let's say if you were there, I mean, do you think you could have taken games? So has that suspension maybe cost you the minor premiership?
I think, first of all, I think Direwolves are a very solid team, but I also think that they haven't beaten a really good team in the regular season yet.
Well, they lost to you guys week one. They lost to Legacy when they played them.
Yep.
And then they beat the Special Forces team of the Chiefs.
Yeah. Special. Look, shout out to Fesh, first of all. But look, our Special Forces team didn't have much practice, obviously, going into it. But I think Direwolves do look really solid, especially in their lane phases at the moment. But we'll have to see in the gauntlet if they really are the best team in OS, I guess.
All right. Well, your Special Forces team were able to beat one side during your competitive suspension, and that is XL5, who will be facing off against Direwolves today. Well, earlier today, I spoke to their captain, T-Gun, and I started by asking him what he thought the biggest lesson was that they'd learnt this split.
Having a stable roster is a pretty good thing. Shame we didn't have one, but we're going to work on that for the off-season.
Yeah, well, I mean, over the course of the season, XL5 obviously have had a difficult season, but you've made improvements. I mean, in particular, personally, where do you feel like you've grown the most?
I think Crazy's improved the most out of the team. He went from realistically bottom-tier ADC to holding his own against the best of them. So I'm pretty happy with his development.
Well, coming into today's match, you are going up against one of the best ADCs in the game with King. So in that bot lane matchup, how do you think things are going to play out?
I can't give away too much, but It's going to be fun. We know going in that they're an extremely strong bot lane, so we know what we're up against, but we've got some things planned for them.
All right. Well, looking forward then, you're going to go into the Promo Relo tournament with OCS teams next week. Are you guys confident you'll be able to maintain your spot in the OPL?
Pretty confident. Obviously, we know that given our track record, it really depends on which X5 turns up today, on the day, excuse me. But we think that we'll maintain the OPL spot.
Excellent stuff. Well, best of luck in the matches today, and thank you for speaking to us.
Thanks.
All the messages, spicy picks there from T-Gun. It's going to be fun in that bot lane, maybe the final week of the OPL regular splits where we see that Blitzcrank perhaps. Let's go through their lineup, shall we? Their top laner is 528. You should check out his YouTube channel. Guts is their jungler. He's a vegan. He tweets at me a lot about that. Christmas Trees has been flown in the last couple of weeks. He's XL5's mid laner. Crazy, who T-Gun was shouting out there, is their AD carry. And finally, the Goon is their support player. And I hope that nickname sticks. I think it's a Chief special, isn't it, Spooks?
Yeah, the big Goon, mate. I'm a big Goon fan.
So, Mendrix, let's talk about XL5. I mean, where do you think their biggest improvement has been this year? Is it Crazy?
Well, Goon gave a great shout out to Crazy there, saying he's been able to jump himself up a bit. He's been playing better, definitely towards the end of the split. But I do like to touch on 528. He looked great in game 1. He seemed to be unlocked when he was on that tank pick, and he was receiving some, I guess you could say, respect bands with the Camille as well. So recently, 528's looking pretty good at the moment too.
Well, they, I mean, do you agree with that? Do you feel like that's where the improvement has been?
Yeah, look,
Got a cheeky grin on your face.
Look, I think XL5 have a lot of fundamentals to shore up, and look, I don't. I'd say at the moment they are definitely the weakest team, but there's some shining lights there. I think if Guts can, work on, some of the basics, he does make a lot of good aggressive plays. So, yeah, I think there's some potential there.
Well, speaking of Guts, you're a jungler, he's a jungler, and I want to talk about the jungle because we're all here. So Guts v Schönfire, let's take a look at these guys. I mean, Schönfire has kind of debuted, sort of, in for Direwolves this split, and he's been just popping off all over the map the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And when you see him up versus Guts, I mean, what is the biggest difference between these guys?
Yeah, look, I think Guts, he does, I think I'll give credit to him first in that, he has typically 3 losing lanes, and it is really rough to play around a weak map. You have to be very creative in making plays, and he does try and make plays, and that's super important for a weak team, I think. Did you want to go on?
Yeah, but on the flip side, I mean, Shern, as you can see, he seems to be a bit more of a complete jungler, and we're actually discussing this beforehand, where his defensive jungling makes him really hard to catch out.
Yeah. For Shern, my perspective on it, when you play in Korean solo queue for so long, you have to be a very good defensive jungler. They're very aggressive in solo queue. And just my perspective playing against him, he doesn't really leave many holes where you can catch him out. And I think that is an extremely good trait for him to have.
Break down that for us. When you say you got to be a defensive jungler, is that more talking about defending your own turf, or are you talking about defending your laners?
Yeah, I think as a jungler, you need to be aware of where the enemy jungler is at all times, and he does do that well, as well as he does the fundamentals really well, which is important. He positions his camps well. He's always healthy. He gets vision in the right spots, and because of that, he just doesn't seem to get caught out.
Now, is that made easier by the fact that he's got 3 winning lanes a lot of the time?
Yeah, look, I think Direwolves definitely have, their strong point is definitely their laning phase, and across all 3 lanes, they typically seem to just get leads. And that does make it easier as a jungler, but that not taking away credit from Shern, I think he does play the lane phase really well as well.
Sure, Mendrix, do you agree?
I completely agree, and what I really like about the Direwolves as well is that in towards that laning phase, while they're making that work into the mid game, they start to ward around. They jump inside the enemy jungle. Schönfire does a great job using due diligence to put those wards out, and then he also works with Destiny to make sure they've got free reign around the map, and that's how they get that solidified control.
So you're saying there's just a lot of vision around the map, which makes everyone's job a little bit easier, whereas maybe with XL5 it's less.
Yeah, well, I think for Shern specifically, he works with implied vision well, which means he may not be able to see the enemies, but he's predicting where they're going to path. And I think that is the hardest thing to learn as a jungler, but I think he does it really well.
So his mind game's afoot.
Yeah, it is.
Well, another thing I want to talk about before we get into this game is captain of Direwolves Fantix. He's a mid laner. Now, Os is known as having reasonable, quite strong mid laners compared with maybe some other positions around the map. So when you take a look at this guy, what I want to talk about is the fact that he was known for his Rise. He played a lot of Rise, but he hasn't played it recently because it's kind of gone out of meta. Is Fantix kind of, and the rest of Direwolves, a bit of a slave to the meta?
Yeah, I think you won't often see Direwolves playing off-meta picks outside of perhaps Chippies, who seems to play off meta a bit in solo queue, but they do tend to like see a lot of Korean picks. I think they follow the Korean meta very closely, and I think that shows in Perfection's champion pool with like the Vlad recently.
Yeah, and what I like about it as well with that Vlad, he's just picked it up and just said, yep, no worries, I'm still my element. We've changing to a control mage instead of moving to this more 1-3-1 style that they had before. And really, for him to actually pick up all these different picks and just work with it is a great style, a great trademark to have in a mid laner. And we were actually also discussing he's very strong in the lane as well, very good at maintaining or getting that 20 CS lead and then just not dropping off it.
You got to remember, a lot of the people watching this, they're silver and bronze. So 1-3-1 doesn't mean a lot to them, Mendrick. So like, just break it down. Like, what does that actually mean? And how? And in specific, I want to know, how does Direwolves laning phase set them up for that?
So when they have those super strong lanes, they get that massive advantage that you need. When you have that in terms of a solo laner, when you're looking at, say, for example, Fantix on the rise, he's then able to put himself into one of the side lanes. That means he can actually draw enough pressure, survive against 2v1s, and that allows the rest of his teams to get objectives around the map or just take it straight down mid. Or they can look for reactive plays and actually get an advantage in team fights with positioning.
Well, speaking of 1-3-1, just before we move on, because we do need to get into this game, but I want to know, eGym has said, your support player said 1-3-1 is the best way to play the game. Is that kind of the Chiefs mentality across the board?
Yeah, I think for sure at the moment you definitely maximize resources when you're farming all three lanes at the same time, and you're able to move into the jungle using the 1-3-1 most effectively. And even with the Bork 80 carries coming back, you can even throw your 80 carries in the side lane at the moment. So like, yeah, 1-3-1 is definitely the optimal style of play.
All right, well, we'll see if Direwolves pick that up today as we go into the game. But let's take a look at your tips before we get these guys' predictions. So, opltips.com.au, and Direwolves, no surprises, massive favourites, and as well as that, a huge majority of people saying that Exile 5 can't even take a game, which means if these predictions are correct, Legacy will not be able to be minor premiers. It'll be Direwolves in that top spot. So let's go back to you guys. Mendrix, let me start with you. What is the prediction for today? And no surprises, so let's...
I'm with the masses. It's going to be a 2-0 to the Direwolves. These guys are looking really strong at the moment. XL5 need to bring out something special to win.
All right. Well, Spooks, you've said that before. You don't think they can win. But if they can win, where could it be?
Look, I think they have to do something cheesy at level 1. Get the 5v5 level 1, blow all the sums and get 3 kills and get the snowball going there, I reckon.
Otherwise, it's 2-0 to Direwolves?
Yeah, 2-0, 100% to
All right.
Direwolves.
Well, that is an agreement here at the desk, but it is time to get into game 1. So let's throw D-casters, Spawn and Fish.
Thank you very much, guys. We're about to get into the first match. I'm Matthew Fish Stewart. Joining me is Jake Spawn Tiberi, and this is going to be a good game, I believe, here, Spawn.
Yeah, I think it's going to be fun. I mean, both of these teams are going to want to fight fire with fire. I don't think XL5 is at all going to step away from a little bit of a brawl, and Direwolves are a team that in the laning phase especially likes to be able to take it to people. So I'm expecting high kills. I'm expecting a bloody game. And the danger of that is if you lose control of a game that gets high tempo, as Legacy did kind of against Sin in that really like one-sided best of 3 they played at the start of this split, then the game just deteriorates and you can't get back into it. So I think Direwolves need to be a little bit mindful.
I mean, if you look at this game, it's the the number 1 team in the OPL right now.
Probably the best.
Probably the best against the team that has yet to pick up a single win here. There is nothing on the line for XL5. No matter what they do here, they don't get any
Pride,
bonus.
Fish. Pride. You do not want to go 0-9 in a split. 0-10, sorry. They will play this game.
If the Direwolves drop a single map here against XL5, that means that they potentially could no longer be minor premiers. That means that Legacy is in their hands to take the minor premiership.
Definitely. And one thing I will say is no matter how good you are, you don't want to have to go through Chiefs and Legacy to win a premiership. I mean, and if a team could do it right now, it would be the Direwolves because they're in great nick. But no team in the history of the OPL has ever said, yeah, give me Chiefs Legacy back-to-back weeks in a best of 5, I'll take them. Because that just leaves so much to chance.
Well, we are already into picks and bans for this first match between the Direwolves and XL5. We saw a cheeky little grin coming out of Christmas trees when Cassiopeia was banned away. Malzahar was the next ban, followed up by Kled. We have Kha'Zix, Rengar, and Camille banned out by XL5. First pick for the Direwolves is going to be Graves in the jungle.
Yeah, so getting Shern a priority jungler, especially with Rengar and Kha'Zix banned away. I think that XL5 would have been able to see this one coming. And with that, they pick up a farming solo queue jungler. And funnily enough, this was the first champion I ever saw Shern play, but Guts is going to pick it up.
Here comes Vi, picked up in the jungle for Guts. Already some spicy picks here. You see Shern nodding his head at the camera. And it's interesting because this is Graves before his buff here, Spawn. No cigar yet.
Yeah, sure, whatever. I don't even know we're bringing it back. But in saying that, I think that Graves still has a pretty good matchup into Vi. I mean, I don't look at this and think even in solo queue, wow, the Vi is going to be able to snowball ahead. It just is that Vi's ganks are so potent at level 6. Also has one really good gank with the Flash Q in the laning phase. But you're pretty much guaranteed to summon a spell if you line it up properly.
She's also one of those lockdown champions, which means if somebody on the side of Direwolves gets really far ahead, she just presses on, that person's useless for a couple of seconds.
Yep.
And it could be enough time for the rest of XL5 to destroy that one person, equalize the fight a little bit, and take it to the Wolves. Direwolves have locked in Varus as well as Karma heading into the bottom lane. You see Sharp there smiling to his team while waiting for the final pick of the first draft phase to come out from XR5.
And I like Varus Karma at the moment. It has there we go.
Oh! The Blitzcrank is here!
Yeah, so T-Gung does get to play Blitzcrank unless we're going to see something really crazy like a top Blitz. I kind of expected it was going to be coming. As you can see on T-Gun's screen, he's not even really perturbed by it. Let's talk about Varus Karma for a little bit. They have great lane priority. They're able to push up very well. Good lockdown, great utility, but also can build Ardent Sensor really early into the game. And when you have 80 carry jungler, 80 carry in the 80 carry role, marksman role, and then maybe something like an attack speed top laner, or maybe even like a Talon mid, Ardent Sensor gets so much value fish with the empowered E that comes out of Karma. So I just think it's one of those really nice pickups at the moment.
But I'm going to be looking at the other side of the rift here, Spawn, today. It's Caitlyn and Blitzcrank in the bottom lane for XL5.
Yeah, all right, cool. So let's talk about Blitz. I think he's really awful at the moment. I think that the change to the W that we made, where he like gets real slow after running real quick, completely destroyed the champion in all form of viability, because he just gets like such a heavy nerf when he's trying to run away from people now. So we'll see whether T-Gun's able to make it work. He's an old school Blitzcrank player, but I think this is a reach.
You have to remember, Blitzcrank has been nerfed multiple times just because of that exact reason. Running up to people incredibly quick, punching them before hooking them. We'll have to see if Tegan's got his hooks down pat.
Easy, you just flash.
If he gets a good one onto Varus, woof, different lane altogether. XL5 have locked in Shen, though, as they banned out Talon, as well as Vladimir.
Christmas Trees just was like, they're going to pick my Victor. I just, like, trust me, lip reader right here. That was a little bit of a response.
And we have Fiora and Syndra being banned on the side of the Direwolves. Let's see if they do go for that Victor pickup here, which Christmas Trees was a little bit upset about, especially after Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia's been banned out. But Rumble is the pick that comes out first here for the Direwolves.
I mean, nice and safe, and Chippies is going to have a great laning phase there. I don't even know if they have enough damage to be able to take down a Rumble. Echo has been seen a lot out of Fantix in solo queue at the moment. Was even having a couple of games on it this morning, so I wouldn't be surprised if that is what he goes towards.
I'm going to say they pick up Orianna heading into mid lane, a very stock standard team comp in the current meta.
Yeah, it certainly is, but not all that much engage. I mean, we have 3 strong lanes, which is what we expect out of Direwolves, 3 pushing lanes. But if Guts ever gets in behind, and if they ever fall behind with this team comp, they have a lot of damage, but they're all very squishy fish.
There are certain teams, though, that do play without tank front lines, without engage.
Yeah, SKT.
Most popular one's SKT. So we'll have to see if Direwolves can mimic that after the Korean bootcamp, and great run in the OPL so far. And there you go. That's why Chris Streets is not very happy on the camera there. He did not want Fantix to take his victor away from him. And XL5, I mean, they've got some spicy picks, but that aside, they look like they have a pretty decent team comp going into this.
I mean, you swap out Blitzcrank for Nami, and I actually think they have a fairly good team comp. They have 2 big frontliners. They have 2 of the best late-game scaling carries in their role. Now it's about, can we get a couple of cheesy picks around the map to shore up the CS disadvantages that we're inevitably going to fall into playing some of these champions, and get it to the late game and be able to team fight? Because when there is no frontline tanks and a lot of lockdown coming out of, you know, both 5-8 Guts and T-Gun, can make the game interesting. But you have to get there first. And that's hard against Direwolves.
You definitely do. And if there's a cheesy pick that can get you there or turn the tide of a incredibly one-sided match, it could be Blitzcrank.
Certainly could. I mean, I remember watching T-Gun play Blitzcrank on one of his older teams at ACL Sydney 2014. And what he did is he legitimately, 40 minutes into the game, team getting smashed, ran down mid lane, got absolutely smacked around by all the spells, ducked into a brush, hit recall, said obviously that didn't work, got home guards, ran straight back down mid game, got a hook, won the game, went into the final. And I mean, that's all you expect.
And there's no tank on the side of Direwolves that hook onto any one of these champions.
Means death. Late game, 40 minutes, if you hook someone, they die.
Yep. So if he's 10,000 gold behind, a single hook puts them back even. Perfect. That's that is
how
strategy.
Technically how math works. Yes, you are correct. Don't know whether the execution will be as clean as that fish, but we're definitely going to have to see.
Yeah, we'll have to see if XL5 can do just that, because Legacy are banking on them right now. A single map win here for XL5. means that Legacy's chance of becoming back-to-back minor premiers is up to them in their match later on today against Abyss.
And both Direwolves and Chiefs have said Legacy is the third fiddle team right now, that they think that they're a little bit weaker than the other two counterparts. But in saying that, for Legacy, if you can sneak that top spot, watch the two others just beat the crap out of each other in a best of 5 and then get the bloodied remains in the final.
Yep.
Definitely something to look forward to.
I mean, for these teams that are heading into the gauntlet, any form of scouting would be fantastic to watch. So we'll have to see which team is going to be standing at the top of the table. Okay, at the end of the split, we are on to Summoner's Rift. For XL5 taking on Direwolves, you can see there Tegan throwing out a blind hook, hoping for the best. But for now, let's check in with one of the coaches. I believe it's Sharp, who's standing by with Hingers.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Sharp, and we've got to be quick because I assume there's a 5-man invade going on. I can't see. But what do you think of this blitz pick from T-Gun?
Yeah, well, it's pretty obvious that XR5 have to pull out some sort of cheese to take a victory off us. T-Gun's always been known as a blitzcrank player for a few seasons. So
do you feel like the tankless lineup you've put together is at risk at all, or
nah, I don't
win
think,
early, win hard?
Yeah, as long as you just keep track of the support blitz, I don't think it's going to be an issue.
All right, excellent stuff. Well, best of luck, and thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you.
Very quick and sharp interview there, coming out of Hingers. You can see they just need to watch out for blitzcrank.
Yeah,
They've
well,
all got that on their mind.
He's exactly right. All you have to do is watch where the blitz is pathing to, and then you should be absolutely fine. Ooh, just as award expires, actually. So Shern is going to have to do a camp under duress here.
Uh-oh. Let's see how this one pans out. Oh, get it! Yeah! Tiga gets a Raptor.
The problem is that it doesn't actually stop him from getting level 2. It delays his level 2, so he doesn't get it off the little ones. But he still gets it off the big one, Fish. So not as big of a nuisance as you would have thought. And now the Karma actually zoning out T-Gun, going back to bottom lane. Going to bop each other.
Quite a bit of damage. See, Crazy is trying to back him up, but Destiny doing a good job. Has taken Thunderlords on Karma here today. So trying to fight fire with fire. King also taking Death Fire Touch, something we haven't seen on Varus since his very heavy nerfs.
Yeah, especially given the fact that you're not really going to be building all that much poke damage. We'll see whether he goes towards a lethality build, because otherwise I think that's an outright just poor mastery choice, Fish.
Well, we did check in with the mid lane here as Christmas Trees and Fantix are trading back and forth. A slight CS advantage for the Orianna.
I mean, you expect it out of Fantix, right? He's such a good mid laner. He's so consistent. There's a reason why his old summoner's name was Perfection, because he is a very, very solid player. But in saying that, Chris popped off last week in game number 1 on the Cassiopeia. That's why we saw a respect band thrown down there. Don't want to allow that to happen again.
And as we do check in with Schoenfire, he's gone Raptors buff to buff. Double buff here against Devi, who's going for a gank. But Shern is right behind him, and they know that Guts is in this brush. So just waiting for him. Chippies tries to move on forward. It's going to be a 2-on-2 nice and early. 5-2 gets a good taunt down. Chippies in a lot of trouble. Forced to flash.
First blood.
XR5 with first blood. Shern's under fire. They're trying to chase him down, but he's turning back around, trying to pump as many shotgun shells into the enemies. But what a good gank from XR5.
Yeah, really nice. I mean, that's the problem with coming in on a split, is that eventually all Guts.
Guts has been spotted. He's on a ward. Great parting with Schoenfire. Flashes forward. Guts has to try and get out of here. And gets one-on-one by the jungler from the Direwolves.
Yeah, as soon as you didn't have flash, that was actually a bad choice to go back in. He should have just queued the other way. Would have been absolutely fine. Gives the kill back over to Shern, who's looking for a Raptor respawn. Unfortunately, doesn't have one, so he's just going to go back to jungle as well. But still, first blood and bigger camps taken by Guts so far.
So the real advantage I want to take a look at is top lane. It does look like Rumble is ahead in CS, but it seemed like Guts pushed out a big wave towards Shen's side of the map. So might have a slight experience advantage, might be able to hit level 6 quicker. Let's see if that comes into play for XR5. But still, very even game between the two teams. Something where we thought Direwolves would storm out the gates really quick.
Yeah, I mean, we're expecting it. T-Gun looking for potentially a hook onto Destiny. Instead just decides to keep his 80 carry nice and safe. I mean, at this stage of the game, you're not really expecting a huge blowout lead. In fact, the two leads that are available in mid and 80 carry CS, because they're the two even waves, are actually quite big, and even top lane. So that first blood CS, that first blood gold has been completely nullified. T-Gun also has no potions left available.
But again, this is what the desk was talking about, what we've been talking about from time to time. Crazy's improvement throughout this split has been phenomenal. He's up against a Varus Karma with Blitzcrank support. And he's holding his own just fine.
The lane.
He's holding his own.
Yeah, and as Caitlyn, you can do that. But T-Gun, unfortunately, is useless until he hits a hook. And he's not going to have the chance to, because I think if he hooks someone's now, he just dies.
It's all right. It's just about that one hook spawn. You can miss 100. You hit that one hook, might win you the game.
Might. Or the T-Gun support Blitzcrank could just lose you a laning phase and therefore lose you the game. So we'll see which way it goes.
But it might win you the game. Here on top side of the map, Chippies and 528 going toe-to-toe. Good trades back and forth here. Rumble has just been such an oppressive laner. They were talking about it on the LCK last night. Even though Rumble was said to have his counter picks, it just seems like he finds a way to win lane after lane at the moment.
Yeah, well, as I said yesterday, I mean, there is no such thing as a counter pick, as Shern's actually found Guts again.
They saw him through the ward and they pinged him out, but Guts decides to try and recall still. Pink ward placed down top side of the map. Guts is going to spot him out again. Moving just behind Shen, make sure he can't get dived.
That's smart play. I mean, sticking around, making sure that Shern can't go for anything aggressive underneath the turret. Interesting to note that Guts has actually taken fervor for himself.
We do have a tweet coming in from Shane Miles. 11 of the last 12 teams to slay the Rift Herald in the OPL have gone on to win game. No team has slain it more than the Direwolves. Huh, that's pretty interesting.
It's pretty interesting. I mean, what it does show you is that it is one of those buffs that you take when you're so incredibly far ahead in the early game that there's not really all that much else to do, Fish. But I like that. I mean, I think that there still is a slight place in the meta if you are very good. Oh, here we go. Oh, he missed.
King not going to get locked down, but Stand United is coming through. There is flash available, but he gets destroyed before the Shake can even get there. Now, Direwolves looking for a return fight. Tegan hooks up Destiny. Doesn't seem too bothered about that one. Suddenly, Oriana's down here as well. Tegan's forced to flash over the wall. Victor can't do that much. And Direwolves turned that one around, but poor mechanical play from XR5.
Yeah, it certainly was. If Guts had hit that, or if the taunt had come in earlier, would have been a completely different story. I always say this, if you're going for your first play with Shen, you have to talk about it, you have to plan it out, and it has to be early, Fish, because otherwise he arrives too late. The shield just isn't that big at this stage of the game. And now Chippies has a 30 CS lead nearly, and he's going to take first blood turret.
Yep. Top lane turret's getting destroyed here by Chippies. Has had time to farm up the waves. You can see the gold on your screen. 300 gold in favor of Chippies just from farming alone. A single assist. Shen now about 25 CS behind the Rumble top lane. You do have Vi trying to come in for a gank onto Fantix. Tiga's here as well. They're going to try and lock down Oriana. Gets hooked up. That's a pretty decent game.
That's a great gank. I mean, they actually came from every side, and the wall, ward over the wall from Guts isn't easy, so he's able to pick that up with good mechanics. They're rotating T-Gun around the map, and that's what you have to do. They give Chris 2 free waves. They're still getting the Vi ahead. And if there is a game-winning strategy, as I've said time and time again, it's upset Fantix, try and get inside the mid laner's head. I thought this is how the Chiefs were actually going to play last week against Direwolves, when they were running with Fesh and Suman, of course. But really nice early rotation.
So, XR5 are about 600 gold behind the Direwolves, 8 minutes 30 in. I thought this lead would be much larger for
So
the
did I,
Wolves.
yep.
Crazy getting tethered down here by Destiny. That's actually going to connect. T-Gun, way too late. King flashes forward and picks up a kill into Crazy.
Yeah, I just didn't think they expected so much aggression. Otherwise, Crazy would have flashed Fish.
Yep.
But really, they do leave that one way too late, as you said. Means that Guts is going to be able to grab himself a huge wave under the turret if T-Gun comes and helps him out, which is always good for a Vi player. I mean, you want to get towards that warrior enchant as soon as you possibly can.
Here comes T-Gun. That's a flash Q. King's locked down. XR5 get a return kill, but goes onto the Blitzcrank support.
That's still fine. I mean, you got an assist over onto your Vi, was able to pick up a huge creep wave, and now Destiny caught out as well.
Christmas Tree drops the base, doesn't do all that much damage, and Destiny just walks out scot-free.
Good Victor players at the moment reapply their ultimate so many times, and it's got the perfect spacing for Deathfire Touch. That's why we're seeing so much more Deathfire Touch taken. Gets rid of some of your burst damage for a lot more persistent damage. The other reason that that's really a good turnaround in the bottom lane is due to the fact that otherwise they would have got so much chip damage done to the turret. Now the turret is a little bit healthier. It means they can probably withstand another full wave. Chris holding the creep wave there and is actually only 4 CS down thanks to a really nicely timed gank. I like this as well, hiding around the corner.
Sneaky, sneaky. Fantix will spot out of Pinkwood. Oh, the Scrying Plant does spot out the Blitzcrank. Destiny's going to be sent down
It's been caught.
to take that one away. So safe play from the Direwolves.
Churn also coming across to help out. This is something that Spooks was complimenting him on a lot. His warding and his ability to be able to track early.
They're trying to hunt
is
down.
very good.
Trying to hunt down Blitzcrank though, moving around, hiding behind the wall.
They're actually going for a potential turret dive down here.
Blitzcrank is moving around, but Direwolves have 3 members strong. Shen does have Stand United. And here they go. Tegan, can he get the hook? Blind? Can't get it.
And that's the movement slow nerf that I was talking about. So every time you see that, just watch for it. Turret fell down in the top lane, I believe. So 528 had to back away because they were looking for that play. Comes back with the fact that Chippies was pushing in incredibly hard early. So what we expected to happen has happened. T-Gun now, though, posturing much more aggressively, which is what you like to see out of your Blitzcrank supports. Dragon started up, Fish.
Dials would be able to take that one. Meanwhile, while that was happening bottom lane, Chippies were able to naturally take top lane turret. He's picked up a Leandry's Torment for himself. Now Cloud Dragon has been taken down by the Direwolves.
But in saying that, 2,000 gold at this stage of the game with a non-tank lineup isn't the highest gold lead we've seen. Crazy's been absolutely sacked bottom lane though, and I feel like this is a mistake. Because all of a sudden, if this turret falls, then it's going to be a big gold lead.
Good juke shoes coming out from Crazy so far, making sure
His
he holds on.
improvement is actually been really nice to watch.
Yeah. Chris Shee's in a bit of trouble though.
Is he?
There comes T-Gun. The base has been dropped and Fantix gets taken down by Christmas trees.
I mean, who's in trouble, Fish? You have to expect the T-Gun around every corner.
The goon is here.
He certainly is, and they've also potentially snuck Vi in behind enemy lines. If only one member goes to kick out Guts at the moment, he'll just 1v1 them. Absolutely monstrous.
So Guts is now moving into the mid lane, going to continue pushing. Graves is focusing on the top side of the map. Christmas Trees is fairly low, and Varus is trying to sneak his way around to the mid lane. Here comes Destiny. Oh, good damage on towards Guts just from the bottom lane duo.
However, they are rotating even more members down. That's going to be 4 people in the mid lane.
Shonfire and Chippies are moving down as well.
Yeah, let's take another look at this play. So, nice shockwave out of Fantix. He wants to play aggressive. However, T-Gun is there, willing to go forward. Of course, when you pull the Chaos Storm back towards you, it gains increased movement speed. And now potentially looking for another play here because Guts has ulti, and it is going to be Crazy and T-Gun heading up. Guts taking a lot of lane farm, but this is actually what I wanted to see out of Guts when he first came into the OPL.
Yep.
Kind of that SOFM style.
Yep.
Where there is no lane farm, there's just your farm. And then you go 3 attack damage items early on in the game, and you carry for your team. And honestly, I think that if you're playing as the 8th place team in the OPL, you should be able to be afforded the luxury of, taking whatever the heck you want.
Guts again being a little bit cheeky here with Tegan. Looks like they're going to try and snipe them coming back into the lane, but King has spotted them out. So very proactive moves coming out from the Direwolves players. Destiny trying to lock him down. Tegan's waiting in the wings, pulls him over. Destiny's being locked. The sniper's coming through as well. Crazy picks up that kill. This is fantastic. I can hear the XL5 team screaming.
They're having the time of their life behind us right now. They're only 1,300 gold down in 13 minutes of play. This is actually a wonder to behold. Destiny actually just scratched his head in frustration. Teams don't like to play against this kind of thing, Fish. Getting cheesed on stage is never fun, especially when you don't stand up all that well against it.
I have a strong feeling Blitzcrank's going to be banned next game as well.
You reckon?
I think it's going to be banned.
Is it the Blitz or is it the Vi?
I think it's both at the moment.
Do you ban both?
I think you get rid of at least
Then
one.
they play Hecker and Morgana.
I mean, so
Then you have an unstoppable pony with a black shield.
So, we saw yesterday, Tilting picked up his signature pick of Sona.
He's going Bork. Ha!
Oh my god. So Tilting yesterday picked up his signature pick of Sona,
Yep.
but it was shut down quite effortlessly by the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Yes, Dials did well in the lane, but Crazy was fine. He didn't get pushed back. He was even on levels. Now he is behind 30 CS, but that was much lower of a discrepancy before Tegan started roaming. And Tegan just granted him so much more of a lead elsewhere on the map, and now he's got Destiny again. Christmas trees trying to get the lasers. Oh, he knocks the blast code, and suddenly Guts is here as well. This is fantastic.
Yeah, so Guts flashes forward again. Chris drops the Chaos Storm to try and zone away Fantix, I assume. But Shern has picked up a blue buff. It is going to be... shut up. It is also going to be...
And look at Fantix. Oh, Christmas Tree flashes out of it. Taunt comes through from 5 to 8. Tiga Deer! Oh, forces the flash away. They're still screaming, Swan. I can still hear them through our walls.
Yeah, sure. So it is going to be Lethality Varus build picked up here. It looks like he's organically going to be able to take this turret in a 1v1 versus a Caitlyn, who of course is the weakest, and Lethality Varus probably at the strongest right now. So even though we're celebrating what is a pretty cute composition, I still feel like they need to start turning it into some form of objectives. Take another look at this great hook from T-Gun. Able to get the knock up, dish out so much damage, and then he gets the punch. And I think that was a little bit of a strange ultimate coming in, but I mean, they got the pick.
I mean,
unfortunately, still down 2 turrets.
Last time it was too late, so he's like, all right, gotta press my R button a bit earlier this time. They are down 2 turrets. Direwolves do have a 2,000 gold lead, so they are sitting very comfortable 16 minutes into this.
Oh yeah, completely. And T-Gun's being caught out now.
Looking to get locked down. Flashes away. Pulls Shern with him, but no one from his team is there. Ultimate comes out, doesn't lock anyone down. On another front, Christopher Trees is getting blocked by the mid laner. And there you go, Direwolves picking up 2 very easy picks against XL5.
I think if he doesn't pull Shern, he lives. I mean...
I agree.
Yeah. He just bought a Graves into melee range of him. Graves does a lot of damage in that situation. Now 5 members strong, going to be pushing down the last outer turret, and then they can transition effortlessly into an Infernal Drake. And this is what you expect. I mean, 17 minutes into the game, Direwolves have a pretty massive lead.
Yep. That lead's grown to 4,000 gold.
Yep. Pretty effortlessly. However, there's always that chance of one pick, because what I feel like this has done is it's allowed Vi to come online. So if you ever get her into a side lane, she's going to blow someone up with a Blade of the Ruined King this early into the game. Caitlyn's still in a rough patch, but every other member is completely fine on the side of XR5 right now. And you're still playing a tankless comp.
Yep. Which means that 5 to 8 is going to survive a lot longer in these fights. On top of that, Guts and Christmas Trees could probably blow someone up before it even starts. Heck, get Tegan in there. They're trying to set up for Infernal Dragon. Do get spotted out by Destiny. Christmas Trees is wrapping around. He was spotted out as well. Guts, though, hiding inside the fog of war. Save goes to pick up some CS for himself. They do have 5 to 8 farming top side of the map with no Chippies nearby. Chippies is rotating down towards the Dragon, so some breathing room for XL5.
I mean, sure.
But this is probably going to be Direwolves collapsing sooner or later. But XL5 going in.
King gets
jumped on. Shern was there. Ultimate comes through. Is it going to be in time? They do bring the Shen down. King will fall. Guts still fighting. Gets some damage down before he dies. But Christmas Trees gets burnt alive. Wow, that's a lot of damage coming out from Fantix as well, as he just single-handedly takes down the Caitlyn. And Tegan's the last surviving member from XL5. But the Wolfpack is hunting them down nice and strong. They pick up an ace this early in the game.
Too slow on the ultimate again out of 5 to 8. I actually think that was the best team fight they were going to get. They had 2 members onto the backline if 5 to 8 pulls the trigger. Guts survived for ages, Fish. But they're only able to get King, and they burned so much for it. All of a sudden, 6,000 gold, as well as Infernal Drake down, and 2 waves pushing into turrets, see whether they can pick up anything here or whether they just go for a recall. And that's what I mean. Like, he's going in for so long, the ultimate just needs to be there sooner. And look how long Guts is surviving for.
Oh, that equalizer.
Yeah, the equalizer was massive, and then Fantix on the back end was just able to decimate people. But yeah, I really do believe if that came out earlier, maybe you get 2 kills instead of that. Maybe the call is to back away. But Chippies and Fantix, just too good.
Also, I believe great play from Shernfire, hiding in Fog of War, sending King out as bait. As soon as the Vi ultimate came through the smoke.
Hang on a second. We have a different definition of great play. I'm the 80 carry. You're supposed to bait for me, not the other way around.
I mean, Spawn, it's 2017. 80 carries. Throw them out to the Wolves.
Yeah,
who was it that said that they're good to start the fight and then just die?
I have no idea, but I hate the fact that that's true at the moment.
Oh, Fantix. They don't pull the trigger. Oh, and immediately Scrying comes out, spots it. Suddenly Guts is caught top side of the map. He's gone down. King flash forward with an ultimate for that one.
Yeah, well, they know that Guts just wants to try and assassinate people now. So that's a pretty easy pick to make, because all you have to do is send 1 person to the side lane,
They're collapsing.
from every direction right now, so you have to run at chippies. That's the only call there is.
Yep, there he is. Whoa, crazy! Absolutely roasted by the Rumble. Christmas Tree's trying to run away. Chippy splashes on top of him and forces the flash. Oh, that's a beautiful equalizer as well. What a great play.
Chippies is huge. Rumble is just so strong at the moment. I think the only call was to really turn around and try and burn him. Obviously, that call didn't come out, so not going to work. Shern does the right thing, sweeps forwards, and that makes the hook impossible from Tegan. Across the board, Direwolves have just really upped their play. It looks like, you know, they were a little bit caught off guard. Now, whoa.
One-on-one coming out from Guts, trying to take down Shernfire. Standing United comes through, but Guts already peeled off. There's a double flash, but Shockwave takes him down. Suddenly, Shen is standing in the middle of 3 members. The Goon is just running for his life. Does not want anything to do with this. Does not want to be there.
Certainly doesn't. I mean, you could tell that they really wanted Shern this game. They break the KDA. He's had such a good streak lately. But they're already knocking on the door, Fish.
Yep, those shots coming out from Crazy do absolutely nothing. Tegan hooks up Chippies. They will be able to take him down if this stasis doesn't last long enough. There's the headshot. Still not enough damage. The shields are just too much. And they're still trying to fight. Christmas Tree is forced to back off. Direwolves already working on the inhibitor.
Yeah, they certainly are. But I don't know whether they can really stick around for it because it isn't an attack speed, Varus. And all of a sudden, you have a Vi back up that's running out of the base.
Oh, it's a teleport. 5 to 8. Looking for a
Here comes
Microsoft paint gank. Speeding, light speed, running at them, just gets Destiny, pulls back his sword. Guts is trying to get in there. No ultimate available. Flash away from Destiny preemptively.
Yeah, I don't even know if he needed to flash.
No, he did not.
Oriana's still on top of a ward. So everyone will be able to get out scot-free from Direwolves. Now it's an 11,000 gold lead. So they're not breaking the Chiefs record this game because we're already 22 minutes in. But as I said, it looked like they were a little bit rattled at the start and then actually adapted really well. They kept shadowing side lane. Ooh.
Do it.
Do it.
Oh, yes. XL5 trying to sneak it back. They pinged it, though. They used the scrying orb. Smart play from the Direwolves.
And now all of a sudden they're getting teleported on.
Run the Goon.
You don't run all that quick. I'm telling you. But they burnt teleport for nothing. So that's good.
And they're still 12,000 gold behind. XL5, they've got a long way to go.
I mean, Caitlyn's useless at this stage of the game.
Means right.
Victor, honestly, not much better.
Oh. Oriana shocks the Goon a little bit. Guts is charging up his Q. You can see if he can jump over the wall. The rest of the Direwolves have been grouped up. They do have 5 to 8 split pushing. Does have Stand United. And Direwolves are waiting in the wings. Oof, that's disgusting damage. Crazy, almost taken down. Forced to flash. There's a hook. They got King. There's a shockwave though, and everyone just dies. King is not going to be able to survive though, as the final turret shot takes him down. Direwolves still able to pick up a turret for themselves.
But Christmas Trees is laughing his head off. I mean, he just dumped every spell he had and then just died. What better way to play Victor, I ask you? That's a good early ult.
Preemptive Stand United on top of the turret. Taunts, nothing. 5 to 8. Come on.
Somehow I think they know this one's over, Fish. The early cheese went well, but yeah.
That's 2 harpoons. That's an equalizer. Crazy's dead. That's disgusting.
Get him, Tegan. Avenge your 80 carry.
Oh, gets him, but do you really want Shernfire? He's just going to dash on forward. Tegan's dead. 5 to 8 gets a good turn off, but there's no one from his team alive to try and help him. Christmas Trees just watches as everybody else from XL5 gets decimated. He's trying to recall in front of the team. Smiling faces coming out from XL5. And the Direwolves are looking to try and end this game. Already working on that first turret. Vi's holding up minions in the mid lane. Oh, Christmas Tree's getting roasted. There's the Zonya's Flame Splitter. Oh, take it down inside the fountain. Flantic's flash forward for that one.
Yeah, Chippies has to be careful. I mean, the Vi is absolutely monstrous.
Going for it. Woolguts get it. Shockwave. Built over. Ultimate's not going to work. Crazy just does negative damage.
We can see the faces on Direwolves. They're very stone-faced right now. I mean, they don't look like they have enjoyed this game at all.
Destiny was not happy earlier on. When he was getting destroyed bottom lane and when he was getting hooked by Tegan, not very happy. So yes, this is going to be a win for the Direwolves, but they still got 1 game to go of this. And I don't think they quite enjoy themselves on Summoner's Rift at the moment, Swan, but they do take the first game against XL5.
And finally, T-Gun goes fishing one more time. Only catches a super minion this time. King's actually laughing at his support.
King had some fun.
That's hilarious. King actually played really well on the Varus. I mean, his Flash Ultimates were on point every time. The build, we haven't seen it in a while, but he showed that it's still fine. Guts is like, we're so close, If it was a slightly different team and we didn't give them 3 free turrets for no reason,
But
we would have had them.
I mean, this is the attitude you want from XL5. This is an almost impossible game. They did everything they could against the Direwolves, and they know they're going into relegations next week. So if they can pick up a win anyway, even if it just means a win for their mentality, that's fantastic for them. Spawn disagrees with me, so I'm going to throw this one back to the analyst desk quickly before he starts throwing punches. See you guys.
Thank you very much, Spawn and Fish. Well, it's the cheese build today. The Goon, mate, bringing out his Blitzcrank. Spooks, let me start with you because I know you and I were having a good laugh about that. He played well.
Yeah, look, I think the Goon might be the best player in the world at the moment. He's making big plays that game. No, look, I think X5 kind of accepted that they were probably going to lose, and they had fun, and they tried to make plays to win the game, and it was good to watch, I guess.
Mendrix, what does this reveal about XL5 going into the Promo Relo tournament? I mean, first of all, are Direwolves going to ban Blitz next game? And second of all, our OCS team's going to ban it against them?
So, I mean, you can tell the Goon really loves his Blitzcrank. Now, in terms of them actually making the ban, I think it is probably a good ban. I think Destiny was a little bit tilted by the amount of times he got hooked there. I think, to be honest, T-Gun basically wrecked his KDA for the season with that initial game there. So he copped a lot of deaths. And if it is one thing just to get rid of it, it's a playstyle they don't want to deal with, because there was some merit behind what XL5 were doing. They seem to be keeping up to a certain degree, and then eventually, in typical Direwolves fashion, sort of the floodgates opened up and they were able to take control from there.
See, in terms of them keeping up, we talked a lot about Direwolves' early game, laning phase, very, very strong. So the fact that X5 were able to cheese them a bit in that early game, is that meaningful to you? Because you're probably going to have to play the Direwolves at some point.
Okay, so I think this game is a good demonstration of why you, in this meta, you play 3 priority lanes. They got 5 or 6 kills early game, but it led to nothing. And then Direwolves just got the solo top turret, and they were 3k gold ahead. Yeah. So if you can't get pushing lanes in this meta, you get nothing out of your kills, and I think that's what we saw that game.
Mendrix, do you agree with that analysis of the game?
Yeah, you could see it really being the case that happened. They seemed to have some control in that early game, but as soon as the towers went down, that's when the Direwolves were able to gain advantages, get extra items, and then that just shows in the team fights afterwards. They really had initial team fights from that point on, and they won.
Well, the other thing I want to talk about in terms of the draft, just before we move on, is the Vi pick as well, because you haven't seen a lot of Vi.
Yeah.
Is that a cheese pick, or is it just off meta? Break down Vi for me. How does Vi survive in competitive?
So yeah, I played Vi probably about 2 years ago. So my memory of Vi is she clears well and she can maybe gank well.
2014 was a heady time. We're all watching the World Cup. What a year.
I was young back then. Now I'm just an old man. But no, I think I'd have to ask Guts after the game if Vi's actually good. I don't think she is, though, unfortunately.
I feel the big thing was it wasn't just also the pick that was off meta, it was also the way he built her.
Right.
So in terms of it, he went straight for that Blade of the Ruined King. He had further as well. Typically, you want to try and get yourself to be a bit more tankier when you're a jungler with that, with her sort of diving capability, because we saw it happen as soon as she dived in and that Shen shield went down. Pretty much was blown up afterwards. So you become very squishy, and that's something you don't want to have in a diving champion.
Well, speaking of diving and team fights, X5 tried to execute team fights a couple of times, Mendrix, but didn't always go as well as they would have hoped,
didn't always go the way it planned. And it comes back again to, what Spooks was saying, where they didn't have the priority lanes, they weren't able to get the objectives, and even though it looks great in execution, it looks right in terms of how it works, I mean, this is probably the best team fight they could ask for. It's what something Spawn had said before. In the end, Direwolves just had that extra gold, that extra power, and then were able to win afterwards. And it's easy, it's just so illustrated in the replay now afterwards that, yes, they had the initiation, they had the proactive play, just still wasn't enough.
I think trying to fight mid-game, 5v5 against Rumble who's got First Blood Tower top is going to be always really hard. He had a Leandries and his ult literally just 1v4'd the team.
What's the counter to Rumble right now? Because everyone's saying Rumble is quite powerful topside.
Yeah, I don't think there's a specific counter to Rumble because he gets priority against every lane.
Yeah.
You can get a lot of kill pressure on him. He's quite squishy, I guess, but I think he's definitely top meta pick at the moment just because he gets free priority.
You let him push up and then you try and gank him, or?
That's one option. He also gets outscaled by some of the tanks at the moment, so you can opt into stuff like Maokai and Nautilus, and if you can get through early mid game just farming up, then he gets outscaled. So I think they're typically the answers you look towards.
There's another answer in terms of you can also go for a Renekton. he has these moments from time to time where he's able to sort of keep up with sustain. If you do manage to out-sustain Rumble, who doesn't really have that, that's when you get control of the map or control of the lane, and then you're able to push your own way in if you do manage to get a few kills off.
Yeah, do you agree with that, Spooks?
Yeah, I think Renekton is a pretty good answer. You actually, after you get pushed in really early, you have a lot of kill pressure on him for the rest of the game, and if you can keep Rumble in a side lane, that's the best way to deal with him, because obviously you don't want to be team fighting against a Rumble, and Renekton, not only can he team fight, but he can also keep Rumble in the side lane, and he has a lot of kill pressure on him. So it's a pretty decent answer, yeah.
All right. Well, Rumble, Vi, Blitzcrank, we'll see what what notes, bans, and or counter picks. So do not go anywhere because we'll be back with Game 2 right after this.
Chippy's in a lot of trouble. Forced to
They got
flash.
first blood.
XR5 with first blood. Shern's under fire. They're trying to chase him down, but Christmas Tree's trying to hit the lasers. Oh, he knocks the blast cone, and suddenly Guts is here as well. This is fantastic. XR5 going in. King
Need an
gets jumps
ultimate.
on. Shern was there. Ultimate comes through. Is it going to be in time? They do bring the Shen down. King will fall. Guts still fighting. Gets some damage down before he dies, but Christmas Trees gets burnt alive. Wow, that's a lot of damage coming out from Fantic as well as he just single-handedly takes down the Caitlyn. Christmas Tree's trying to run away. Chippy splashes on top of him and forces the flash. Oh, that's a beautiful equalizer as well. Crazy, almost taken out, forced the flash.
Oh,
There's
they
a
got
hook.
King?
They got King. There's a shockwave though, and everyone just dies. King is not going to be able to survive though, as the final turret shot takes him down. Direwolves still able to pick up a turret for themselves. So yes, this is going to be a win for the Direwolves, but they still got one game to go of this. And I don't think they quite enjoy themselves on Summoner's Rift at the moment, Spawn, but they do take the first game against XR5.
I felt like our team's performance this split wasn't as good as what we thought it was. It led to us benching Sybil because we didn't want to split the jungle time.
Everyone was trying to figure out, what's the right decisions to make in the game and outside the game.
Coming into the gauntlet, we really want to prove that this was the right decision. And you've seen in our games, like our vision and objective control has been a lot better.
Fesh flashes away immediately, gets jumped on by Shern5. That's a big mistake, and he knew it.
Rangus has moved into fog of war on the bottom side.
Oh, that's a flash forward on the Stewman. Double flash from the Direwolves. And they're sending Shernfire in as well. He'll tank up the turret. Ultimate comes out from Chippies, forces a flash away by Yuzuki.
I think Chiefs are going to meet us in the grand final most likely. Anything else would be unexpected and a bit of an upset.
We're mainly looking at Chiefs right now because we think Chiefs are the favourites to get to the grand finals, but Sin are also a really big wildcard. If they manage to go through the whole gauntlet, we'll be extremely terrified.
I think Sin is a very underrated team right now. I feel like they could pull an upset to Legacy and maybe potentially Chiefs.
I think Legacy are too sloppy. I mean, they got toured by Sin and they don't seem to know how to use a lead.
We do have a lot of room to grow, and seeing how fast we've grown over the last few weeks, it's actually exciting to see where we might be in say a month.
A big thing that we're working on is mental weakness, and I don't think any other team has really accounted for that. Like, mentality is 50% of the game.
Yeah, I think this is like the best iteration our roster's ever been. There's like no weak links on the team. Everyone's like self-motivated and like we're all in it together.
I not only think we're the favourites, I think we're the favourites to also make it out of groups when we make it to MSI.
It would be a bit weird to see other teams not thinking we're the favourite because of how well we perform in scrims and recently on stage. But it's saying that the rest of the public still think that Chiefs Legacy are the top two teams, but we just can't wait to prove them wrong.
Welcome back to OPL Sunday for this round 10. My name is Michael Hing, and if you're just joining us, Direwolves are currently up 1-0 over Exile 5 in this, our final day of the regular season. Joining me here at the desk, we have Spooks and also Mendrix as always, and some things were said about you boys there in that video, Spooks. The Direwolves expect to meet you guys in the finals, so I guess I need to ask then, having watched that one game today, live here at the desk, Direwolves versus XR5, is there anything you can like extrapolate from that?
Not really, to be honest. Look,
it's too different?
Yeah, I think Direwolves are, as I think Perfection said, the most solid iteration they've been so far. I would agree with that for sure, but let's see how they do on land in the finals.
Yeah, you got a little smirk there, like you think, because I mean that suggests to you like see how they do land in the finals, right? This is just something to do with their mental fortitude or whatever, right? But they said in that thing that's what we're working on, and we're the only ones who understand that, right?
Well, apparently. I mean, I don't know what else to say about it really. They're commenting on our mental states, but I don't think they have a good inside scoop on it. So
all right, well, Mendrix, give us the inside scoop. Who's got the best mental state in the OPL in your opinion?
Best mental state at the moment, I honestly think it would be the Chiefs. They just came back from boot camp. They're looking pretty good. I mean, you guys always seem to get stronger when you do get back from it. But I think one of the things we can extrapolate from that game is maybe you should look to pick up Blitzcrank.
Get him on Blitzcrank.
Yeah, or I could get him to show us what he can do.
Agent would love to play Blitzcrank, but it's just not happening. Sorry, Bryce.
Vetoing it already. All right, well, moving forward into this game, let's talk about picks and bans, because I want to know if you guys think they're going to ban Blitz, ban Vi. Do you think XL5 are going to ban Rumble, perhaps, or just try and first pick it?
Yeah, I think if I was in Direwolves' shoes right now, I'd definitely consider banning Blitzcrank. I mean, there's no point in not banning it. Like, if you think you're significantly better than a team, or just better than a team in general, you just try to take out the wildcard picks, and I think that's what they'll do this game, for sure.
Mendrix, what are they going to do? Are they going to ban Blitzcrank?
I think that's going to be one of their new changes. I did like how they also banned out Cassio as well. We did see that actually Chris do really well last week using that champion. So
if they ban
a bit of a wild card there.
Sorry to interrupt. If they ban Blitzcrank, they ban Cassio, and then the third ban is probably going to be some sort of OP champ, maybe, perhaps?
No, get rid of Vi.
Get rid of Vi? Then they just first pick Graves, don't they? Like,
yeah.
Yeah, they could do that, but then it all comes down to, well, can Shernfire deal with Graves? And we know he can. He's got options
Rengar.
other than that. Rengar, Kha'Zix. He's got his way to deal with it. So it seems to be one of the things where, at the moment, there was actually a bit of signs of life, again, from XL5 in that early game use. That's something you want to limit.
Right. Do you think the cheese then is a meta pick, though? Because they cheese game 1, then game 2 they play meta and blow everyone out of the water. Is this what XL5 are planning?
That's tricky.
That is next level.
Look, I don't know. I don't see XL5 winning either way, but I guess, just get some good practice in before the relegations.
All right. Well, something I want to let you guys know at home, if you're watching, is about our fan art competition we are currently running on the League of Legends boards. boards.legends.com. Show us your art, and you can win some sweet RP, maybe a spotlight article if you're a sweet winner. It's got to do with the new Demacia law. You a bit of a law nerd, Spooks?
Yeah, dude. No, I actually just figured out today why Rise is blue and why Vlad is red. So,
it's Mana v Blood, mate.
Yeah, Mana v Blood. I'm a Hemo Mage, dude.
I'm a Hemo Mage.
Yeah, that's a Swiffer meme.
All right. Well, we are about to get into Game 2 to see if Exile 5 can claw back and win and type the series versus Direwolves. So to take us through that, let's throw to your casters, Spawn and Fish.
Thank you very much, Hingers, Mendrix, and our cute desk guest today. And we're about to get into the second match between the Direwolves and Exile 5.
Did you just call him cute? Or? Okay, cool. Yeah, I agree. Sammy D, he's a very cute guy. This is an interesting series for me because I kind of agree with Mendrix. I think that the Vi was more disruptive than the Blitzcrank. Because I think that putting Vi into like side lanes with Shen actually is really obnoxiously difficult to deal with unless you just shadow with 2 extra people. And Direwolves managed to do it, but I don't think Shen wants to be anyone's babysitter going into this game. And he really had to babysit King through that one.
Certainly did. We'll have to see if that's going to be the ban that comes up from Direwolves. Maybe they just say, you know what, you can play whatever you want again, Exile 5.
That's the other thing. I don't think Direwolves actually give a crap, to be honest. They won that in 24 minutes and pretty convincing. So I think that they just took the best punch that T-Gun's Blitzcrank could throw at them. It was an empowered E, and he had a little bit of AP. And they still are standing.
And on top of that, there's more that you have to ban up towards Exile 5. I mean, they've already banned one. They did it last game as well. It's Cassiopeia. And something Christmas Trees has popped off on before. And 1 gains for Exile 5. So that is fairly respectable coming out from Direwolves. And the bans have already gone through. Camille, Rengar, and Kha'Zix again from Exile 5. Direwolves is going to take away Malzahar, Cassiopeia. But this time, ban out Graves.
Yeah, so getting rid of some of the very strong champions in the jungle role. I think that this has to be an 80 carry pick, unfortunately, for XL5 because I don't... Or Rumble. I wouldn't mind seeing them pick up Rumble, but then you're really throwing the gauntlet at chippies.
Instead, they're going to take Jace, which is a matchup we've seen in the LCK used against Rumble.
Yeah, sure.
But we'll have to see 5 to 8.
Do you really want to throw that gauntlet if you're 5 to 8 versus chippies?
I don't know. We'll have to see.
Maybe you do. Maybe you don't.
You have to see if 5 to 8 or Christmas Trees is going to pick up this champion. Started off as a top laner this season, then moved into mid lane very quickly. Meanwhile, the Direwolves, they've picked up Ezreal as their AD carry of choice for King. Take that, Tegan.
Yeah, Ezreal can't be hit by hooks. You can arcane shift out of it, and it doesn't register.
Flight.
Yeah.
That's a little bit absurd.
Really? I like it.
I don't like it.
Tristana can do it with Rocket Jump as well. And if you build Blade of the Ruined King into Black Cleaver, you have everything at a 2-item power spike.
I think if you get hooked, you just should be pulled towards
You deserve to be
You deserve to die.
All right.
But they picked up Talon as well. That's most likely going to be Fantic's mid lane champion pick of choice.
Likes to play it into Jace. It means that Jace can never to the skies him. Talon's combo at the moment, if he ever gets to the skies, with a Raid Q and ultimate, will blow up most Jaces.
We have Guts picking up his signature champion, Hackram. We've seen this one before.
Christmas Trees is hovering Sejuani. This is one of the few times I will justify talking about what he's talking about. That's a Ms. Fish hover, I believe. Great Twitter analyst, Ms. Fish. Please do not at me. But yeah, had 1 game in the OPL, I believe, and picked Sejuani and fed his mind off. So
instead he goes back to the Caitlyn. That'll be locked in for Crazy again, who did 2,500 damage to champions last game. I don't even think that was Rumble's health bar at one point.
No, I don't think so either.
And speaking of Rumble, that gets locked in for the Direwolves. Chippies will be taking that into the top lane.
It's just so strong at the moment. I mean, if you can't play Rumble in either the jungle or the top lane position, I feel like you're putting your team in a very weak position in the draft phase. Because we've seen he just shoves out so often and is able to really dictate the pace of these matchups. And the Equalizer just does so much damage late game, Fish. I mean, it's really got everything at the moment.
Kled is the first ban coming out from Direwolves, so they do think that Jace is heading mid lane. And Lee Sin is the ban coming out from XL5. Seems like they want to pinch the champion pool of the Direwolves jungler here, Schönfire. Zyra, the final ban from the Direwolves.
See whether they go Elise. I mean, you have to be willing to ban Elise if you're willing to ban Lee Sin. Really force him onto something else. I think he goes towards Ivan if that happens. He's got 2 winning lanes already, in my mind. So the Ivan wouldn't be all that bad. But they ban Ivan instead.
So that's taken away. Direwolves still have to pick up their supports as well as their jungler. Unless Rumble is heading into the jungle.
Yeah,
This Flame Splitter now does full damage to minions and monsters.
He clears really quickly.
He does.
But it's still not as good as it is top lane.
So let's see what the Direwolves decide to pick here. This still is an important game for them. They have to win in order to be crowned minor premiers right off the bat. If not, there's always the chance that Legacy can pick up the 2-0 against Abyss later on today. And then they will be the ones who are crowned minor premiers.
Hagon's like, can I do it again, coach? Am I allowed to?
Is hovering the Blitzcrank. They're still looking for potentially a mid lane or a top lane. It seems like Talia's their mid lane of choice, and we're going to get another Blitzcrank game for the Goon.
Yeah, well, Talia makes a lot of sense, actually, against Talon. Just because you have a way, if he jumps on top of you, to be able to flick him back and through all the pebbles hurts. Also, the fact that Talia just has equal pressure around the map, being able to use that ultimate, and shoves it in really hard early game. So I think that that's a good pickup if Chris can play it well. As you said, Jace is seen as a counter in the top lane, and it's going to be a Gragas jungle.
Gragas being picked up here for the Direwolves. Heading into the jungle for Schönfire. There were a lot of junglers that were banned out in this game. This is going to be a pretty fun match here.
I hope so. When you have a look at it, I think that, once again, the late game is just all in the hands of Direwolves, and they've had better laning phases. But I'm excited to see Guts one more time pull out the Hecarim. It's what he was very famous for in solo queue before he became an OPL player. So we'll see whether he is able to have a good, what could be potentially the final game in the OPL for this team. Fish, of course, having to fight their way back in.
And the last time we saw Hecarim picked up by Guts, he had a great game on the champion. He was very proactive. He was fighting back very well for XR5. Hopefully we'll be able to put on a similar performance here against the Direwolves. Let's see what he's going to be able to pull out this game. XR5, they're fighting for legacy here. I mean, nothing they do in this match is going to impact where they stand on the OPL ladder or how they do when they go into promo relos. But it's a good confidence booster and, you know, might be able to be spoiler here for the Direwolves.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that they would have looked at that game one and thought, you know, we actually didn't play laning phase all that badly. We had a couple of late Shen ultimates. If we can tidy that up, take some better skirmishes, then maybe we can move around the map a little bit more freely. Instead, we gave up a big gold disadvantage. We gave Chippies the world in the top lane. And then he just knocked down all the turrets on the map. So there were positive glimpses, but as so many people before me have said, they just need to put together for 30 minutes of gameplay. If they can really take it to Direwolves for 30 minutes, you know, go blow for blow and then bow out, I think they take that as the biggest win going into the gauntlet. Even bigger than like cheesing them for a 5-man invade level 1 and picking up a win over the top.
And again, Direwolves, this game matters so much for them because if they drop a game, their minor premiership is contested here by Legacy. But a win here will crown them minor premiers in the OPL for the first split of 2017. For now, though, let's check in with Hingers, who's standing by with XL5's coach, Geordie.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Geordie. And what's it like being a coach, allowing them to pick whatever they want, right?
Well, this game really doesn't have much implication on anything, and the players have wanted to play these champions for some time, and T-Gun's a pretty good blitzcrank.
Yeah, he popped off in the early part of that first game. So talk about Talia now for your mid-lane, for Christmas trees, I think. Is that what we're playing it?
Yeah, Chris he hasn't played that much Talia, but he likes it, and it's pretty good in the meta right now, so give him a go.
Give him a go. All right, well, he's letting the boys have a run around, so we'll see how it goes. Thank you for speaking to us, and best of luck in the game.
Cheers.
Typical Australian. Just have a crack at it.
Yeah, exactly. Give it a fair shake of the sauce bottle. But this is actually going to be topside start out of Direwolves and T-Gun and Crazy going searching for people that just aren't there.
Guess what, Spawn? I'm not going to find anything.
Yeah, well, that's why I said they're searching for people not there, Fish.
I said anything. There might not be people, but anything in general.
I'm not going to find any answers.
They have pinged out the second brush here, expecting Destiny and King to be hiding, but they do return to lane. So, no crazy early shenanigans from them. We will have Schönfire starting on Raptor Camp. Not going to have one of his small ones pulled away this time. Hakram will be starting top side of map, looking for his blue buff first. Just completed that. Gragas already onto his red buff.
You can see King and Destiny playing so far forward right now. They know that T-Gun, unless he lands a Miracle Hook level 1, is pretty much useless.
The thing is...
So instead, just shoving in.
I mean, this is the perfect position for Blitzcrank, though. Wave's not on the turret,
is it?
But a hook would pull someone underneath the turret from this distance.
Technically, you were correct. However, being shoved into turret as Blitzcrank is definitely not the ideal situation. You want to be pulling people out from underneath their turret and doing lots of damage. And unfortunately, in competitive play, you just don't get to push as a single person AD carry.
No Relic Shield being picked up for Deacon this time, going for the Ancient
Coin,
instead.
yeah. He gets 5 gold every single time something dies, which is actually a lot of money when you think about it.
Yep. We see a lot of Lulus pick it up as well when they know they're not going to be able to harass their opponent in lane. Especially when you go into something like a Nami Ezreal, let's say.
Guts is going for the full clear fish.
Everything except for his Gromp and either of these Scuttles. So he's already on his Krug camp. You know, 5-8 taking some damage from Chippies. That's an overheating Flame Spitter combo. Not too happy about that. I'm still doing fine.
Yeah, quite alright in the laning phase so far. Actually, even up creeps, even though his wave is technically bigger by 1 right now.
We even have Christmas trees heading back to base, picking up an early second ring. Fantix will do the same and pick up a longsword for himself. So we're going to get the first recall coming out from Guts. Boots into Sapphire Crystal, so...
Early Trinity.
Early Trinity, early Sheen as well. 5-8 just holding this wave just off his turret. Very quiet start. Oh, Tegan's got him. Arcane shift away. That's the interaction I think is obnoxious. Just no...
As an Ezreal player, I love it. Absolutely adore that interaction.
Whenever I see a Blitzcrank on the other team, I'm ready to carry, I go, can I pick Ezreal here?
Get him out of my game.
Oh, he's going to get slowed down. Hooks!
Oh!
That was an interesting hook and almost connected. Forced the flash out of Destiny. Big heads-up play from the Direwolf support. Now Guts running in towards Chippies at light speed. Knocks him back. No flash early from Chippies. He's going to die here, I believe. Schönfire's looking to try and come in for the counter. Good body slam combo. Actually saves his top laner.
Yeah, certainly does, but they get both of the summoner spells there. Chris gets put in a world of hurt. Oh, seismic shove didn't hit. You got to hit those ones, mate. That really hurts him, Fish, because that would have been equal return damage. Now instead, it's you have to go back to base. Otherwise, Fantix dives you.
He does have a Hakram flying into the mid lane, though, or taking his Gobble of Crab. I thought he might, try to help him out. He might.
Definitely not.
Yeah, Crab more important. 70 gold. That's what he wants. Fantix has pushed this wave in underneath the turret. You can see he's still trying to poke out Christmas trees wherever he can.
That's nice CSing from Chris, though.
Very nice.
Able to pick up all the creeps. Thought he might have missed one there, but gets them all. It's always nice when you get to see people really CS well. Problem is that he can't use his shove to CS at the moment, which means that he's just in a world of hurt.
So we have another tweet coming in from Shane Miles. The Direwolves have won the second game of each of their last 2 OPL series without losing a single turret. And there was some debate between Spooks and Rusty saying that not a single turret's going to be picked up today by XL5. Don't think they have yet.
No, I don't think so either. Chris is still sticking around, trying to get level 6 so he can come back to base, presumably with the wall. Or he's hoping that Fantix is just going to blink first. What I think is going to happen, and quote me on this one, is that Fantix is about to all-in him with Flash and send him back to base, whether he likes it or not.
He's waiting in the wings. Christmas trees will now head back to base. Not level 6, though. He's 12 CS down as well. Staying here might have actually increased the CS deficit that Fantix has put him in. I think he should have just
bit the bullet early.
The bullet, yeah, and gone home.
I mean, that's what you generally say when you fall behind in a lane like this. Once again, though, 3 members top.
Chippies has been flashed on. There's T-Gun, a very, very slow Blitzcrank, but going to get the hook nonetheless and get charged straight on in. The knockout comes through. Chippies will be taken down for first blood. Picked up by 528.
And T-Gun again just goes back. Actually doesn't even get Mobies this time.
The bottom lane's in trouble. Crazy flashing away from the bubble. Destiny taking a lot of damage. King, his arcade shift forward. There is Christmas Trees cutting off their path. Crazy will live, but still big advantage for the Direwolves bottom lane.
Good use of the ultimate though out of Crazy. I mean, does cut it off. They might lose the bottom lane turret, but top lane turret should also take a beating here. Problem is that Shern is in between, and it doesn't take a beating because 528 decides to shop. Ooh. So now with Shern down here, this is a very tough turret to defend, even 4v5.
At least
3v2.
At least Talon has shown himself, so they know no mid is coming through. Shernfire half health, no mana. So Crazy survived that, but is now down 12 CS for the first blood picked up by XL5. Still worth, you could say.
Yeah, 100% worth. Especially given the fact that there is a mirror of the CS in the top lane. Mid lane, only the real lane that you need to be concerned about, and that is because Chris has unfortunately just lost that lane pretty naturally. 400 gold.
400 gold lead for Fantix just from CS alone. Top lane, though, it's a 700 gold lead for 528. Even in the jungle, Guts doing pretty well, about 200 up. Bottom lane, 300 lead. King actually getting hooked and hit in the face by a headshot.
Did get himself back over the wall, however. T-Gun gives him a laugh.
Oh, that's my favorite
He's
thing.
laughing at you, mate.
There's two support champions I love doing that with. It's Blitzcrank and Alistar.
The Alistar walk is actually just the best in the world. Where he walks up and down on the spot.
Yep.
Just do it in middle of the creep wave. 5-2 out, about to get ganked.
Yep, he will get knocked back as well. No flash available for the Jace. An easy pick up in the top lane for the Direwolves.
Shouldn't have been easy. He just sent an empowered Q into the trees. That should have been Chippy's nearly chunked out and dead. However, doesn't hit with that one. Instead, we're going to have Hecarim looking for the bottom lane game.
Here comes the Goon, looking for the knock-up onto King. No arcane shift yet, holding onto it. Now uses it, hooked back in. King going to be taken down by Crazy.
Real nice gank coming out of Guts. He and T-Gun are finally pairing up as we had hoped. An experienced support player and rookie jungler would. Like the fact that both of the times that there's been kills available for Guts, that T-Gun has been the one involved as well.
Say what you want about this Blitzcrank pick. I wanted to see more of this during the OPL regular split. As much as it's a niche pick and something you never usually see.
It ain't easy being cheesy, Fish.
It's working out well for the Goon. True shot barrage almost steals that away, but Smite secure coming out from Guts. Fantix is on the hunt though, looking for T-Gun.
Yeah, I don't think you should go for that one, Fantix. Probably would have been his death. Hasn't got Thunderlords, which means that late game is going to be much better because once he chunks people out, he just runs away at top speed. But early game does like a little bit of burst damage.
Fantix is holding on to his mid lane lead quite well at the moment. See Christmas Tree's having a difficult time farming. Still trying to even out the CS discrepancy. In fact, 528 looking to see if he can make his way down, or probably just taking Scuttle Crab for himself. No, just hovering around the river.
And now Direwolves actually in a pretty standard game, honestly, have just been looked a little bit outclassed. The ganks are coming in. You can see the frustration showing on their face a couple of times. I mean, they're still up in CS, but you feel like this high-tempo game, and this is more of what I was expecting. I didn't expect outright cheese, although the Blitzcrank is still pretty cheesy. I just expected XL5 to be able to play a really high-tempo game, and with that in mind, you can sometimes rattle a team.
Gank bottom though, Shernfire looking to try and jump in. Crazy gets bowled up, no flash available for him, and instantly deleted by the Direwolves. Meanwhile, top lane's in trouble as Chippies is being ganked by 3 members. Christmas Trees is up here as well. The charge comes through. 528's taking up the turret nice and easy. So a trade for Crazy in the bottom lane. Tagoon, it's a trouble. Oh! Forces the flash out of Destiny. He knew that might have been his only way out there.
But does that hold them off the turret for long enough? Do they get first turret in the top lane? I think they do.
First turret and first blood picked up here by XL5 against the Direwolves.
And all of a sudden, the Jace counter pick is actually working out quite nicely. King's going to try and bounce this wave as respectful AD carries will. They also give all the gold over to him. So King's still in a fantastic position.
Yeah.
And has really come back into his own as an AD carry this split.
He is on Israel as well. And we talked a lot during the early half of the split, how King and Destiny were hyper carry plays. Like, these two guys want to kill their lane.
Yep.
Sorry, not hyper carry plays. They wanted to
Hyper-aggressive,
players. And the meta wasn't in their favors. Utility-based 80 carries and the meme of 80 carries in 2017 was very strong at the start of the split. But now it has shifted more towards your Ezreals and your Caitlyn's and more hyper carry-based style play. And King has seemed to be thriving in that situation by playing aggressive.
Yeah, definitely. And also just the fact that, you know, King moving back to his old roster, there was always going to be questions around how he would perform. It's been very good to see him perform well so far. As now shown, potentially being challenged on wards here.
Locking down 5-8, good bubble. But the Taliyah wall knocks him out, trying to knock back everyone else. Forced to flash over the wall, but 5-8 obliterates him.
Yeah, 5-8 picks up another kill there. And also, T-Gun nearly hooked Fantix. So that was a very risky play coming out of the Direwolves. They now have their 80 carry also in mid lane because no one can really still challenge Chippy. But around the map, doing very nicely.
Guts now looking to try and take blue buff for himself. They're pinging out the Jace. He might be caught here. Will he get back to base in time? He will! But Fantix is able to take down Christmas trees.
I was like, what? He died? No, Christmas trees died. Unfortunately, Fantix is getting a very significant gold lead. He's 40 CS up. He's got a kill now. Completed Youmu's.
And there's no exhaust on the side of XL5, which is very scary. Whenever you're up against an assassin, you always want to see an exhaust trying to stop them from doing exactly this.
Yeah, he just goes over the wall, uses a hardcore parkour, dodges out of the little flick as well from Chris, which is nice to see. Obviously knows the matchup well.
Waiting behind, King of Destiny here. The Goon and Crazy trying to pull a trap, but seems like Direwolves know that this is here. Destiny, don't go close! There's a Blitzcrank, buddy! He will get taken down. Suddenly there's teleports going into the top lane. King, though, trying to fight fire with fire. He's been ignited, and 5-8 wants to come on in. There's the ultimate from Caitlyn, blocked by Schönfire. Another teleport coming to the top lane from Chippies. 5-8 might just be caught out here as Fantix coming through. Tries to flash on the King. Good arcane shift away.
No, actually, I think that was a flash away as well. So everyone flashing in the top lane, like all summoner spells used, but this is a real problem. Oh, no,
Chippies
it's not.
Underneath the turret, gonna take some damage. Unfortunately, Caitlyn just doesn't do enough damage at this point in the game.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a real problem, that Chippies just comes in and burns everyone, but then T-Gun actually does the right thing, gets a good hook, and with that, resets any tempo play there was. Now Schön potentially caught out.
That's an interaction.
When the fat man hits a horse, who wins?
Neither.
Turns out they both just go backwards.
I think it's one of Newton's laws there. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
So the opposite reaction to a horse is a fat man.
Yes, apparently.
I like it. I also like the fact that you know Newton's laws of motion.
Yay.
Inertia is another one.
Christmas Tree's now trying to rotate down into the bottom lane.
Has been pretty lackluster this game. Chris hasn't seen much of the action. Would like to get back involved. His Victor was quite good last game.
I mean...
Oh, here we go. They're going to cut off the bottom turret. Can you parkour over a wall that's made by... Oh,
I believe so, but Schönfire just jumped into two people. Here's Fantix, though, looking for some return kills. They do take down Schönfire first, and Fantix, at top speed, is running towards Guts. True Shot Barrage cannot snipe off Christmas Trees, but maybe the Equalizer can. A flash will prevent that from happening.
Just throwing everything at poor Chris. That was a much better setup, though. And Trinity Force is completed by Guts, even though he falls down. He's 83 CS, 2-1-3.
So that's a 1-for-1 trade. The gold is dead even between XL5 and Direwolves.
And I was talking to Spooks earlier, and he said a lot of League of Legends at the moment is just being able to upset the other enemy jungler, and then when it gets into mid-game, being able to upset lane assignments and, you know, pick people off before they really have it set up. And if you take that at face value, right now, X5 playing pretty flawless League of Legends, because the player captains of Direwolves say they're quite upset. But you still have to think the fact that it's now 70 CS in the mid lane.
I think if you're XL5, you look at this game and go, hang on, can we do this without a Blitzcrank?
No. No, you can't.
Because if they can, that might have changed the way that they've been playing this entire split.
I mean, potentially you can do it with a Thresh. Thresh can also be very active around Summoner's Rift. But Blitzcrank just adds a whole new dimension to it. T-Gun looking for a hook here. Wanted Destiny. You would have to assume. That's why he threw it wide.
Throw that a little bit to the right, you get Schönfire though.
You don't want Schön. He's got Ninja Tabby and double cloth armor, as well as some AP, so he's probably just going to fight you at that stage.
Turn around and body bop. So it's an Ocean Dragon picked up by the Direwolves. XL5 did get an Infernal Dragon earlier. She's trying to lock down Shern right there.
And if Chris can just find any fine form of farm or become useful in the mid game, like maybe get like a triple kill in a team fight or something, Fish. It's just running out really quickly because he is so incredibly weak.
He's very far behind. I mean, I'm not even going to compare him to Fantix anymore. I'm just looking at top lane in comparison to Talia, the 2 magic damage dealers, and he's still 600 gold behind the Rumble.
Yeah.
I mean, even with that, 5-8 has had a good game so far, and 600 gold behind Fantix.
Oh!
Close.
The Splinter Cell Hecarim.
It's almost able to catch out Shern.
He was just hiding in the pit. No one would have expected that. Just hanging out with Baron. Not Baron. Hanging out with Harold.
Your mate Harold.
Yeah, just talking about Arms Day.
And back day.
And back day. Definitely not Legs Day.
I mean, for a horse, you might think leg day is kind of important.
Nah, not at all. No, you can't see a horse's legs when they're on camera, Fish.
Meanwhile, T-Gun gets a nice juicy cannon minion with a hook. Crazy's been able to pick up his Hurricane. Still about 30 CS behind King, but a kill up.
Yeah, he's alright.
Big gank from Shernfire. Going to be able to knock 5-8 back. Easy kill in the bottom lane.
Really nice rotation. I mean, Shern sets it up perfectly, knows that there's no flash available and knows that there's no Merc Tread, so doesn't even have to prep the cast. Just does exactly what you need. Fortunately for T-Gun, doesn't run quick enough to catch out Fantix. Is that going to hit him?
Potentially.
No, it doesn't. That was a complete trade. He was just watering the plants with some alcohol.
Meanwhile, King and Fantix are able to take down the mid lane outer turrets. The Direwolves have picked up the first lead for themselves in this game. Just over 1,500 up.
18 minutes into this one, you can see that they have done a good job one more time of controlling the neutrals. Didn't see who picked up that red.
Possibly King. Chippy's still trying to clear away the jungle. So even though it looks like the game is fairly...
Who the heck got the red buff?
Probably King.
Yeah, it was King. All right.
So even though it looks like it's fairly even, Direwolves are just controlling the game so much better.
Yeah, and they actually have a useful mid laner, which is, in my opinion, huge because he's up above the clock, 3-0-0, and can absolutely decimate anyone in the side lane at the moment. It's not even like you can put the Jace up against him.
So good poke coming out from 5-8 there. XL5 trying to get some good damage onto this mid lane outer. Crazy is pushing on the bottom side of the map. Fantix is called to push top lane. So top lane outer should get taken down. No one is there from XL5 to stop this.
Yeah, exactly right. And once again, I mean, they're just not balancing their waves well enough. They group mid for like a quarter of the health damage, but what they give up in response is a full top lane turret. All of that solo gold still going over to Fantix, who's about to flame Horizon at only 20 minutes in the game, if you do not mind, Fish.
He's well ahead of the clock. My goodness, 9,000 gold.
He's 2,700 gold up. He is their gold lead right now. So if Fantix isn't there in a team fight, everything pretty much even Stevens.
All right, Tegan, hook the talent. And then press R so we can't press R himself and run away.
And he's actually going to go for the one-shot build, so... Oh!
Sting gets hooked, silenced, and destroyed. The Goon picks up that kill.
Deservedly. I mean, able to layer everything beautifully so he can't E out of it. Very nicely done from T-Gun.
That's what he needs to do to Fantix.
Also, we're banning Chief members from the desk because they just nickname everyone. And half the time, I don't even know who we're talking about anymore.
Oh, XL5 looking to try and take down the mid lane outer turret. That falls. No King left to defend that.
It's back quite hard, though, XL5. Now it's only back down to 1,700 gold difference.
I mean, realistically, now they could potentially just stall out this game, bleed a little bit against the Direwolves, maybe fall 3,000 to 4,000 gold behind, and take a big team fight at 15 minutes in.
That's your master plan.
That's the master plan.
We're stalling for 30 minutes at 20 minutes. When we're pretty equal, let's just close up shop.
Hey. I think this is a solid strategy, Spot.
Fair enough, Fish. Fair enough.
Fancy gets sent bottom lane though. Has his Black Cleaver with Yoma's Ghostblade and a single BF sword.
Yeah,
He's
wondering
a
if he's going
monster.
towards Dustblade. And now,
Ooh,
ooh,
Guts running into 2, charges away, but it seemed like Direwolves were the one afraid of this pony. They were getting the heck out of there. They wanted nothing to do with him.
Yeah, certainly didn't.
Uh-oh.
Shern's actually about to face check with Chippy into T-Gun, so they have to run away. Of course, T-Gun, most intimidating man on the Rift, has gone for just double speed-up items. Wonder if that's going to be a triple at any point.
I believe it was Pabu tweeted at him earlier today saying, righteous glory.
Yeah.
Hasn't picked up that one yet. It was a very fast blitzcrank though. And look at him go. Oh, he wants Fantix. Not going to be able to land the hook though.
I mean, that was a kill if they do grab him.
Yep.
Because they had T-Gun there. They had Guts flying in from the side as well. His Trinity Force as well as completed jungle item. So absolutely massive.
So, Direwolves going to start up their second dragon of the game and the third elemental dragon to spawn. Should be a mountain dragon.
Ooh, can you hit Shern here? Shern is a killable target right now.
Don't think he can. And King's actually rotating closer. Instead just goes for a steal. Doesn't get it.
They've caught out Chippies.
He's going to get locked down here. Flashed over the red buff wall. They burned the Rumble Flash. Now Shernfire looking for a mid lane.
And unfortunately, oh,
Guts is being jumped on, trying to run away. That cask knocks him further back. And Fantix flashes forward and can't get the kill.
Flashes forward, ignites, didn't get the Q. Also, snipe doesn't happen. And I'm sorry, guys. I'm not going to really talk about lane assignments or anything at the moment. Because really, these two teams are just trying to kill each other. Fantix, however, is pushing bottom lane.
Yep. Shernfire's going to show up and help him. T-Gun. Not going to see if he can defend that, but realizes it's two very beefy members.
I'm just a support.
I'm Blitzcrank. Oh, that's right. King.
And I don't understand why anyone would walk there. So if they are going to be waiting till the end of the world, if they think that someone's going to face check that brush.
Don't tell anyone.
Why would anyone path that way?
Got him!
Imagine if you randomly hook someone there. I would be mad as a Blitzcrank player.
What are you? Guts now. Going to try and clear out wards here. Fantix trying to find anyone inside of XL5's jungle to get a kill off. Very strong Hecarim at the moment though. Has his Trinity Force as well as jungle item upgraded. Stegan, ooh, it's on his Hourglass to stop the hook. Coming out from Chippies. Will get knocked back though. Silenced and knocked up. Shernfire tries to save him. It's not going to happen. Forced to use the ultimate to disengage. And XL5 get another good pick.
So that's what they should be looking for. Well-coordinated, good setup in their pick. This means that they can potentially look to shove out mid lane, reset the rest of the map. I'm going to tell you what Fish is laughing at. We vote for who we think is best on. Someone has put T-Gun in the last 2 games.
No, I want to put Tegan.
No, you can't.
If I put Tegan, he wins. I might have to hold on to this one a little bit longer and see what happens. But I don't know, Spawn. If he wins this game for XR5, I think he deserves it.
If he wins the game for XR5, then we get to recast our votes.
Let's see what happens for now. It's still 8-6. About 1,000 goal lead only in favor of Direwolves, but they do have a much stronger fighting comp. Christmas Street's great damage into Shern.
I mean, he has only only armor at the moment. No MR inside at all. And it is going to be like an item and a half completed for Chris, so still does a fair amount of damage if you don't have any resistances towards it.
Mm-hmm. Direwolves, though, still just 25 minutes into the match. By this time, they were done.
Yep.
In game 1.
Game was over.
And we consider a good victory for a strong team against a weaker team 28 minutes in.
Yep.
That's considered a good victory in the current meta of League of Legends.
I don't think that this game's finishing in the next 3 minutes. They might have, however, caught out 5-8 in the bottom lane.
Yep, he's going to have to be forced to run away. Does have flash available. It's already just taken way too much damage. Instead,
why did you flash?
I understood taking the last minion. I did not understand the flash.
Yeah, even Dan was like, that was a close one. So, doesn't work out for 5-8. He was the Fed member, now sank to 2-4-1. His days of glory long in the past.
They're looking for a fight as Shernfire gets absolutely obliterated here. Tegan will get locked down. King flashing on forward, wants to try and go for a fight. Christmas Trees can't do anything here, but now Crazy has showed up, looking for a kill. King is fighting back. Might be able to pick it up. Headshot comes out. Will end up being taken down, but Destiny did get the heal coming off. And Fantix is hunting. Guts says, get me out of here. I don't want to face this man.
Yeah, King's just too good. I mean, he took the duel, came up the better person. Crazy had an opportunity to flash some of the damage that was going to be coming out of Ezreal. Wasn't able to get it done, and you can see that the lifesteal came up trumps. But still, very close one-on-one. Crazy will get to a point in the game where all he has to do is sit there and stand and deliver against King, because he'll have 80% crit. But Direwolves do extend their gold lead finally to 3,500, which I have to say is pretty meaningful.
Yep, certainly is. And just small mistakes from XL5. It's what we expect from these two teams. Small mistakes from X5, capitalization coming out of
You didn't see that, but what happened is Christmas Tree sent the wall up. Here we go. Christmas Tree sent the wall up, and Fantix just hopped over.
So when you hop over a wall, it puts that wall on cooldown.
Yeah.
What people don't understand is Talia's wall is not one thing that goes on cooldown. You can hop over multiple sections.
Yeah, so it turns out. I've never seen these two champions play each other, so I'm interested in it.
Direwolves
Crazy caught bottom lane.
Oh, Direwolves are going to try and start this Baron last
Although,
time.
if they steal this fish, oh, we're in for a juicy game.
Yeah, it's not going to happen though. That's gone. Yeah. Easy pickup for Direwolves. XL5 tried that last game, but it was reacted so well by Direwolves.
Yeah, and King just does so much damage at this stage of the game, and then you have a level 17 Fantix when the rest of the team are level 14. He's an absolute monster. So what do they do instead? It ain't easy being cheesy, but they're going to give it one more shot.
But Direwolves not going to push out just
Fantix
yet.
is not there.
Tegan!
Well, he has no wards. What do you want him to do?
That was the wildest hook I've ever seen.
Actually, he does have wards. He has 3. Ward before you hook, Tegan. And now the whole team is still there. Fantix is pushing mid lane. It's only Christmas Trees defending.
Yeah, Baron up minions. Really difficult to wave clear. Especially the melee minions just get so tanky from it. 4 members of Direwolves on top side map. Fantix waiting inside blue jungle of XL5. Hoping to parkour over and clean up a team fight started by the Wolves.
This is cute though, because they have set up the trap. So if any...
Oh! That was almost great from Tegan there. Silence into hook. Still not long enough. Allows King to arcane shift back out.
Yeah, just. He was nearly completed there. And what I was going to say is exactly that. If they are able to get a hook, it's very hard to follow up and defend King, or maybe even Chippy, someone like that, because of all the traps.
They're going for a fight though. Christmas Trees has popped Zonya's. Still looking for this, but obliterated to start the fight off. Tegan hooks a minion, does absolutely nothing, and Crazy has taken so much damage. Equalizes, splitting the team, has 5 to 8's the one that's in trouble. Fantix goes on a rampage, picking up the
Fantix
kill.
in the base. Someone show me Fantix.
Hello! Picked up another one. Crazy's going to get taken down. Now it's Tegan against Fantix. Guts has healed himself back up, but Direwolves, they're looking to try and push this game for the win.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be. I mean, the death timers are already 30 seconds in. It's going to be a 30-minute victory to the Direwolves. Maybe not as clean as they would have liked, but pretty comprehensive nonetheless.
Gets a hook onto Fantix. The charge knocks him back in. He parkours over a turret. The second shot's coming through. Lives to tell the tale on next to no health, but with a single push, having Baron buff available. Direwolves get into the base against XL5. Although X5 put up a fight, they're not going to be able to stop Direwolves from being the Split 1 minor premiers.
So congratulations to the Direwolves. They are able to pull it together. New roster, new ownership structure, boot camp in Korea. Everything pays off. You know, Destiny in the roster now, Shern in the roster now. King back after a stint with Legacy. And they look fantastic.
And with an 8-2 run in this split of the OPL, they're now seeded straight into the grand finals.
Yeah, and I mean, that's deserved reward. I mean, they're going to be waiting on, you know, one of Avantgarde, Sin, Legacy, or Chiefs that will get there with them. But they had a really good regular season. Obviously, as people were saying, they never beat the full-strength Chiefs lineup or the full-strength Legacy lineup, but they got them in like week 1 and like week 4 or something. So I think that they're playing the best League of Legends that they could hope for right now, and I'm excited to see how they play in the grand final.
Unfortunately, XL5 not able to pick up a single map victory here today, but a lot of positives to take away from that game against the Direwolves.
I mean, their Game 2 performance is, I think, how they would have liked to play against anyone. I said if they can go toe-for-toe for 30 minutes, they take that as a win. That's exactly what they they did.
However, it is Direwolves that win. They're the minor Premier champions here in the first split of 2017 of the OPL. To break down that game further, let's give it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Fish. Thank you, Spawn. Well, as I just said, gentlemen, there we have it. Direwolves, minor premiers of the OPL for this split one of 2017. And Spooks, that last game, though, very entertaining to watch, right?
Yeah, it was actually quite entertaining. I actually legitimately think that Guts and T-Gun made good early plays.
Yeah.
But then, we hit the mid-game and then Perfection just ran over them, so a bit unlucky.
Mendrix, were you having a fun time there?
Yeah, I was having a fun time, and I completely agree with what Spooks had said as well. I mean, they managed to get the first blood. They also got the first Infernal Drake. XL5 were looking really great.
First tower?
Yeah, exactly, the first tower.
They got a turret, dude.
Yeah.
They got the first tower as well. So, I mean, these guys got a lot of first things initially at the start of that game, and they did well. I mean, they were able to keep within 2K for quite a long time. This is something that we always wanted them to do, and to do it against the Mining Premiers, that's looking really strong.
You see that despite the 2-0 loss, T-Gun having a good smile there. And, as opposed to when they lost against Abyss and he was just head in his hands, just a distraught young man. But let's take a look at this draft because obviously Blitzcrank still a talking point 2 games in. Are the OCS team's going to ban it from him, do you think, Mendrix?
I would ban it. If going up against T-Gun with the performance that he was doing there, I would definitely ban Blitz if I'm going to be versing against him in the reverse gauntlet.
Well, does anything else stick out to you in this draft from Direwolves? I mean, is Talon strong right now? Because I feel like Fantasy's been playing a lot of it in solo queue.
Yeah, so I guess we've been discussing how the 1-3-1 is the optimal way to play at the moment. And Talon has a really strong lane phase and insane mid-game. And he's probably one of the best assassins at the moment. And I know Fantix is a really good talent as well. So I'm not surprised to see him pick it up this game. And he definitely put the team on his back.
And if you actually look at his solo queue games, he's had a lot of practice on that champion, as you were talking about before. So it made sense for him to actually just to pick it up, say, you know what, if we can get that, means we can get a rubble top. We've got a decent amount of itemization in terms of ability power and aid, attack damage. So yeah, I like what they decided to do with their draft there on the Direwolves.
So that rounds out at least 2 positions in the table for the end of split gauntlet. So let's talk about moving forward then. Watching these 2 games, I mean, aside from obviously Ejin picking up Blitzcrank, if you guys face Direwolves, I mean, what have you taken from their playstyle today?
Yeah, I was actually complimenting their lane phase earlier today, but they actually look pretty lackluster. I saw a lot of missed opportunities, specifically by Schönfire in that second game. I thought Chris was being really greedy, staying around mid, and I thought they could have probably set up a dive. And there's some other opportunities I think they missed as well. So, I don't think they'll be very happy with their performance today against X5. I know they pride themselves on being clean, and that wasn't a clean performance, so they've got something to look at for sure.
Yeah, and Schönfire was looking a bit shaky in that game too. There was a few times where he started to go for the face checks, and that's when they were able to pick up kills on XL5. He did have a really good flash body slam in the early game, which managed to save Chippies, so that actually allowed them to give it a little bit there, but just trying to give him some credit for that game that he played.
Absolutely. I mean, we are being critical, but let's not forget these guys are the minor premiers, and they did pick up a 2-0 win today, so not a lot of negatives overall throughout the entire split. But for XL5 then going forward, similarly, they're going to this Promorello tournament. I mean, what are we expecting out of them?
For me, I think X5 just need to play their style. They looked probably the best that I've seen them in that second game today. So why not just embrace your own play style? What's the point of adapting to the meta if it doesn't suit you? And I could say that for most teams, around the world. You don't have to play the meta. You can play your own style and get away with it. So I think X5 should be looking to do that for sure.
And Sports said they should be happy with a strong performance against the Direwolves. And they actually managed to do that in that game. They looked pretty viable for quite some time. It means they're going to be good going into that relegation tournament. It gives them a little bit of confidence.
All right, well, let's wrap up this series by taking a look at the Radiant Medal. And the winner of it is Fantix. No surprises there. He was up 70, 80 CS towards the end of that game. Massive game 2, massive game 1 as well. And I guess Talon's viable. And no secret there, Spooks.
Yeah, no, he definitely getting 100 CS lead in game 2 just basically by himself is just insane, and you don't want to see that.
There was one point where he was the Direwolves' entire gold lead.
Yeah, he actually, I think he was 3k ahead or something when they were almost even in gold. So yeah, that's pretty disgusting.
All right, well, standing by with Spawn right now for the interview is support player for the victorious Direwolves, Destiny. So let's throw it over to Spawn now for the interview.
Thanks so much, Hingers. I am Spawn, joined by Destiny for my 4th, I think, date with Destiny in a row. Yep. Congratulations on another win. Congratulations on minor premiers. Before we talk about postseason, however, Talk to me about Blitzcrank. You going to have nightmares tonight?
Yeah, the T-Gun special, the immunity Blitzcrank, it haunts me. I thought he was going to play it last week, but instead he played it against me, and I didn't like it.
Didn't like it. But in saying that, King stood up really well in a Blitzcrank lane. Game 1 was able to use his flash very aggressively on Varus. Game 2 picked up the Ezreal and was popping off. We've talked a lot about utility bottom lanes, but King looks like he's just ramping up in time for this offseason.
Yeah, King's really putting in a lot of effort. There's been a lot of critics this season about Lost and Raze, who's the best AD carry in Oceania. I still think King's the best AD carry in Oceania. That's why I picked him as my AD carry. I had a choice. I picked him, and yeah, he's stepping it up for playoffs.
All right, cool. Now let's talk about playoffs as a whole, because you guys now get to sit in the grand final and wait for teams to come through. What does that mindset do? Are you guys like looking to, I guess, like, do you want to meet the Chiefs there so you can prove finally you're the best team? Do you not care who it is? Like, what is it about this offseason that you guys are going to look towards?
I'm looking forward to Sin, seeing how they go, but I'm looking forward to versing Chiefs the most, to be honest. I feel like they will win, and yeah, we're just waiting for them pretty much.
All right, cool. And with all that in mind, I mean, have you guys like organized anything? Are you guys going to go home beforehand, or is it, stay in the gaming house and just boot camp the whole way through? What's kind of the preparation leading up?
Yeah, the preparations just keep practicing, keep scrimming. Today's performance wasn't nowhere near where we were at. It was honestly really sloppy, back to work.
Yep.
But yeah, we'll definitely scrim, we'll definitely watch the gauntlet and prepare for it.
And confident going in?
Confident, very confident.
Always
very
confident from the Direwolves champ. All right, guys, that is only our first best of 3 of the night. Don't go anywhere. After the break, we're going to round out the OPL regular season as Legacy take on Abyss.
There's T-Gun, a very, very slow Blitzcrank, but going to get the hook nonetheless and get charged straight on in. The knockup comes through. Chippies will be taken down for first blood. Here comes the Goon, looking for the knockup onto King. No arcane shift yet, holding onto it. Now uses it, hooks back in. King going to be taken down by Crazy. Your Destiny, don't go close. There's a Blitzcrank, buddy. He will get taken down. Suddenly there's teleports going into the top lane. King, though, trying to fight fire with fire. He's been ignited, and 5-8 wants to come on in. There's the ultimate from Kalen, blocked by Schönfire. Another teleport coming to the top lane from Chippies. 5-8 might just be caught out here as Fantic's coming through. Tries to flash on the King. Good arcane shift away. Tegan, Sonny's Hourglass to stop the hook coming out from Chippies. Will get knocked back though. Silenced and knocked up. Schönfire tries to save him. It's not going to happen. Forced to use the ultimate to disengage. And XL5 get another good pick. But now Crazy has showed up looking for a kill. King is fighting back. Might be able to pick it up. Headshot comes out. Will end up being taken down, but Destiny did get the heal coming off. Direwolves get into the base against XL5. Although X5 put up a fight, they're not going to be able to stop Direwolves from being the Split 1 minor premiers.
I stay ready cause destiny impatient. Changes, I've been seeing changes. If you talking fire, then we speak the same language. And mine don't ever get extinguished. Kick out my friends on one set of fingers. And they trying to cut the supply, but my energy is at an all-time high. Now let me give you what you came for. Coming up, I'm coming up. Feel the rush, I feel the rush. If this ain't legendary, what you call it? I said if this ain't legendary, what you call it?
Chosen of the moon.
Art should terrify. They won't survive. There's nowhere to hide. Blood red.
A new moon is rising.
Welcome back to your OPL Sunday for this, our final round 10 of the split. My name is Michael Hingis, and if you're just joining us, Direwolves have beaten XL5 2-0 in our first match. We're about to get into our second match. Joining me on the desk today, we have Spooks and also Mendrix, and I mean, it's been some spicy picks already. We'll see what else they have in store of us, our pro players. Before we get into our second match, I do want to let you guys know about a Lenovo competition which we are running currently. You can win yourself a sweet keyboard and mouse pack. You can enter via Facebook or Twitter, and what you got to do is, right, you got to get a head from an OPL personality, maybe a caster, maybe a host, maybe an analyst, maybe a player. Who knows? The rules are shifting as we speak. Throw a beard on them. Maybe it could be. I mean, Spooks, you're pretty baby-faced right now.
Yeah, look, I've never really been able to grow facial hair, so if someone could show me what it would look like, that'd be nice, actually.
I said yesterday I was a big fan of the Turkish facial hair competitions they run throughout the Middle East and specifically Ankara. And Mendrix, I saw someone put my beard on everyone, which was, I think, the best thing to do.
It was good, and I actually got to see some of those Turkish beards that you were talking about, and it was actually excellent just to see what they had put together. And someone even managed to do me and Destiny as well, which was actually quite fun to see.
Putting some beards on Destiny. So, I believe it's being judged by an expert panel, which right now is, I think, just fish. So you should tweet tweet at OPL or go on the Facebook page and get involved. You can win yourself a keyboard and mouse courtesy of Lenovo. All right, let us get into this second match of the day. It is Abyss versus Legacy. Let's go the 10,000-foot view. Mendrix, Legacy have got to be huge favourites going into this game.
Legacy are huge favourites coming into it, and really they want to make this a statement game. They want to come into us and say, yep, we're looking strong for Gauntlet. They should be able to get to 2-0, but historically they have sometimes lost to teams like Sin, which you thought they would have win against, so maybe Abyss can do that today.
Spooks, what are you going to be looking for when you look at Legacy today? Because presumably if you guys make it through the Gauntlet, you're going to be hitting them at some point.
Yeah, so I think if we beat our first Gauntlet match, we'll be versing Legacy. So I think they will just want to play really standard, not give anything away. I'll be specifically watching Carbon's jungle pathing, just make sure I'm prepared for anything. But yeah, I think they'll want to be showing a really solid performance because they've had a, I guess, up and down season for sure.
Yes, an up and down season indeed. All right, earlier today I spoke to the top laner, the new star top laner for Abyss, Pabu, about the upcoming match, and I started by asking him about his opponents today.
So today is basically, it's practice on stage. We need to hone our skills and try and do the things we've been doing in scrims and like translate it onto stage. Make sure that we don't pick up our old bad habits and actually show improvements.
Right. Is there a difference though between playing an opponent who you think a lot of people would think are better than you because they're much higher on the ladder, versus playing some teams from the OCS where you might think you're better than them?
It's certainly much better practice because they punish us for things that we do and they don't slip up easily. They don't make bad errors that give us free advantages. So it is certainly much better practice.
So do you think we're going to see any spicy picks out of Abyss today, or pretty standard stuff?
No, we're looking to play super standard and just practice like a normal game to make sure that we're, as well prepared as we can be going into the Tainted Minds games.
All right. So for you then, what is a victory for Abyss today?
Well, everyone has been saying that a victory for Abyss would be to show off a solid early game, but I think we'd all still be disappointed if we don't, we should take wins. That's our goal. We're not shooting low. We have high aspirations, and we're hoping to take the series, but it might not go that way, but we'll see.
Excellent stuff. Well, thank you for speaking to us, and best of luck in the game. There we have top laner for Abyss, Pabu, saying, look, we're looking for wins today. We want to win this series, even though it might not happen. A very positive outlook heading into this currently second place Legacy on the ladder. Well, let's take a look at their lineup, shall we? There's the man himself, top laner, Pabu. Their jungler is Seb. Frey is their mid laner, the one true mid laner, as Frostgreen called him last year. Raid is their AD carry. And apparently he's a gun in FIFA. And Kuden, formerly on Legacy, is their support player. And Mendrix, these guys, where are you looking for them to really pop off today?
So with the new Abyss roster, when they have picked up Pabu, we're looking towards the top side of the match. You look at Frey, Frey's strong, he's solid every single time he goes into lane. Then we take a look at Pabu. Pabu also has a lot of ability to pop off when Seb does focus him. So really put some resources into either one of those two laners, and there's a chance for them to actually take a win.
There's a lot of talk that Pabu is this star top laner, and I will admit I am part of that. But Spooks, what are your thoughts on? You got a cheeky little grin. What's your thoughts on Pabu? Is he better than Swiper?
Yeah, he's the best top laner in the world, dude. No, we have a little... Swiper gets a little bit jealous that we talk about Pabu so much. But no, I think...
Feel free to tweet at Swiper right now if you want, and just let him know how great Pabu is.
Sorry, Swifts, man. No, I think for me it's like Abyss actually have decent carry players like Frey, Raid, and Pabu are also like all solid individually, but I just feel like they don't give themselves opportunities to win games. Like they don't make plays, they're not very active around the map, and it's just like it's their biggest letdown in my opinion.
Yeah, and as well as that, often we see them get leads and then do nothing with them. Specifically, Frey does that. But today, their opponents are no slouches. They are Legacy. Currently second on the table, former minor premiers last year. So earlier today when I spoke to Carbon, I asked him at the end of this split what his biggest surprise so far was.
That's a good question. Probably losing to Sin twice, to be honest.
Yeah.
That took us by surprise. I don't know, it's been a lot of surprises. It's been a quick season, actually.
Yeah.
Really fast.
It kind of feels like we just started a couple of weeks ago, but we're sitting at the end of the split now. Your final opponents in the regular split are going to be Abyss.
Yep.
Are you looking to just work on stuff and practice today? Because it can't really affect standings as long as you take a win.
Yeah, well, we're looking for the 2-0, obviously. X5 are playing Direwolves right now, I think.
If X5 take a game.
Fingers crossed X5 take a game so we can come first. But no, look, for me personally, last time we played Abyss, I got solo killed in game 1 by Seb. So personally, I'll be trying to not let that happen again.
So looking forward to the gauntlet then. If things play out the way everyone expects, it looks like you guys will be facing Chiefs in the first... in the third round of, I guess, second round or third round, depending on who gets through.
Yeah.
So are you going to be watching the early games to kind of pick up strategies and try and learn some more? Or are you going to be focusing on your own practice as well?
No, we'll be watching them, of course. It's important to know what your enemy might do. Yeah, I mean, we'll watch all the games, not just the Chiefs. We'll watch AV versus Sin. We have a vested interest in that game as well, obviously.
Yeah.
And then
because if Sin beat AV,
Sin beat Chiefs, we're cooked. So fingers crossed one of the other two teams can beat them, because we definitely can't.
Maybe the biggest surprise of the OPL will be Legacy finally beating Chiefs in round 3 of the gauntlet.
Yeah,
I mean, Legacy finally beating Sin. Sorry,
beating Sin. Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Well, thanks for speaking to us today, and best of luck in the games.
No worries. Cheers.
Did you see his eyes glaze over there when I asked him about the Chiefs, and suddenly he was just like, oh, no, I don't even think about it. Let's take a look at Legacy getting ready in the studios right now and go through their roster. Their top laner is Tally. Carbon is their jungler. He's vying for your spot in that Victorian team for the League of Origins, Spooks.
You can have it.
The mid laner is Claire, who's been popping off recently. Their AD carry is Lost, and Cupcake is their support player. And where's Cupcake from, Hendrix? Do you know, where did he go to high school?
I'm not too sure, actually.
Is he New Zealander? I think he might be a New Zealander.
I know he's a great tennis player.
He is. There's a lot. T-Gun played a lot of tennis as a kid as well. There's something about support players playing tennis.
Joshua was a good tennis player as well. Interesting.
Joshua?
Fact.
Really?
Yeah, he was. He was a coach as well.
All right. Well, let's get back to this game. I was talking about Claire then in the mid lane for Legacy. Now, he had a bit of a rough early part of the season. By his own admission, he wasn't playing as well. And people were saying, look, he can't translate from scrims into on-stage land practice. But you see in these stats metrics, he's improved a lot towards the end of the split.
And when you look at it, it just seems to be him increasing his efficiency in the matches. He's dropped a little bit of CS per minute, but he's become more evolved around the map. He's doing more damage, and really one thing I want to note about his first week, it's a bit inflated from that initial Jace game that he had, where he actually had a high amount of damage coming out, and it seems to, if you actually take that out, it drops a fair bit. So he really is on a different level at the moment.
I mean, I know Chief spent a lot of time watching Legacy. So what's your assessment, Spooks, in terms of Claire's improvement over the split?
Yeah, I think from my perspective, Swiffer talks up Claire quite a lot. He thinks that Claire's probably one of the stronger laners in OCE for sure. And I think there is a big difference between playing scrims and playing on stage, and I guess once you can kind of breach that gap and you can bring confidence from scrims into your competitive games, you're able to step up, and I guess that's shown later in the season.
Yeah, all right. Well, elsewhere on the map, I want to talk about Lost as well, because he's been popping off all season. I know one of your teammates, Ejim, has said, look, the bot lane of Legacy, they might be the strongest bot lane. So when you look at the champions he's playing, Varus, Jhin, Lucian, I mean, Jin's not really played much anymore, Mendrix.
That's right, and we still can play the Varus. The Varus is still able to go into a Blade of the Ruined King build if something that you want to go in, what you want to do. But it's not just Lost, it's also Cupcake. When you look at the bot lane, it has to be the two together working in unison. So these two have been doing a great job to really have a higher KDA. I think probably is one of the highest actually in the league at the moment. At one point, they were the highest. And Lost really just shows that he's capable at the moment. He was one of those rookies, so now it is time for that pressure to see if it has built up or if he's actually going to perform continuously.
Yeah. Spooks, when you look at Lost in the bot lane, I know Egypt's talked him up, but how do you view him as an AD carry?
Yeah, it's actually super interesting because last split that he wasn't at a gaming house and he wasn't really fully committed to League, I guess, and he's shown up this split, being able to play in a gaming house, and I guess he has proven to be the best AD carry so far this split, and along with Cupcake, they've looked probably the strongest on Legacy.
And at the moment, he seems to be patched in as well. I mean, Lucian, Braum, that seems to be the special for Legacy, and now with the Blade of the Ruined King changes, it is something that's actually a bit more effective for him to pick up, and I think you were discussing before about how Blade of the Ruined King's actually changed it up for you in the jungle quite a little bit in terms of your jungle priorities.
Yeah, I guess we've gone from like the lethality meta in terms of AD carries, having like the mid-game spike, to going a bit more late game with the Blade of the Ruined King builds, because you typically get a lot of attack speed and then the IEs later on. So, obviously you want to be peeling more for your AD carries, and that's what the jungle meta shifted towards champions like Gragas, for example, to peel your late game AD carry.
So because lethality is just a number, right? It doesn't scale, it's not a percentage. Does that mean that now, without building those lethalities, if you're building, for example, attack speed instead, that means AD carries late game are getting much, much stronger?
Yeah, I guess they have a lot more tank shred, obviously, late game. And you're seeing champions like Ashe, Ezreal, Varus, who are just having easy times dealing with front lines at the moment. It's kind of shifted the meta towards more of a front to back type meta instead of the assassin AD carries with lethality.
So speaking of items, then how OP is Blade of the Ruined King right now, Mendrix?
Well, it's got quite a fair good things going for it, and with the changes, I mean, you got that 100 damage on instant proc that gives you a little bit more burst as an AD, especially for those earlier ones. Gives you a little bit of an earlier power spike as well. That's why generally you see it get rushed. So it is quite strong in its own right. And
but it's the slow,
it's actually
right?
changing the entire meta because you're getting these carries coming back. You get the Caitlyn's coming in, you've got the Lucians, and you're mentioning the slow. I get what you're saying there. Slow's great because it also acts as a chasing mechanic and also as an escape mechanic. So it gives you more options as the ADC.
All right, well, I want to get you guys tips, your predictions, but first let's take a look at these tips. OPLtips.com.au, and no surprises, Legacy are massive favourites, potentially higher favourites than Direwolves were over XL5. I can't quite see the numbers here, but it is looking pretty high, and a lot of people thinking it's going to be 0-2 to Legacy as well. So let's get your predictions. Mendrix, I'll start with you. Who's winning this one?
I'm going to go with Legacy to win this one. I know Abyss is a bit re-energized with Parbu, but Legacy's still looking strong.
All right. Well, Spooks, if Abyss can take a game, will we through that top lane?
I think it'll be through the mid lane, to be honest. I think, well, my opinion is Frey's the best player on Abyss right now. And if they can get him snowballing, he's generally pretty impactful later on. So I honestly don't see them getting win. I think Legacy will get the 2-0, but there's a small chance there.
All right. As always, today it has been an agreement on the desk, but let's see what our casters think by throwing to them. It's Spawn and Fish.
Thank you very much, Hingers. We're about to get into this second game. Did you get it?
Yep, got
nice one. We'll get to throw it back at Hingers later anyway, just like yesterday. And we're about to get into the second match of today. It's going to be Abyss taking on Legacy. And it still matters here, Spawn. This match is not just one that Legacy can drop.
Exactly right. I mean, no one's talking about it because it is such an outside chance. But if Abyss 2-0 Legacy, Chiefs are second, outright. Mm-hmm. I mean, they have more points as Spooks just cheers on the way past, get behind the boys. But this is a really important game. And I've been talking to Parbu and, running around and upstairs trying to get coffees and things and talking to Seb. And there's going to be no cheese picks in this game. I mean, Abyss is treating this incredibly seriously. They want to be able to take it to Legacy, and they think that they have a fairly good shot of winning.
I think that's the right mentality from Abyss because they've picked up wins throughout the regular season. They took down the new Tainted Minds roster, which is the roster they're going to be playing against first in Promo Relo. Whereas, XL5, they were having a little bit more fun because it was an impossible game that had no outcome whatsoever for them.
Yeah, exactly right. So now when we look at this game, what we have to think is like, what is Abyss's best comp? Is it utility bottom lane, Ashe, maybe even Soraka down there? And then what can they get happening on the top side of the map? Because if they really are going to look towards this, I think that a lot of what they show today is going to be replicatable when they go up against Tainted Minds and then subsequent weeks if they have to play throughout the rest of that gauntlet run. So really, if you are an Abyss fan, keep a close eye on this game because it should show you a lot about your team.
And I mean, you look at the top half for Abyss, Parbu, the new mechanically strong top laner, he's been learning like every single game he has some form of improvement, but he has a really high chance of popping off when he jumps into a game for Abyss. Seb, same thing, once in a while will pop off. He's not as consistent as we saw him last split, but still once in a while can put a game on his back. And Frey, we've talked about him non-stop the entire split. He's been fairly solid. We hype him up a lot, but he doesn't quite live up to it from time to time.
He's a good mid laner.
He's a good mid laner.
He honestly doesn't blow my mind, and I say that in the most respectful way possible. I just think he's good, solid, farms up well, team fights well. The guy that is a real wild card on this team is Raid. We don't talk about him at all anymore. But his rookie split, he had games where he was like 1v9 solo carrying. And they're going to have to do something special against Lost and Cupcake today. Yeah. Because you can't just break even versus Legacy's bottom lane. They don't let you.
I mean, this is Lost and Cupcake, who probably the best bottom lane duo at the moment in the OPL. Claire, who is on form. And you have Tally and Carbon, the dynamic duo of captain and vice captain. But
and
we have the... Go ahead.
I was going to say, Tally actually has a lot of pressure on him today because Tally doesn't like to lose lane either. And Parbu is someone that is like one-track minded. He's the kind of top laner that will go back and pick up Triple Doran's Blade if he thinks that that's going to win him laning phase so he can translate it somewhere else. And Tally, historically, hasn't dealt well with people that really take it to him. He either is Feast and absolutely destroys them, or Famine, in which case he falls down, plays Master Yi, and does some crazy stuff. So I think that he, man on your screen right now, Jimmy Shoot, needs to have a nice solid game. I just want him to pick up Rumble or Gragas and just sit top lane and do his job.
Now let's see if Tally can do just that. You can already see respect bands coming out from Legacy, Kled, and Renixon banned out towards Parbu. Elise is the third band that hits the bench. 2 jungle bans from Abyss as Ivan and Rengar will not be played here today, and Zyra being banned out for Cupcake. Immediately Abyss will pick up Karma as their support choice. We have Lee Sin as well as Ashe being picked up nice and early for Legacy.
Yeah, some bizarre picks there. I mean, the Lee Sin makes sense because of the pinch happening in the jungle pool right now, but Graves is still available, as well as Kha'Zix, who both have fine matches into Lee Sin. And Ashe is, in my opinion, the top tier 80 carry at the moment.
Okay.
However, doesn't do all that great into hard shoving lanes. That isn't one of them. I was thinking more if they can grab like a Caitlyn right now and equalize the shove, she'll be better late game, but there are windows where you can really shove into Ashe early.
I mean, Ashe does well into Ezreal. It's one of the historical lane matchups. Ashe is normally always a meta, so is Ezreal.
Ashe is fine into Caitlyn as well when you put it in isolation. It's just that Karma Caitlyn tends to beat out most lane opponents.
So let's see what the third pick in the first draft phase for Legacy is going to be. Abyss side, it's going to be Karma, Graves, as well as Ezreal.
Top Rammus. Get me in there.
For Legacy, it's going to be Lee Sin, Ashe, and Nami. So both teams picking up their jungle as well as their bottom laners. So now the question is, which mid laners and top laners will these two pick up?
And that's a heck of a lot of utility so far. Not all that much late game damage. Ashe can scale well, but I distrust damage coming out of any AD carry without a dash really late game. So we'll see how Lost can position around these fights.
And with Legacy having first pick here, there's a potential they just take Rumble, especially with Renekton and Kled already being banned out.
Yeah, certainly could be the case. I expect Parbu to have some picks that he can play into Rumble. You can see him dancing his eyebrows in front of us right now. He's a confident young man. And he should be. I mean, 17 years old, has been playing around the OCS and high elo traps for the last couple of years I've known about him. And, you know, still keeps up with his study. He's a good boy, Parbu. Brushes his teeth every night.
It's something I touched on when he first came into the league. He was one of the few people that were very upset that the OPL was going offline and full LAN because he wanted to play in the OPL this split. But because he is in high school, he has to fly down, and it was going to disrupt his studies a little bit too much. But
yeah, he's a FIFO. He's a fly in, fly out player.
shout out to Abyss, able to do that for him. He flies in, I believe it's on a Friday night, plays with the team on a Saturday or Sunday, and if he's not playing Saturday, he stays in the gaming house on that Saturday night.
And if he wins 2-0 today and like actually plays fantastically well, going to make a very good case for himself in Origin. That's all I'm going to say. As one of the Victorian selectors, Parbu is a Victorian boy. Take it to one of the Queenslanders in Tally. I reckon that you might get a spot, Parvu, if you win this.
Let's see what Parvu can do. You can already see Abyss's bans are going to be Vitamin and Rumble, so denying that one from Tally. Beside of Legacy, Oriana and Camille being banned out here, which means LeBlanc is going to be picked up for Claire.
Yeah, so Claire goes with an assassin pick, and that shows that he is starting to grow in a little bit of confidence, because historically, being a big assassin player, however, never really competitively, more towards the AD carries as well as control mages.
And I like this pick coming out from Frey.
I don't.
Corki heading into the mid lane. I know you hate Corki, but whenever it's paired up with Ezreal, it just... These two champions deal so much damage in tandem.
Well, especially given the fact that they both have Trinity Force plus 1 item spikes. In this case, you're going to be looking for Trinity Force Sword Boots and potentially a Hex Drinker versus Trinity Force as well as Manamune picked up for Ezreal. And what that means is that at 2 items, they're pretty much unrivaled in both skirmishes and sieging down turrets. So I agree that their comp has something to it. Also, given the fact that now they have a tank top lane, very good. But I still just hate Corki's playstyle.
I know you do. But again, Karma being picked up as well with a triple AD carry lineup.
I used to like old school Corki, where Trinity Force gave crit, and you would go Trinity Force Infinity Edge, Velk on people's head with Gatling gun, and like one shot them. That was when Corki was cool. Now Corki, unfortunately, not cool fish.
It's, you know, similar with all the...
Trust me, I know all the cool kids in League of Legends. I know the Ezreals. I know the Gragas's. Corki, no longer in the Corki group.
I'm lucky. I love Corki. Love me some Corki.
Love me some Corki. He's one of the good guy AD carries.
Meanwhile, Legacy, they've picked up Shen as their final pick to go into the top lane against Parbu's Gragas. And Parbu, not on a carry top laner. He's on a staple tank.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, he did throw himself into the tank matchups when he first qualified in, you know, going up against Pac-Man in that top lane. Very happy to play tanks in the matchup. So it's not something new for him. Tally going back towards the Shen, I mean, that's pretty expected in the current meta. Shen, just around the map, offers so much utility. So I think that they've gone with what the team needs, and looking forward to seeing what the 5v5 team fights look like, because this is really fun.
Yeah, it is going to be a very fun game between Abyss and Legacy here. Legacy also picking up the LeBlanc, which I believe we've only really seen from Christmas trees.
Swiffer played a game. Fantix has played one game, I think. Definitely hasn't been played by Frey, because we keep talking about it, and he keeps not locking it in. Gosh darn it. But yeah, you're right. Not many people have picked it up.
And it's been nerfed quite heavily recently. It used to be 100% pick to ban, and if you don't ban it out and the other team picks it, you could probably just give up right there and then. That's how disgusting the champion used to be, but now fairly solid. Still has some weaknesses, though.
We've seen some weird builds come out of it as well. We saw Iceborne Gauntlet internationally. We've seen Lichbane's built domestically. We've also just seen old school, you know, Morello Nomicon into full AP. So it's got some things working out.
I think we also saw Gunblade trying to be purchased at one point as
well.
well.
Well, we can't count that one because unfortunately they lost too quickly.
We don't talk about that game. That game's been deleted from the system. But we are on to Summoner's Rift for the first match here between Abyss and Legacy. And again, everything's on the line for Legacy. If they don't pick up a win, they just need one win. They drop all their games to Abyss. Abyss might knock them down a third, and every step
was
of the
that
gauntlet
spotted
matters.
out? It was. So, of course, if there is a Chroma skin available, you have to play it. So Cupcake picking up Chroma Koi Nami, one of the best skins in the game. Why are you laughing?
I don't have any skins.
Didn't get to catch Raid skin. Potentially going with the blue Debonair Ezreal, which is one of my favorites. No, he's going for the Striker Ezreal, which is very old and tacky skin.
What? I mean, they'll talk about it on the desk today. 2014 World Cup. It's coming back next year. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. Cool. Still got nothing on the Project Ash and Koinami. So straight up in the skin department, 2 vintage skins versus 2 very new and great skins all around.
Meanwhile, Earth Corki though. Woo! Best skin on the Rift.
Actually, he throws a spatula when he crits.
That's amazing. Too bad it doesn't get too much crit anymore. But the minions have crashed. You can check out where the jungler started. Both going for, no actually, so we have Graves starting at Raptors. Lee Sin went red to Wolves. So Carbon not opting for the Raptor start.
So buff to buff start from Carbon. He said that he thought that Raptor starts were a little bit more punishable, and that if people continue to do them religiously, they would be punished for it. Frey has just missed 2 creeps for absolutely no reason, so that's interesting. But staying true to his word, looks like he's... Oh!
That's damage.
That's why you don't step back up. You don't trade in that window anymore with LeBlanc. So instead, Seb actually does half a clear and now moves towards the top side of the map. But it's not going to be as quick because he is running pretty low on mana.
Meanwhile, we're checking out the bottom lane. Raid and Kuden pushing up here, but they haven't spotted out Carbon. And he's going to be able to get right behind him, looking for the gank already. Kuden in a very dangerous spot, forced to speed himself up. He's going to have to flash out of this one, but they're igniting Carbon. They're trying to go for the turnaround fight, and Carbon's taking a heck of a lot of damage. Forced to hide behind.
Ooh.
Flash comes out as well as the heal. Raid under some fire. He's going to use the heal himself. Flash forward from Lost. Raid, no flash to get out of this one, and first blood's picked up by Lost.
Yeah, so Lost gets first blood. Raid went for the cheeky play. In the end, doesn't work out because heal was still available, and Lost is just too good to try and make that play on. Meanwhile, counter jungling issues on the top side of the map, but you should have been happy just sending him back.
Yep, take the win there. Let Seb do his job. But instead, he's going to fall.
See whether they actually look to dive the Shen here. Looked like Seb was actually posturing for it. I think the better call is to go take the free Raptor camp that is available. If you saw Carbon, you should be able to count his CS and know that it's not there. Although now...
taking a beating. Tally sees Seb, decides to back off. That's a misplay.
Kind of cost Seb as well because now they know his position on the map, and you can see Carbon straight away ducks his head into the jungle looking for anything that he can get over here. Nothing available, so he will just choose to recall. Tempo advantage from the jungler, very high in Seb's favor. However, Carbon being an assist in that first kill, definitely worthwhile.
Cupcake's now rotating into the mid lane. It's a cheeky play. Giving him a heal while he dashes in for some damage. Frey, very low. Forced to call Seb up here. Push the lane out.
But that's a better play out of Abyss. I mean, they weren't doing that last week. I remember the game I was specifically talking to them about it. Sometimes you just have to give up your positioning on the map and defend your lanes, and that's twice. So Seb actually had to defend Pabu, and now mid lane definitely needed to defend there as well. So well done from the support player. Cupcake body blocking creeps and also freezing up the wave. That's why they're so annoying to play against. They just have such a good understanding about how to frustrate you off minions, and definitely is the case right there.
Yep. Raid, you can see he really wants to go home. His back got him 2 potions and a control ward.
That's what happens when you just outright feed first blood.
That was a huge mistake from Raid. Very undisciplined play.
Yeah, definitely.
But really good capitalization from Legacy. Knew they could take the fight. Raid gets bubbled inside his own base. Can't even pick up a tier. Goes for a Cull.
Yeah,
That's how far behind he is.
I don't mind Cull on Ezreal. I actually think it's one of the better items because you auto-attack the wave so much. Sorry, not one of the better items. One of the better 80 carries to pick it up on. It's definitely not a good item. But we'll see whether he's able to battle his way back in. He's going to be down pretty much 10 CS, depending on whether Kuden can wrap this one off the turret. And that, of course, just opens windows for Carbon to be able to come in on Seb.
Yeah, looking for the fight. He's a level down, but does Cupcake right behind him. We'll get the ebb and flow. Still trying to chase him down. Seb does reload in time. And
That's
Carbon
really nicely played from Seb. Kept the spacing there. Didn't take too many free auto attacks. Carbon didn't have time to get a second Q up. As you said, he was already a level down, and Seb punished him. I mean, that's really nice jungle play.
And Seb is 24 CS up ahead of Carbon. You can tell that's still quite effective based on the level disadvantage that they currently have.
Yeah, especially given the fact that Carbon has the first blood assist, so that would have given him an experience advantage. But you're right. The moment is not there as Frey.
Yeah, trying to trade with this LeBlanc, missing the frost bomb.
Which is so much of your damage early game, Fish. Especially before you have Sheen. Now he's going to have to sit back and farm from range with missiles. And Seb is not done. He's just sitting in Carbon's jungle, and he's putting on pretty much a clinic on how to counter jungle at the moment.
He's not really impacting these lanes, but he's protecting 2 of them. Frey still taking more trades in the mid lane against Claire, who has Ignite. He's got to be very careful.
Is he going in there? Good damage, flash forward, auto attack, and ignite Claire. Easy kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, so with the LeBlanc able to step up, get the kill, because of how much control's on the bottom side of the map, you can see that Seb is just taking away top side red buff, doesn't really want to enter his own jungle. However, that means his bottom lane does need to back away. They're also going to need to go for another bad shop here, Fish. Although I think that they should have known that LeBlanc had to base off the back end of that, so I don't really understand why they're going for it.
And Frey had his hand in his head after that fight. I mean, it was quite devastating there. Meanwhile, we have another build coming out from this LeBlanc, and it's probably going to be a proto belt this time.
Potentially.
With the Gunblade picked up, but now dive top lane. Seb trying to get him in amongst Tally. Good dodge field comes out. Pabu flashes away, lives with some health. Ultimate comes out from Seb, but it's not going to be enough. Tally escapes the gank.
So the question is it enough to force him off turret, and can they burst it down in
Here
time?
comes LeBlanc though. They've got to be very careful. The ultimate coming out from LeBlanc might trick them. They're trying to run away, and that gives Claire the opportunity to jump back in. Witherstan United gets the first kill, and Pabu's running the complete wrong way. Tally very low. Pabu's out of mana though. He's got to
Definitely
execute.
did trick them. They felt like they had to run back through turret. That's great use of the LeBlanc ultimate, and he decides that the creep wave definitely worth more right now. Frey looked to catch out Carbon, but couldn't even get that done, Fish. Now we're going up against a red buff 2-kill LeBlanc.
Woo! With 4 stacks of his Dark Seal. Claire's running a clinic in mid lane. Frey, someone we always look towards saying, you know, stable mid laner, but look at this. He's just being manhandled by Claire.
Certainly is. I mean, this isn't stable at all. This is completely one-sided in the mid lane. He's being first to rotate. He's absolutely smacking him about. So the trend continues. Definitely a bad position right now. Also had the counter pick. It's only fair to point out that he picked the Corki into the LeBlanc. Could have taken more of a skill matchup like the Zed or even like the Talon. Didn't go for it. Bottom lane, down 25 CS. Cupcake's just bullying out by himself. Thunderlord's Nami down there. They're going to naturally take first turret, it looks like right now.
Yep, Lee Sin's made his way down just to make sure Cupcake and Lost are safe. But all the gold donated over towards Lost. Nice and early. He's 30 CS up over Raid as well, with a single kill for himself.
And the only person that's really down in this game is Carbon. He's down 34 CS. Has been able to help out his lanes. He's only down 100 gold, but I mean, when your lanes are winning this hard, I feel like you should be at least even with the enemy jungler.
Seb's doing well in the jungle. He's really stepping up, but he's not popping off, I'd say.
But a much more consistent game out of him so far.
Carbon has hit level 6 though, so does have the Dragon's Rage available. Top side of the map, Palu's doing alright.
They're going for another play up here. Want the package over the wall potentially.
Spotted out. And they sack turret. So, Tally makes the right play.
Given how much time is left on the package though, it might be that Frey can actually get back into mid lane before anything really happens here. So I think it's a good rotation still. Gives Pabu a little bit more lane priority. You can push further on Shen. The one thing you don't want as a Shen is his laning phase ending really early and you having to make bad choices on how to spend your ultimate. So we'll see whether Pabu can actually get any action heading there, but we talk about it a lot. Game devolved into 1-3-1 already when you have a Corki. Definitely not the position you want to be in right now if you are Abyss. So LeBlanc is going to be uncontested in the bottom lane.
Mid lane Frey looks like he wanted to go back to base. Only thing on a Phage. It's Pabu has been able to wrap around. Tries to go in. Body slam does not connect. Abyss group up as 5 heading into mid lane, looking to see if they can get a pick.
Potentially could have pulled the trigger on that cast still. Think that that would have burned a flash at least out of Cupcake if he had aimed for the support. Understand why he didn't go for it, but they had all their members there, Fish.
And they've got Stand United available as well.
Yeah.
Got a safe and sorry for Pabu here. Abyss are falling down, about 2,000 gold to Legacy. Carla's going to continue to take more objectives. Dragon's the next one.
And all of that is just creep score. If you look right now, I mean, mid lane 20 CS down, bottom lane 30 CS down. So really, Legacy has just done a really nice job of controlling creep score. That first blood also helped as well as a couple of kills. And you can see that top lane pretty much equal. Junglers, a small advantage over to Seb, and then everywhere else on the map, which is very high in Legacy's favor.
Ooh, Frey will be able to spot him out with a ward. Thought he was going to base check that one for a second.
Carbon being pushed out again.
Tag Seb. We can try and take the Raptor away. Seb decides to step up away from the bubble. Pabu again rotating down. Hiding in fog of war with good vision control coming out from Abyss.
Yeah, I mean, this is all Pabu wants to really be able to do is continue to just leave his lane, shove Shen in, make him make that choice of missing creeps.
He might be able to get in. He's now going to try and wrap around. Lost in Cupcake. Move down immediately. Pabu recognized that and just starts to cheat back up towards top side of the map.
Yep, exactly right. So nothing lost for Pabu because the lane's pushing in his favor already. Top side of the map is completely in control of Abyss still. Bottom side of the map dominated by Legacy so far.
So we're heading towards mid-game where we see the 1-3-1s taking place from both teams. Claire as well as Frey battling it out in the bottom lane.
Seb actually gets cut off. They can't go for the red buff here. So Carbon now, even though he's 33 CS down, has been able to pick up the Dragon experience, the kill experience, and is now up in experience over Seb just because he's going buff to buff the whole time.
He's got the Warriors enchantment complete as well. Carbon's a big fan of this. He knows how important that Warriors upgrade is.
Yep, how much stronger he is right now.
He's going to be able to pick up red buff for himself and continue that lead for Legacy. So they're slowly just bleeding out Abyss wherever they can.
Yeah, exactly right. They take away the whole bottom side of the jungle. They regain control of the top side of the jungle at a good timing. You can see that Abyss don't really have any answers to anything happening on Summoner's Rift right now, so they're just bouncing waves and farming. That's a bad situation to be in. They have to match the Corki to the LeBlanc, who's just so accelerated at this stage of the game. And the Ezreal versus the Ashe. And we spoke about this already today, Fish, but this is where you want to be as a 1-3-1 team because they can't really aggress onto you, but if they ever overreach, arrow into Lee Sin and they die.
We have the new Ashe build coming out from Lost as well. Blade of the Ruin King picked up first, so no crit item for this Ashe. Bottom side of the map, first item picked up by Pabu is the Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yeah, Frosty Fist picked up right there. Pretty strong at this stage of the game. Has done well in the Tele matchup. Got a lot of early game pressure. It is definitely important to point out. But has well and truly held his own.
Ray just trying to clear out this mid lane. See Corki at a huge item deficit right now. Sitting on a single Hex Drinker just in fear of Claire.
I hate to break it to you, Fish. That might eventually go into Gunblade. Because I feel like if you're going to build a Proto Belt, you do it as your first item. I've never heard someone say, you know, I'm just going to sit on this until I can get my Proto Belt item spike late game. Whereas Gunblade definitely kind of has that feeling about it.
Well, who knows? Could be. I mean, sitting on a Revolver just means you have a budget Lich Bane.
Yeah.
For now.
A little bit of burst damage.
It's never something that LeBlanc will shy away from. So we have a turret trade, it seems.
Tally in some trouble here.
Knocked back by Pabu into the wall. Seb steps up. No dodge field available for Shen, and clean gank from Seb.
And I wonder why they want to play around Pabu, because he's the only person that's continually being shoved in, looking for advantages around the map. I mean, Seb just walked in and queued and was able to get that kill. Didn't even have to register ultimate. And I think that they can keep pushing here because no one was really rotating out.
And we had a lot of criticism on Pabu for one reason, which is he's really good, but he's only good at doing one thing. If he picks to help his team, that's all he's going to be able to do. His lane's going to suffer. If he picks to win his lane, that lane's going to be won. His team will suffer. This game he's been doing both very well. Cheating into mid lane, doesn't find anything, but still puts pressure on Legacy.
Yeah, I think sometimes what we lose sight on is how young some of the players coming in are. As Frey just is stalked out by the Lee Sin.
Oh, there's a Stand United coming through nice and early. Flash over from Carbon, kicks him back all the way from downtown. The turret's going to hit him, but the dodge field's there as well. Cruden looking to see if he can pick up anything in return for Abyss, but player is here to protect the Shen.
Yeah, and Carbon actually lived through that. Carbon should have died. I think that was Frey actually face planting the Velk into the wall, so had to burn Flash earlier than he would have liked. Ooh. But meanwhile, second top lane turret is going to fall down.
Ezreal does have to be careful though, so Legacy should still get the beneficial trade of a kill and one turret for one. But that's a teleport coming from Pabu, trying to defend this turret in the mid lane. Turret's already fallen bottom side of the map, and Abyss feel like they won that trade.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you have to remember that Tally fell first. So it was a 1 kill and 2 turrets for 1 kill and 1 turret. Definitely one trade for Abyss. Definitely the trade took a long time to go through, but they've nailed it down to 1,000 gold, and Pabu looking confident.
Ooh, forces a flash out of Cupcake. Just like that.
The fat man just won't be denied. And now he's on a tank that has really good damage at this stage of the game, especially if he goes towards something like Spirit Visage second. He's going to be pretty sustainable against all of the damage coming out.
Great wards and the map being placed down by Abyss as well. They've lit up the entire blue side jungle of Legacy. No one can walk through that side of the jungle without being spotted out.
And that's what you want to see.
Arrow onto Raid. Arcane shifts a little bit late. Carbon jumps over the wall but only finds Pabu, who sidesteps that. Beautiful mechanical play. Now they turn it back. Lost is in trouble. Lives with next to no health. True Shot Barrage won't snipe him out. And Claire's already in the back lines, picking up kills left, right, and center. First one goes through. Seb tries to jump through and get a kill. Can't get it. Tally being locked down. Bubble onto Frey, keeping him nicely stunned up. But Pabu's still chasing. He still wants more.
Yeah, Big Shield's still coming through, and Seb might have caught him.
Oh, chain onto Claire. Tries to dash ultimate forward. Can't get it. The barrel will pop, slowing him down. Does he have the dash? Pabu's still chasing. Claire alive for a little bit longer. The barrel doesn't connect. Seb will not be able to chase it. But now Carbon, he's the one that's in trouble. Seb gets another kill onto Legacy's captain.
Really nicely done out of Abyss. They stuck with that play for so long. Triple ward just to make sure there's nothing there. And because they took out Carbon, they do have access to this dragon. Seb is huge at the moment. He's up 50 CS fish and just able to continue to fight through.
You also have to remember, Lost lived with less than 50 health in that fight. That was very close to being a 2-for-1. They traded it being a 1-for-1.
And Claire was on no health at all, was able to escape over the wall. I mean, if that fight goes bad, that's actually nearly close to an ace.
And my goodness, Pabu again stepping up.
Has no mana now, however.
Will be in a bit of trouble. Sidesteps the first chain. Second one connects. Seb is sprinting down here. Ultimate on point to knock him back, and Seb looking to try and do the
Claire
impossible.
needs to be careful here. If he goes any deeper, he's going to die.
Seb able to save his top laner right there. Just an ultimate burn to get away from that.
Yeah, nicely done. He's got 20% cooldown reduction already, so I don't think he cares about that. Already a quarter off cooldown. And Pabu definitely doing his job around Summoner's Rift right now, being an annoying tank in the front line. Potential Ash Arrow going to come out here.
Might be looking for it.
Carbon looked like he was calling for it, but of course Raid has the E available, as well as Flash this time.
Has Flash as well. The Ash Arrow is very fast, so even being able to Arcane shift out of it, which does have a slight delay.
Yep.
Is a little bit
almost
tricky.
like a channel time, it feels like, when you're playing Ezreal.
Yep. The good thing is once you hit it, if you're not stunned at the time, it will still complete, no matter what crowd control you're under.
I want to talk about the Ash build again. We're not seeing Cleaver, so we're going to see a no cooldown reduction Ash. I feel like this is outright just like not the right build at the moment for Ash.
Okay.
I prefer Black Cleaver because you do okay damage. Like, it's not great damage, but your job as Ash is never to really do all that much damage.
Utility, mostly.
Yeah, mostly utility, and the 20% cooldown reduction on Arrow just seems to be more favorable.
It's why people built Essence Reaver into any Zeal item, especially when they're behind, because 30% cooldown reduction.
Oh, Carbon's been caught out.
Getting locked down, just jumps over the wall hops, and will get Stand United, but this might be Abyss trying to pick a fight. He does jump on over, but Raid's been obliterated. Claire picks up the first kill to fight, and Arrow nails Seb. Suddenly, Legacy turned this one around because Tally's joined them. Carbon kicks Seb in the face and gets a kill. 2 kills already picked up. Good taunt from Tally. Locks down Frey. Exhaust onto Claire's. Not going to matter. And Pabu just way too late for the fight.
Yeah, and finally Legacy get the fight they're looking for. It looked like Carbon was caught. But of course, when you have a Shen, you are able to be all over Summoner's Rift where the enemy team cannot be. Uses the cast to try and clear out the wave, but they just face tank it anyway.
Yep.
And Legacy trade huge amounts of kills there.
Pabu's still trying to go back in, a little bit frustrated, but that seemed like a huge misplay from Frey. Valking away from his team after Carbon tagged him with Sonic Wave.
Valked away from his team, and then he didn't burn Flash to get away from Claire. Instead, copped the taunt and really fell down when he should have survived through a lot of it. He's 0-3-0 and not having a great game. And we spoke about it. This is where you're supposed to be strong. You're supposed to have Trinity Force by now on your way to your second item as the 280 carries. Instead, they're in huge ruts because they're 50 CS and 5 kills down respectively. And that's not going to get it done for a double AD comp, unfortunately.
Heal and Flash still up for Raid as well. He didn't have a good fight there. It wasn't like he died instantly to LeBlanc. did take the entire chain duration to kill him. See the gold difference there. 2,000 in favor of Claire at the moment. At least Abyss do have an exhaust and the start of Frey. So if they can shut down Claire, mitigate a lot of his damage and deny his first burst rotation, they could turn the fight around.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I think it's going to depend a lot on whether they get the initiation themselves or whether they're constantly on the back foot. Package available.
Jumping straight in, separates Cupcake and Lost. He goes for Lost. Blade of Ruin King just slows him down, and Kuden's been locked up. Carbon taking a heck of a lot of damage, will die to Frey, and Pabu's getting in amongst it. So is Tally. Taunt onto Pabu. Seb tries to run, but finds a LeBlanc. Lost living with next to no health again in the back lines. Ray tries to go for the snipe, almost gets it, but not quite. And Claire's looking for another assassination attempt. Pabu locked down, flashes away from the bubble. Kuden trying to lock down Tally to stop him from taunting up the rest of his team. Again, it's only going to be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Legacy.
Yeah, but one more time, they fall down so low, Fish. And it really is the arrival of Claire that scares them away from that team fight. Raid actually played that very well. He kept firing Mystic shots at Claire, deterring him from diving in. If he had been firing them at the tank, Tally would have just been able to absorb so many. However, good Valkyrie. Started off that fight. But just not strong enough right now. Let's take another look at it. So Frey goes in on the back line, splits him perfectly, and gets so much burst damage. I mean, if you have a look at that, it's already the heal out. Kuden, good smoke screen, saves his life, and it is Carbon that falls down. You're trying to back away right now, but unfortunately there's just nowhere for you to go. Frey's already volked forward. The other 3 members are actually playing this very nicely. And if that hits, I mean, equal team fight, potentially you can even turn further. Instead, and this is what I was talking about, stop hitting Tally. All of a sudden, oh,
Frey's dead.
Frey's dead. 1-5-0, not having a great game at all. But they stopped hitting Tally and they started hitting Claire. And that probably saved them from falling down even more, but it might not matter. 4,500 gold and Legacy want Baron.
Second item pickup from Lost is going to be the Hurricane, so doing well on these team fights. Nobody from Abyss is close by to try and stop this.
I mean, they're all in mid lane. They have thrown out the ultimate, so they know it's going down. Seb is going to be able to get there in time.
There are wards in the pit. Arrow onto Kuden, though.
They're
Lost
so
him down.
low.
They're turning it around. Cupcake, though, taking a lot of damage from this Baron. Legacy goes straight back towards it.
It's reset. I mean, job done. Get out now, boys. You know that they're not doing it anymore.
So Pabu goes back in, knocks Lost in. Tally comes in with a taunt, gets Seb. Carbon trying to go in. Can't get anything down, but Pabu's dead. Claire goes godlike as he picks up a kill. Ray trying to weave Mystic shots into the back line, hitting them time and time again. Blinking health bars on Legacy. They can't quite do it.
Yeah, they just can't clean anything up because they have no initiation left alive. Pabu's dead. Maybe they can look to potentially push a turret here. Carbon potentially wanted a kick. Instead, it's just going to be a dragon pickup right now for Abyss.
Legacy trying to turn around and pick up the Baron again. But weren't able to do so. Claire's 7-0-3. He's a monster.
Claire's having a really good game. Goes back, grabs himself his Void Staff as well as Abyssal. Void Staff at this stage of the game, especially when people have only built, apart from really Pabu, like makings of items. It's really nice pickup.
Then we have his first needlessly large rod item coming up soon. 10 stacks on Dark Seal, and he has kept the revolver.
It's just going to be a revolver.
Looking for the extra burst damage on his auto attacks.
Oh.
Kuden's been found. Chains don't connect, but the ultimate does. That's a dead Kuden.
Potentially, if Claire didn't go back as well, they might have been able to continue that one onto Pabu. Just so much damage coming out right now, Fish. And it's unfortunately not matched by the AD carries because they're just way too far behind.
I mean, LeBlanc has been nerfed, but when you're 8-0-3, whew.
Yeah, spicy pick.
Tally is still split pushing bottom side of the map. Carbon has taken some damage here. Pabu was looking to see if he could jump in.
I think Pabu just wants to zone them away for now. 0-1 and 2, probably having the best game on Abyss at the moment. Seb's actually playing quite well. Is still a level up, as well as 60 CS. Don't think he wants to fight Pabu, however.
Frey, Raid, and Kuden not having a good game here.
Yep.
Blue buff does get secured by Seb, so not going to go to Frey, who would have liked it a little bit more. But at least Legacy don't take it away from them.
I mean, Seb's nearly maximum cooldown with that, so it's still pretty good. Hey, he is maximum cooldown, so it's still pretty good on him, to be honest. Nothing like being able to dash around with ease on Graves and just dish out maximum amounts of damage. He is the highest level on his team. Well, actually, Parbo is, but will be in the bottom lane right now. And they're just continually checking this Baron buff. Need to be able to get in there and sweep out wards.
They're very scared. Even though the rest of the Legacy are back to base, they don't want to risk moving into the river themselves.
I mean, all it really takes is Claire, and then one person dies. Doesn't really matter where the rest of the Legacy are. They're just there to kill the next couple of people. Claire is the one-man army right now.
He's found Frey trying to connect these chains. Instead, pops the empowered Q instead.
He exhausted the clone.
Parbo body slams in.
You hate to see it, Fish.
Ooh, Frey's been tagged up. Carbon kicks him back into the arrow. Not quite. So Flash is forced out of raid.
Not quite the kick Carbon was looking for. He was looking for a dead straight kick back to his team. Instead, it kind of went to the side. However, might be good enough to send back to the base. Someone has to go bottom lane to deal with Tally, who's just continuing to farm up a storm. Actually has Titanic, so will push the turrets nice and quick as well.
Infinity Edge has been picked up by Ashe, so Lost will be dealing a lot of damage now.
So this is definitely where the power spike is better, and they actually teleport towards Baron.
Yep, they're pulling the trigger on this Baron. Parbo's doing the exact same thing. He knows it's going to be a fight. Getting there nice and early, make sure he sets up the rest of Abyss.
Problem is no exhaust is available.
Kuda might be caught out as well. Carbon's chasing him down. Raiders here. Now Claire jumping in, double. Kuden's in trouble. Shen ultimate comes through. He's locked down, but where does he go? Nowhere. Stuck in the Raptor pit. Abyss have to fight without the support. Carbon trying to dash on in. Seb getting some good damage to kick the fight off, but Claire jumping into the backlines already.
He's just
taking
too
him
big.
down. Carbon will execute him. And look at Tally. He's taking up everything. He doesn't care about anyone from the side of Abyss as Frey's the last man standing, and they just pile on in. Legacy Ace Abyss, 28 minutes in.
That'll do it, Fish. Legacy absolutely monster Abyss in that team fight. Able to get the clean ace off the back end of their incredibly fed mid laner. And Carbon, in the end, 5-2-7, having a pretty good Lee Sin game.
One more assist, and he's Microsoft Paint worthy, but Legacy will take down the inhibitor. Looks like they want to try and push for a couple of Nexus turrets here as well. Arrow from Lost. Locks Kuden down. Chains connect. Big taunt flash. Tally takes him down. That's the ace. 5 seconds on Seb. This turret is going to fall, but Legacy will have to back off after that one.
Yeah, so they back away, but it is now an 11,000 gold lead. That push alone was 6 kills, 3 turrets, and an inhibitor. The only real call here is like rush Baron. Otherwise, the game is just impossible to win. The 80 carries never came online because they just fell way too far behind.
Solid game from Legacy so far. I mean, sure, they had some weaknesses. Dinkama falling behind against Seb. Parbo doing well, but these team fights are flawless.
Yeah, they certainly are, and you can just see how much damage comes out of Claire. Tally able to pick that one up, and then Carbon just sticks with the play, able to continue to exert pressure, be the frontliner. They've separated themselves again, and you can just see how much damage is coming out of Tally, as well as Lost on the top side of the map. I mean, he's just flashing forward. They just don't care. And Claire's accuracy on chains have been like ridiculously good this
Phenomenal.
game.
It's 9-0-6. He's got a Looter's Echo now. And Legacy look like they want another fight. Locking up Parbo to kick things off. Arrow still available. Tally's diving on in. Dodge field and Carbon only kicks back the tank though. Everyone else is flashed or shift out. Parbo trying to circle as much damage as possible, but Cupcake will pick up the kill cheekily. Kuden has been taunted. Redemptions are coming up to heal up Legacy, and they're just still chasing. No one can deal with this Ninja Man in the front line. Tally is unstoppable. He just has way too much health, and Legacy get 3 kills to start the fight.
Yeah, this is what a 12,000 gold lead looks like. Legacy just marched through the entire Abyss lineup.
Carbon trying to go one-on-one against Ray, taking a lot of damage. No arrow available for Lost, but he heals. He says, all right, come back here, buddy. I want you. Almost takes him down. Carbon looking for the kill. Not going to get it just then, but Seb's been taunted up by Tally. The Nexus is open. Legacy, with this win, should be able to secure 2nd place in the Spring Split of 2017.
So for 25 minutes, Abyss looked fine. But just off the back end of how fed Claire is, Legacy able to rally. You can see that Claire's all fired up. He's nodding along, having a very happy time. Lost, able to get a cheeky first blood in there. You'd say probably should never have happened. Very rare that you burn double summon a spell trying to kill a jungler in your lane. But it happened somehow.
Mistakes were made. But again, Abyss looked good in that game, but Legacy, that's all they needed to do. Just close this one out nice and simple.
Exactly right. I mean, and in the end, it was still a relatively quick game. I think about 30-ish minutes. Yep. I mean, they just stuck with the game plan. They had the assassin mid lane. They were able to dominate through that. So, I mean, I think that even though the early game was rough, that's more to credit how Abyss played the top side of the map, and they just stuck with the bottom side game plan.
And for now, let's toss this one back to the desk to break down that game.
Thank you, Fish. Thank you, Spawn. Well, if you're just joining us, Legacy up currently 1-0 over Abyss, and I think no surprises there. But I'm here with Spooks and Mendrix, and going into this game, Spooks, you said, look, I'm going to be watching Carbon's jungle pathing. So that early game from young Carbos was rough.
Yeah, I was struggling to watch it a little bit. I think he tried to make a cheese gank bot. I think they fake leashed bot side, and then they wanted to get the level 3. Honestly, if Abyss didn't get baited in there, he would have had a real problem against Graves with extra Raptors and Krogs. But unfortunately, Abyss weren't able to punish it like I think they should have. And that kind of led into their bot lane just getting snowballed on, and mid lane, sorry.
All right, so over the last couple of days, Mendrix, we've seen junglers from every team play now. Who do you think is the strongest jungler heading in? Bearing in mind that Sam is in, right? Who's the strongest jungler heading into the gauntlet?
Sam, nah. In my opinion, I'm looking at Schönfire at the moment. I really feel that he has a very strong early game, really good in terms of getting control, but his team fighting is just not there yet. That's the big thing. So if he manages to pull that out, he'll be looking pretty good as a solid composition in terms of a strong one there.
All right.
Sorry, Sam.
That's, just seems weird you'd invite him on the desk and then just say it to his face. It's fine. All right, let's look at this draft. In particular, LeBlanc. I mean, LeBlanc's been nerfed, no surprises there. But then Claire absolutely popping off. So is that Claire finding a new way to play LeBlanc at all? Or is it just like, nah, it's just better?
I think Claire's always been a really good LeBlanc. Him and Swiffer used to play it all the time, and Swiffer's kind of left it alone, but Claire keeps playing it. Every time I see him on, he does really well. I'm not sure specifically why. He's not the greatest meta mid laner at the moment. You're seeing picks like Talia and Vlad being played more often, but Claire just pops off on that champ, so no reason not to play it, really.
Yeah. Mendrix, you've had some experience with LeBlanc before. I mean, she was so OP for so long, and now just LeBlanc is why was it popping off today?
Well, really, it was just Claire was playing it exceptionally, and it really does come down to the fact that he understands how to play her, go in at the right moments in time. That solo kill that he managed to do early shows that he's able to understand this is the amount of damage I can put out. Really, at that point in time, Frey was being greedy. He should have backed away, and Claire punished. And from that point, he was able to snowball, and he really was a monster that entire game.
Meanwhile, for Abyss, what were the win conditions for their team comp, and why were they unable to kind of pop up on that?
I think their win conditions they actually played towards pretty well in the early game. They had the stronger top half of the map and they got lead off it. But unfortunately, their carries got set behind really far. They got put behind in the lane phase. They fell, I think, combined 100 CS and down kills. And, when your carries are that weak, you're going to have a problem dealing with the tank mid-late game. And they did have a big issue shredding the Shin.
And you really saw it with the early game. And when you looked at that map, it really was Abyss had the top side and Legacy had the bottom side, and you could really see it from in terms of, well, that's where Graves was the entire time, clearing out the camps, and Carbon had to sit back and get everything else as well. But what happened was eventually that bottom side does have the dragon. That's extra experience coming across, and from that point on, he slowly started scaling up because there was an early lead for Graves.
All right. Well, going into this game, I know we were really excited to talk about Pabu because he was kind of this new top laner. Obviously, the Chiefs think he's the best top laner in the world.
Best player in the world.
So, Mendrix, talk us through Pabu because he was trying to do things for this, trying to look proactive, right?
Yeah, he was looking proactive pretty much that entire early and mid game. He was doing well in the top lane. He was able to get a lot of it in terms of just putting the pressure on, stop him from doing too much here. And this specific chase that happens here. So Pabu's doing as much as he can to try and jump onto Claire. LeBlanc is an extremely slippery character. Carbon comes in for the save. And why this is big is because they're able to get the kill onto Carbon. And this is all because Pabu, originally before, was able to continue that chase. He was actually able to zone off in the team fight prior as well, which allowed him to continue that chase. And then they were able to go back and get the dragon afterwards, which set them up for a pretty good early game. But in the end, they didn't really let it get to that point.
But that's a decision that Legacy have made, right? Carbon knows he's going to die when he goes in there, right? Because if you're Lee Sin, you go in there, you know you're going to die, right? Or do you think you can sneak away?
I don't I'd have to watch it again, but I feel like he probably didn't have to die there.
Right.
But I guess he's looking out for a brother, trying to help his boys. But unfortunately, he got baited and he was just dead.
I think Dial survived there. It still was the right decision. LeBlanc was going to give away shutdown gold if she did die. So better safe than sorry. I'm not the person with all the kills this
So you
game.
think both teams did the right thing there?
Don't throw away your KD.
It's an very important thing to do. Pad your stats. All right, let's talk about team fights, because there was a couple of team fights where it was just Abyss trying things, but Legacy just too strong there, right, Mendrix?
That's right. So the big thing was that their composition had come online. This was the main reason we managed to come on. This is where you see here actually Carbon was caught out to a degree, but when you have the shield from Shen, he's able to follow up afterwards, and they're able to win this team fight. And this is sort of plays into the next really big team fight that comes after this that allows them to win the game, that gets them the ace. And it's purely because Abyss has this 3 ADC composition. They really need to take it towards the late game for that to scale up and get there. And Legacy said, nope, no worries, our team composition's where it needs to be. You're not going to get to late game. And they started taking the win from there.
When we say like they need to get to late game, if this game goes 10 minutes longer, maybe Abyss wins 15 minutes longer? Like, how late are we talking?
Yeah, I think this game they needed to hit 2 to 3 items.
Yeah.
I felt like they outscaled them top and jungle for sure.
Sure.
And I think if they made it to late game, they would have won. But unfortunately, I think we've seen in both games, once Dials and Legacy were able to set up a 1-3-1, they just kind of, won the game. And it just feels like these inexperienced teams are not really sure what to do in the mid game. And I guess that's really what's brought the victories today.
And it's looking like inexperienced teams are having issues with Shen in general. I mean, we see him actually get played with the Tainted Minds in XR5 matches, and they perform really well there.
So if you're playing 1-3-1 and inexperienced teams are struggling to, I mean, help them out. Like, is there a counter style? Is there something you should be doing? You just meant to shut down these sidelines, not let them kind of group up? What are you doing there?
Yeah, I think
or just 1-3-1 better.
It's decision making. I think we saw that game that Legacy just played the Baron dance really well. They just constantly baited Baron over and over again. They just sat in fog, and it is hard to like move in, and it's something that you have to like slowly work on. But there's just small decisions that are made by Abyss that get them caught out and, throw the game, I suppose. And it's those things you need to be working on in practice.
All right. Well, currently Legacy are up 1-0 over Abyss in this, our second best of 3 for today. But do not go anywhere, because we'll be back with game 2 right after this.
Fire. He's going to use the heal himself. Flash forward from Lost. Raid, no flash to get out of this one. And first blood's picked up by Lost. Late, Carbon jumps over the wall, but only finds Carbon, who sidesteps that. Beautiful mechanical play. Now they turn it back. Lost is in trouble. Lives with next to no health. True Shot Barrage won't snipe him out. And Claire's already in the back lines, picking up kills left, right, and center. An arrow nails Seb. Suddenly, Legacy turned this one around because Tally's joined them. Carbon kicks Seb in the face and gets a kill. 2 kills already picked up. Good taunt from Tally. Locks down Frey. Exhaust onto Claire's. Not going to matter. And Pabu just way too late for the fight.
Yeah, package available. Jumping straight in. Separates Cupcake and Lost. He goes for Lost. Blade of Ruined King just slows him down. And Gruden's been locked up. Carbon taking a heck of a lot of damage. Will die to Frey. And Pabu's getting in amongst it. So is Tally. Taunt onto Pabu. Seb tries to run but finds a LeBlanc. Lost living with next to no health again in the back lines. Ray tries to go for the snipe. Almost gets it but not quite. Abyss have to fight without their support. Carbon trying to dash on in. Seb getting some good damage to kick the fight off, but Claire jumping into the back lines already, taking him down. Carbon will execute him. And look at Tally. He's taking up everything. He doesn't care about anyone from the side of Abyss, as Frey's the last man standing, and they just pile on in. Legacy ace Abyss, 28 minutes in. The Nexus is open. Legacy, with this win, should be able to secure second place in the Spring Split of 2017.
Stretch my wings! Bring it. Pick on someone my size.
지금 우리 팀이 수치상 많이 불리하긴 하지만 게임은 어떻게 될지 모르는 거고 우리 팀이 갖고 있는 장점을 살리면 이길 수 있다고 생각했어요. 일단 우리 팀 챔피언 조합을 보면 글로벌 궁극기를 가진 챔프 그리고 끊어먹기와 합류 싸움에 특화되어 있는 바드 헤카림이 있었어요. 상대팀의 상황을 보면 앨리스한테 골드가 집중되어 있었어요. 그래서 저의 판단은 기동성이 빠른 헤카림으로 앨리스를 잡으면 이길 수 있다고 생각을 해서 지금은 양팀 모두가 바론을 중요하게 생각하는 상황이에요. 상대는 우리보다 자신있게 바론을 칠 수 있는 상황이에요. 적의 시야가 다 보이진 않았지만 시비르가 바텀에 라인 클리어를 하는 상황이었고 탑 웨이브를 처리하기 위해 탑에 한 명이 갈 것이라 생각했죠. 우리 팀은 글로벌 궁극기와 빠른 기동성으로 합류해 적어도 4대5 싸움을 만들 수 있다 생각해서 헤카림과 함께 앨리스를 노리면서 싸움을 시작했어요. 제가 앨리스한테 먼저 스턴을 딱 넣고 헤카림이 달려오면서 메시의 궁극기까지 앨리스한테 적중했어요. 상대는 앨리스를 도와주려고 뒤늦게 합류했지만 이미 앨리스는 전장에서 이탈했고 빠른 합류를 통해 수적 우위로 이득을 본 거예요. 싸움을 지속해 큰 이득을 보고 역전을 했죠. 제가 궁극기를 잘 맞췄으면 저도 죽지 않았을 테지만 항상 스킬을 다 맞출 순 없잖아요. 저도 사람이니까.
Welcome back to the OPL for your Sunday of round 10, and we're about to get into what could possibly be the last game of the regular split. Joining me here at the desk, we have Samuel Speaks Broadly and also Nathan Mendrix Mendez. And oh boy, this could be it. This is the final game of the regular OPL split, right?
Yeah, I was going to turn into a big Abyss fan, but then they threw the game. So
well, no. If Abyss win the next 2 games, could you guys still come second?
No, because they have the tiebreaker on us. So
I see
you later. I don't like you anymore, Abyss. Sorry.
You had one chance, Abyss, to get the approval of Samuel Speaks Broadly, and you've thrown it away. I'm sure that's what they were playing for today. They were playing for your love and affection. All right. Speaking of Abyss, they would obviously just want to win this off their own back, despite what you've put on the line for them. So what do they have to do to take this second game? Because they had a pretty good draft in that 4 late game, but they just didn't get to the late game.
Yeah, I honestly think Seb had a big pathing lead that game, and if their lanes kind of could hold out, obviously they got a solo kill in the mid and bot lane, so they just need to shore up their laning phase, so hopefully they don't fall just behind naturally into the mid game.
And it just comes down to those small decisions they were making. I mean, that first blood that Raid gave away there just should not have happened. That's something that they need to clean up a lot, and I think it was coming down to it as well when you said he did have that pathing advantage. I think he said he could actually go for Raptors first and then decided to go for Krugs.
Yeah, I think he made a slight error because Raptors are, first of all, more valuable than Krugs. Secondly, if he went to Raptors first, he might have been able to get both camps. And if you get that lead on Graves early, you just run over the whole map for the rest of the game. So, yeah, that was a big mistake in my opinion.
So, when we're looking at this, we keep talking about people needing to shore up landing phase, right? But in between games, what can you do to shore up your landing phase? Because isn't that like mostly mechanical?
Yeah.
So it's like, don't worry, man. I'm going to go backstage. I'm going to just click around a bit to get in the practice tool. Like, that's not a mentality thing,
Well,
right?
first of all, I think Corki is not a good champion in early lane phase at the moment. So maybe he should consider another comfort pick that's actually going to go even with Claire in the lane phase. I think that's the only short-term fix I could possibly think of right now. But it might be a lack of confidence as well affecting Frey.
And it's not just mechanical prowess as well. I mean, Frey shouldn't have been there when he did get solo killed. He should have backed away. He was low on HP and immediately Claire just jumped on it. I mean, he's LeBlanc. Of course he's going to jump on that opportunity.
So do you think they'd try and ban that LeBlanc because Claire popping off, or do you think it's just whatever you give him, he's going to be...
I would ban LeBlanc.
Yeah?
I think Claire's a real scary LeBlanc. So if I'm running around the jungle and he dashes on me, I'm a bit worried. So
just blow and flash immediately.
Yeah, get it out of there.
I'm not dealing with this LeBlanc. I'm just out of here.
Yeah. See you, boys.
So would you ban the LeBlanc as well, Mendrix?
I would, or considering how well he performed, he's warmed up on it now, so I would ban it away. You want to put him onto something he's uncomfortable on, but he has a lot that he can just default back to. I know with most of his performances in this later half, it's actually been the Victor as well. His Victor's been coming out pretty big, so good on the Assassins, good on the Control Mages. This guy's got the whole package.
Is there a natural counter to LeBlanc?
Look, you're asking the wrong guy. I don't know. Play Pantheon jungle and just flash W in mid. No, I honestly have no idea what the answer to LeBlanc is. I'd have to give
Mendrix,
Swiffer a bell.
What's the natural counter to LeBlanc?
Right now, Zed's a good counter.
Uh-huh.
Zed does well into her. He's able to just sort of survive most of the damage, and once he gets to level 6, it's kind of hard for her to really get away from him because he's got a good sticking power.
So the counter is surviving.
Well, no, the counter is a different assassin that's got different kill potential.
No, but I mean, like, I'm sorry. I'm not questioning your analysis. I'm saying, like, is the best thing you can do against LeBlanc just sort of surviving?
Yeah, it really is, actually. Because the big thing about her, she does fall off towards that late game. If you manage to survive against her, if you stop her from actually getting those roams off, she falls flat.
All right, well, let's see if they ban LeBlanc and maybe pick a Zed into it. Legacy currently up 1-0, but let's get into game 2 and see if they can close it out with the casters, Spawn and Fish.
Thanks, Singers. I'm Matt Fisher. Joining me is Jake Spontaberry, as well as Daniel the Drop Bear. He's ready to join us for this.
Daniel the Drop Bear, is that who he is?
Yeah. I mean, apparently he's a drop bear now that he's dropped on Hingers a couple of times. So he seems to be chilling, hanging out with you just fine there.
Yeah, no, we're good friends. I would like to have a cast together every now and again when I get to get rid of you. But natural counters to LeBlanc. 2 rules about LeBlanc. You either go Control Mage because you scale better than her.
Okay.
Or you go Talon and cure her in the face every time she leaps on you. Is the kind of way that you deal with it. As far as Control Mages is going, historically, Victor has done very well because what you do is you shoot your laser from where she lands to where she was going to come from, and you guarantee to hit her. So that's kind of theory behind it. At the same time, I just think that she's obnoxious. So the best way to deal with LeBlanc, much like Shaco, much like Pantheon, much like Blitzcrank, is to ban it. Or if anyone picks it into you, play Ezreal, because he can get away from everyone.
Well, let's see if they do decide to ban it here in their final ban.
Or whether Frey finally picks it himself.
Potentially. He's been hyped up. He's a great LeBlanc player, but the same bans have come out from Legacy. Kled, Renekton, as well as Elise, banned out from the trees. As well as Abyss. They've taken away Rengar, Zyra, and Ivan. So, stock standard bans from these 2 teams. Carver's having a laugh with his coach.
Yeah, certainly having a little bit of a giggle. I think that right now you take Graves. Cool, thank you very much. You got a little bit out past. Seb had a lot of tempo. I think that the way you shore that up for Carbon is give him the tempo matchup and he'll perform well in it. I don't think that's disputable. I think that right now, however, Seb does have an opportunity to also take the Lee Sin. You were out-ganked, you were out-pressured a little bit. So what do? Give him a pressure jungler. So I think that this swap actually helps out both junglers.
And they're going to pick up Karma as well for Kuden, heading into the bottom lane.
And Kuden had actually a couple of really good team fights on Karma. I was having a look at some of the bumps when we were going out, the bump in and the bump out, and he had a couple of really good empowered, like 5-man shields, and then a couple of clutch mini shields in amongst the team fights, but it just never really worked out for him in the end because his team was too far behind. If maybe they stay a little bit more equal throughout the game, then it would do better.
What the heck is Carbon doing?
Scratching his nose.
Well, cross-eyed. Meanwhile, Legacy have picked up their signature bottom lane of Lucian Braum.
The Brucium.
Yeah, final picks coming through
Lord.
shortly.
What do you call it?
I don't know.
Everyone
it's called
puts
Lucian Braum.
like mustache in his name. So like, for example, like the Ash and Braum is like the mustache.
Yep.
But I don't like those names. So let's go with Lorm. I like Lorm.
Lorm?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Don't think I'm going to be using that one, but Oriana's been locked in for Frey after
What the heck?
a brief...
I just serve you up shoutcasting gold on a platter and you snub me in front of all these people. You're a disgusting human being.
Oh, he
anyway,
was just
LeBlanc
laughing.
ban away.
LeBlanc
Caitlyn to
ban.
follow.
Frey was hovering the LeBlanc, but decided to go for the Oriana instead.
I mean, it makes sense when you're playing with Lee Sin. You can generally play 2 kinds of style. Lee Sin can be your main initiator tool, or you can go for pick potential.
I'm now traumatized because Spawn is stepping on the koala.
I am not stepping on him. I have sore feet because we cast on concrete floors.
So you are stepping on the koala.
So I'm resting my feet, Fish.
On the koala. As Camille as well as Rumble have been banned out as the final 2 bans from Abyss and Legacy.
Have you ever solo casted a game?
Yes.
Not since you've been in OSO.
No, not since I've been in OS.
Yeah. Just keep that in mind, you jerk.
That's fine. I've got Higgers. I know he's always ready to jump in, and if Higgers can't make it, I know Benji will always step up. Shadow's been picked up here for Abyss. Parbu will be taking that matchup to Tally in the top lane.
Yeah, that's a little bit boring. Parbu has had a couple of really nice games, but with all his carries banned out in the form of Kled and Renekton, as well as Rumble hitting the bench on the side of Abyss, going to go for something a little bit more standard, but not going to be standard against him.
Yep. Fizz has been picked up. Should be a top lane Fizz for Tally. But we have seen Fizz mid lane and internationally.
Yep, certainly have. Just generally not into Orianna, which is one of the natural counter picks.
But instead, Claire will be picking Talia, which has been rising in popularity this week in the OPL.
And this is a good feel-good moment for Claire because now he's starting to flex his muscles. He was showing a lot of Jace, Corki. Then he went to Orianna Victor. All very standard picks. To have a good LeBlanc game into a good Talia game would mean that his stock is just soaring so high going into that gauntlet run. So looking forward to seeing whether he can pull it off.
And this is a man that wasn't performing well on LAN. When he first joined Legacy, his games were not great. However, in their match against the Chiefs, looked phenomenal. And when he came back, looked great as well after his brief suspension. The final pick from Abyss is Ezreal.
Is as real as it gets.
True.
Don't really like the lane. Rom shuts down Ezreal quite hard in the laning phase. Also able to tank up a couple of the Qs and get Lucian the push with some Targon stacks, so we'll see whether that does go through. Top lane's going to be interesting because I don't know who wins out of Fizz and Shen. I assume that Shen wins because he gets 3 empowered auto when inside of a dodge field. But that could be potentially just completely wrong. So I'm interested to see Pabu go up against Tally.
And if there's one person that understands the Fizz matchup, it is going to be Pabu. He's played it before.
Yeah.
He's very strongly spoken.
Well practiced on it. He went the Ignite route, I believe. Didn't go with the Flash, so interested to see whether that is something that maybe Tally could have used to pick up a couple of extra kills.
And we did see Pabu previously go towards more of the damage-oriented build, picking up Blade of Rune King and Trinity Force, I believe. Maybe Tally might just say, all right, I'm just going to be a big tank in the top lane.
Yeah, go for Sunfire Cape. I mean, there is so many possibilities in League of Legends, so many items you can purchase with gold. The world really is your oyster. And we'll see whether it happens. Maybe he wants to go full AP top lane.
Unless you Gangplank, then you get an extra form of currency as well, the Silver Serpents.
Doubloons!
We have to see what's going to happen in this match, though. Abyss, again, not fighting for anything here anymore. They can no longer play spoiler and stop Legacy from taking second place. They secure that with a single map win.
I think this whole time, the last 3 weeks really, Abyss has just been fighting for good form. They did have a brief opportunity where they could make Gauntlet if they wanted to, but really all this is about is Abyss trying to get some kind of consistency behind their new lineup because they believe that they have the players and the roles they need. They're just not playing the kind of League of Legends they want.
We'll have to see if Abyss can shorten up some of their weaknesses. They did look fairly promising top side of the map last game, but Frey, Raid, and Kuda not really stepping up to the plate. But for now, let's check in with Hingers, who is standing by with Soul Strikes, the coach of Legacy.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Soul Strikes, and we've seen Talia pick up a lot more priority recently in draft. So what has made that happen?
So if you pick a control mage against Talia, they're probably stuck under tower while Talia gets the free roam. So she gets... she's pretty much cheats the whole macro system, so that's why she gets picked into control mages.
We've also seen Fizz picking up a little more popularity. Is there anything in particular that has changed in the meta, or is it just like a patch change or something?
It's definitely some patch changes, like Blade of Rune King got buffed for Fizz, so he's much better into tanks, and he got a direct buff with his W. His bleed lasts longer now, so he can bully out the tanks a lot longer.
All right, well, let's see if these new picks pay off. Thanks for speaking to us, and best luck in the game.
Thank you.
There you go. Soul Strikes talking about those 2 new picks that are not only new to the OPL, but new to Legacy. First time playing it in this split.
Yeah, so we'll see whether it does work out. Interesting about the Talia especially, thinks that you can just free shove. That one of the things that we tried to get rid of with Talia was the ability to free shove all the time. So we'll see whether that is the case. Orianna does neutralize waves quite well.
I mean, that free shove was especially for early game.
That was the first wave free shove that we wanted to get rid of because that was the one that caught you under turret forever.
Yeah, she used to be able to do it, 2 Qs? The wave's gone.
Yeah.
She used to be able to do very sneaky things as well, such as take small raptors from the enemy jungle halfway through that. Hit level 2 unexpectedly.
Frey is already zoned out here. Not having a good start to the lane.
You can already see Claire pushing out quite effectively. Seb, he's already hit level 2 here. Didn't quite see what he took first.
Blue buff.
Oh, that's right, blue buff. Looking at bottom side of jungle like, whose blue buff has he taken? Like, he's still up. Turns out both junglers just trading buff for buff.
However, because of the push into the bottom lane, you are able to take down the Krugs here. Although you do need to be careful because Raid potentially stunned up.
Force Arcane shift away from the bottom passive. So Lost and Cupcake have been pushed in. Range supports have always done well into melee supports, but if he ever gets the jump onto Raid with his Eon cooldown, or Kuden caught by surprise. It's going to be a disaster. Top lane, though, Pabu taking a beating from Tally.
Does have the Doran shield, so eventually will out-sustain. The problem is you have to survive all 3 flasks, and you can't die to this gank. He knows it's coming. He's already backing away.
It's a big wave. He's only level 2, so might not have his dodge field available. There's a smoke screen. It's going to be Tally that soaks up the first bits of damage of First Blood. Nice and easy by Carbon, and flashes away.
Don't know if it was nice and even. He actually got caught easy, got caught in the creep wave, but he does pick it up. Pabu, you can see, not impressed at all at this stage of the game. Just traded too much before it actually went down. Good news is he won't miss all of the creeps.
Most of them. He's level 2 to level 4. That's still a big experience disadvantage as Kuden's going to get locked down.
I mean, he should turn level 4 here. We'll see whether Tally actually wants to teleport back to the wave and continue pressure, or whether he just takes this opportunity to foot it back. Generally, if you're this far ahead and the wave's pushing into you, you can just have the luxury of walking. But you can see he wants to continue pressure. Goes back, gets a Dark Seal as well as Longsword.
Very aggressive buy from Tally, looking to try and continue dominating this lane. Pabu's not having a good time.
I mean, he's only down 3 CS.
Yep.
So it's not as horrible as it seems.
It's just going to be that experience. Tally's is always going to be at least half a level up. So Pabu has very short windows where he can actually trade against this Fizz, especially now that he's got 2 offensive items advantage. Carbon's
in behind.
Over, getting right behind them. Kuden in an awkward spot. That's already heal and flashes burnt. Carbon, nice and easy, just jumps in and picks up the kill.
And Carbon, again, is actually not even farming his jungle on Graves. He's got 8 CS and is level 3. Seb, however, he's got 22, going to be 26 after this camp, and is just being completely out-tempoed around the map, even though he's higher level.
And even though Carbon's down on CS, he's already helped 2 lanes. Fizz is ahead. Bottom lane now has control. And the best part is Carbon's picked up the goal.
Yep.
So the lanes win in terms of they can win their lane harder now, and Carbon wins that he trades farm for CS. Sorry, farm for kills.
We'll see whether Claire is in a gankable position right now, however. Does want to play aggressive. Here we go.
Seb looking to jump in. War jump. Going for the slow first. Claire flashes way too early and an easy pickup for Seb.
Nicely done from Seb. I mean, that's what you want out of your Lee Sin play. Frey also does a cute trick there with Orianna by not going with a command attack to start it off, instead going for the shield, which has, of course, longer range. And you can see across Summoner's Rift, even though Carbon was active early, I mean, he killed the support, which isn't a huge deal, especially given the fact that Raid didn't get forced off any creeps. And top lane is in the advantage of Tally, but definitely not a dead lane so far in the game.
A much better buy for Raid as well. He's gone back and picked up not only his cull, but a tier as well. So first buy Ezreal's, it's one of the better ones if you're backing early.
Yeah, it certainly is. Generally, the ideal build at the moment seems to be either tier and pickaxe, or if you can go even further, tier and sheen will really set you up for good things. Tally, going to face check into Seb here. Seb needs to be careful because if you get fished at this stage of the game, you pretty much die.
It's a level 6 Fizz. He's got to be incredibly cautious.
But it's still 22 gold, 22 CS. The lead right now for Seb. And that means he's a level and a half up nearly, as well as like only a 400 gold lead right now.
Good time from Pabu. Doesn't get him underneath the turret though. You can check the gold here now.
Yeah, completely even. Even though Carbon was the one that got the first blood as well as a follow-up kill. If he gets level 6 first, he can just walk into Carbon's jungle and continue to try and bully.
He has. He's hit
Cupcake
level 5.
is so annoying on Brawl.
So he is ahead in experience in the jungle. As we did see Cupcake just tag Kuda with a Winter's Bite.
Yeah, just through the creep wave, able to time it very nicely. It's level 6 to level 5 right now, so Carbon is definitely behind in tempo. Don't think you can invade onto this buff legacy.
They're going for it. They've got Talia trying to cut them off. Buff does get picked up by Orianna, but Claire still looking for it. Hidden over a vision ward. There's the Orianna ball, and Frey reads the play.
Really nice read. I mean, the reason I'm saying I don't think you can contest that buff is that there's no teleport available for Jimmy Shoot in the top lane. So you're going to have a Shen flying in there. You've got a level 6 versus a level 5 jungler. They contested in such a way that they were looking for a pick off the back end of it. But that is still a dangerous play if Seb decides to tag one of you up and really try and go deep.
Sorry, Legacy still in firm control of this bottom lane. Raid's got to be a bit careful. Lost is aggressively dashing in now. Top side of map, Tally still doing well against Pabu. But the site falling down so early, Pabu solving his own.
Yeah, looks completely fine, to be honest. I mean, he's been sitting on that refillable potion as well as the shield the whole time. Actually wins the trade there.
Oh, he's got Seb coming around as well. Tally does have Playful Trickster, forces the ultimate though, which is good.
Yeah, nicely done. I mean, that was the most non-committal gank I've ever seen. He threw a max range Q and got the ultimate out. Obviously, nothing really burned for Tally there either because you're not going to be looking to all-in a Shen anytime soon at this stage of the game. But still, good job from Seb to add some pressure somewhere in the lane.
But Tally's now got a tough decision. Does he sack his teleport and potentially get denied CS or save it to match Shen? Because Shen has got both his ultimate and teleport. And he's sticking around, pushing out that wave.
Oof. Second only.
Claire's been locked down first, though. Let's see if he does get taken down. Seb is going to be able to kill him. Claire, a little bit unhappy with not being able to escape that gank.
I was going to say second only to the dreaded Moby Boots Elise is the Moby Boots Elise in. Oh!
Carbon.
They've spotted each other.
Yep,
Ships
he
in the
knows.
night.
Let's see what happens. There's a Stand United very early from Abyss. He kicks Carbon, gets the execute damage. Pabu flies in, but they don't get enough down. And Cupcake uses his Winter Spite to lock down Abyss. Lost is still chasing on forward. Smokescreen over the wall to slow down Raid. And even Tally joining the action.
Seb got trapped under the turret fish. That's what really changed that one around, is he actually got turret aggro and took 2 turret shots for literally no reason. Didn't see whether he flashed under the turret. I suspect he did. And now they're going to be forced away completely. That's going to be first brick given up.
Only consolation prize for Abyss right now is they have a big wave top that's going to push back towards Tally. Sorry, back towards Pabu.
Yep.
Pabu does have a teleport advantage.
So unless Tally gets this turret, which it doesn't look like he's going to, because right now they have Seb running their top speed.
Oh, there's a teleport coming up from Pabu.
Cancel, cancel, cancel. That's not a good teleport.
Does cancel it. Seb's made his way down as well.
Yeah. So Tally back into top lane because he's actually going to have an experience advantage after that. Really nice job from Seb to use the Moby Boots to just sprint into bottom lane.
Yep.
Really stop that one up. You can see that Carbon actually trying to make it hit, although this is going to be another gank and another kill.
Poor Claire getting locked down. Frey will take quite a bit of damage, but Seb just gets a good execute. Claire, great game 1, just being camped out in game 2 here.
I mean, you just don't expect Moby Boots. That's all it is he runs so quickly at this stage of the game. He just shown bottom, and all of a sudden, top speed is able to get into the mid lane again. Seb having a much better performance. Still up in CS, but has also equalized kill participation at this stage of the game.
Kuden and Raid out of mana in the bottom lane. Lost and Cupcake more than happy to stick around, especially with red buff on anyone in this lane. Just packs so much of more of a punch, as well as the regeneration you get is perfect against, say, Karma Ezreal. Constantly tagging with Winter's Bites. It's annoying.
Yeah, Cupcake is a very good Braum. However, this lane is pretty much even here. You can see that it's only about 12 CS. Kill's not going over to anyone down there apart from Cupcake, so he's going to be tanky and annoying, but pretty neutral at this stage, Fish, to be honest.
It certainly is.
Just the junglers that hold so much power right now.
And for a mid laner who has died 3 times, Claire's just boots 2 down against Frey.
Yep. So still farming pretty well.
Maybe the big thing is that he is a level down, but just equalized that. Ah, no. So they both hit level 9 and 10 at the same time, respectively.
The drive by Q again.
And it's just like, not again. Can we please leave?
But is on the wrong side of the map right now, you have to say. Bottom lane still under huge amounts of pressure here.
Ooh, Lost dashing forward. We'll be able to prop the Braum passive. The Thread has already used both of his Flash and Arcane Shift. Kuden dies before the ultimate comes through. And a nice culling from Lost gets him to double.
Yeah, both members die. And in fact, even in the mid lane, Frey burnt double summoner spells there for just the Ignite of Claire. So Legacy's bottom lane finally tear this game wide open. I mean, they got a kill. Double kill as well as turret. They're going to give that all over to Lost. It's going to be a 2,000 gold lead. Not to mention the fact that blue buff now gets to be stolen away. And everything that was looking good for Legacy now, for Abyss, now kind of falling apart.
It's given them 2,300 gold in the lead here. 5-3 in kills. With that single turret picked up by Legacy already.
Here comes Seb.
Looking to see if we can get the jump on towards Claire, who is fairly fast. Good ward jump as well as the Sonic Wave. Easy kill from Seb. And Claire, not happy. Hands on his head again.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, can't really... Oh,
Muscle Man from Cupcake. He just smacks him in the face with the door. Lost will get that kill.
I mean, that was a pretty easy read. He'd done it a couple of times. He just keeps killing me and running into our jungle. Someone stop him. And finally they do, although now 3-man collapse into the top lane. Trying to bait out Tally here, it looks like.
Gets the heck out of there. It's like, oh, maybe I can take on Raid. Oh, no, Kuda's here. Bye.
Kuden's there.
See you,
Frey's
mate.
already ducking up into Fog of War.
They're wrapping around, trying to see if they can cut off Pabu, but he backs off immediately. Big minion wave, bottom side of the map, 4 Lost to pick up.
The problem is that Pabu doesn't really have kill threat on Lost, because Lost has already got bladed on King Boots too. Whereas I feel like Tally legitimately has kill threat on Raid.
I think in a one-on-one, he does. Maybe not with Kuden sticking around. It does
Here
run
we
the
go.
fish though. Immediately, teleport coming out from the Shen, getting towards top side of the map. But does allow Legacy to pick up a dragon for themselves.
Also, big bottom wave as well as mid wave available, so Pabu has to teleport, like go back eventually, you feel.
Carbon will be able to take down Cloud Dragon.
Oh, they didn't get it either, Fish.
Delays them some time. Legacy going to be able to work on this mid lane outer. See Carbon's here as well. Claire and Lost putting in some good damage. There's the dissonance coming out from Frey to clear out the wave. So they just chip it down. Top lane turret eventually falls to Pabu. He has Stand United available. Can join his team if they do start a fight. So far has been giving good Stand United, except for the last one, which was a little bit too late.
Yeah, very late, to be honest.
Here comes Seb, looking to try and get the jump around. Oh, Shockwave's not going to connect with anyone. Both Carbon as well as Lost dash out at the exact same time.
So in the end, nothing really happening. I mean, mid lane turret just survives. Fresh gust of wind would blow that one down. Bottom lane is definitely under fire here, but it looks like it's going to be Raid and Kuden that go back and catch that one. So standard lane setup still.
Lost and Cupcake going to chip away at this turret.
I mean, they're hammering it pretty hard. That's already half health. Going to go down to a quarter.
They're just trying to lock him down, but Cupcake and Lost more than happy to go toe-to-toe, even underneath the Abyss turret.
Yeah, they've got all of a sudden Seb into the top lane against Tally.
Yep. Tally's going to be careful. Good fish. Slows down Seb. Gives him some time to run. He is at half health, though, and Oriana is trying to cut him off. 3 members of Abyss here. Blast code available. Not going to take it out. Instead goes over Frey. Playful tricks to get out. Tally is going to be able to flash out and hide behind Claire.
And all of a sudden they've got the push on mid lane as well. They're going to be able to knock this turret down because there's only Kuden there. So Tally...
Ooh, Kuden stunned. Almost taken down. Ultimate from Carbon. Picks up the kill.
Tally is just a genius when it comes to those situations. He knew if he blast coned into the Baron pit, then there's a Lee Sin waiting there to clean him up. So instead goes towards his team, trusting the fact that Claire's going to be able to hold them up enough. And what looked like a free kill for Abyss turns into a turnaround kill and so much damage again on the mid lane turret.
And there's no excuse for Kuda to be playing the way he was there. Just back up, leave the turret, don't die. Cost him a death. Some damage on that turret. So Legacy, 2,500 gold up, 2 turrets to 1. And they've chipped away at the mid lane inner and top lane inner, sorry, bottom lane inner turrets.
Of course, those turrets don't regen health. It's only the base turrets. Seb having a little bit of trouble with the Rift Scuttler. They parked for some Honey Melon for a bit, but then took off again. It's always hard wrangling those guys back under any form of control as Lee Sin.
He's going to continue farming. Seb's had a good game on Lee Sin.
Yeah,
he's looked near flawless.
You'd have to say that once again, he has been the bright spot. Pabu had a bad level 1 and 2, but after that has looked solid. Frey's looked fine. It's just really this bottom lane again that's been beaten around the map to the punch continuously. And you can't really blame them. I mean, Lost and Cupcake have made a big reputation this year so far, being the dominant bottom lane. I mean, you can tell that Destiny and King just want at them a second time to really prove that wrong. But right now, it looks to be good.
Yep. So Legacy's still trying to push down these turrets. Top side of the map's going to be lost in Cupcake. Mid lane, just Claire trying to defend by himself.
I mean, how do you shove into that?
Fair
Difficultly, yeah. I mean, potentially, Tally caught out again. You can see that right now, going for a play is Seb, but Tally spots it out, and now they've got inside track on the top lane turret as well.
Call it out. Jungler's bottom. Let's make a play top. Abyss will get an outer turret, but that's just a trade, and now Legacy looking to try and push for more. Group up inside of Abyss's jungle.
I mean, if they don't get anything else apart from that outer turret, or the Kuden walk through the base.
Take the safe route.
Never cheat between lanes, and that's going to actually give up another turret.
That's a Season 1 mistake coming out from Kuden there.
I mean, if Kuden's still alive, this deep flank is actually a team fight potential coming out. Instead, I feel like it's a desperation play. Seb's going for a kick.
With that shove back from Frey, might not be a good idea. Carbon will die. No. Flash out, gets a heal as well. Now escapes and just piles on damage towards Pabu, who is too deep into the back lines. Lost goes on a rampage with that kill, and the rest of the Abyss just have to run. There's nothing they can do.
And that's what I'm saying. If Kuden is there, that is a legitimate team fight that Abyss can take because they had the jump on them. Instead, they just feed another kill over. This time it's Pabu. And disappointing play out of Abyss. You can see exactly what the idea is, but they just cannot make it work due to sloppy execution.
Add insult to injury, Legacy get a good push going top side of the map. Bottom lane's being picked up by Tally.
They're picking out a ward. They actually want in for a team fight again.
Let's see if they do.
Very deep towards the river. Talia already there.
Doesn't get the shove back, so Kuden.
There we go, teleport coming through anyway. They know that there's members towards the bottom side of the rift.
Lee Sin's shooting down, so it's 3-on-5. Legacy have to be careful. Claire going to take a hit from Raid. Probably does come back up. Good dash coming out from Lost. Means that only Cupcake gets taunted, but Sonic Wave connects from Seb. Immediately dashing back out. Legacy cutting towards top side of the map. All 5 members, they're going to pile on in from Abyss, but a good shove back stops the advance of the mid laner, who has all the damage they need. Pabu will have taunt back up shortly. Good flash, avoids the taunt, avoids the shockwave, and Legacy say, we can turn this one around, guys. Abyss, they've got to back off immediately, and already the top lane jungle combo from Legacy, the captain and vice captain, are working on these turrets.
And I mean, that's just sloppy play. I mean, Legacy play it to perfection, and they get everything. But you can see that, I mean, that just shouldn't happen. 5v3, you should win that. Lost just has Pabu on a string right now.
Double flanks as well. It just seems like they were throwing everything at Legacy, ignoring the fact that they still had summoners, still had ways to escape. Pabu throws that taunt any further forward, he catches them, or at least a shockwave would.
Yep.
Frey holding onto the shockwave for a split second longer.
I mean, I say this all the time, but if you're Pabu there, you taunt for the flash. Why? Because if they stuck in the brush, you're going to win the team fight anyway. But if they flash away for you, you get the highlight play. You should communicate that to your team. I mean, it's just the little things in League of Legends sometimes, Fish. Sometimes corralling is better than hitting the CC itself. Instead, make a little bit of a sloppy play there, and they're made to pay.
Even taunting right off the bat. Only hitting Braum means that now there's no other way for Abyss to catch up onto the members while Lee Sin, while Oriana flank. And Claire as well, Karma collected. Seismic shove to knock them away.
On 2 members.
Carbon, nice and easy, picks up Cloud Dragon for himself. 6,000 gold up now, Legacy. 4-4, Carbon's not found. His cigar's still missing on Graves. He's got his Black Cleaver picked up already, though.
He's
Lucian,
a monster.
Lucian's gone for Blade of the Rune King, Black Cleaver. Zeal item picked up as well for Lucian. Rapid Fire Cannon probably next, or Static Ship.
Definitely Rapid Fire. I think it's just a better build at the moment.
Lucian does have really short range, but makes sense. Rapid Fire Cannon will increase his range and the amount of mobility Lucian has. He will be able to dash around and get that one back up online multiple times. These hiccups are plaguing me now. Can't do it.
But this game, it just feels like one more time, Legacy have really taken the sting out of it because they've just got themselves such a big mid-game lead. 7,000 gold, and they just seem to have all the answers for anything that Abyss want to throw at them right now. Abyss have done a good job of rotating around the map when they can. Picked up 2 outer turrets nice and early. I mean, they're still within touching distance of CS everywhere apart from the AD carry position. It's just looking difficult, to be honest, Fish, for them to be able to close out any forms of these games.
So what would... So Legacy, they're on track to try and pick up a 2-0 here. Abyss still have a chance, but it's
They need the huge shockwave.
Yeah,
they need the 35-minute shockwave into team fight victory into Baron for them to realistically win this game.
I mean, the first time Sin took down Legacy, we said that was the perfect storm.
Mhm.
This, they need a perfect storm on the perfect storm. It's hard. But what would they take away from the... Oh, no, we can't talk about that yet. Seb's gone in. He's forced to jump out immediately. Oh, knocked back as well. What do Abyss take away from this match moving into Promorella?
I mean, I think that they have a look at it and they need to re-coordinate how they're going for their team fights. Because we've talked about it so much. Kuden dies when they want to fight. So then they go for the fight anyway, and it just doesn't work out. Sometimes it's better to cut your losses and actually overextend in a play and give away more. And that was this stage of the game where really they were trying to rotate around. They're trying to trade objectives effectively. That's good for a young team to do. I think that that's actually a very promising sign. But they just were never able to get all 5 members in the right area to really be able to take it to this Legacy squad.
Legacy are now hiding inside red side jungle of Abyss's lineup.
They have been pinged out now, however, so they know they're there. They can collapse if they want to.
They are. Abyss pull the trigger. They say, all right, we've got to try and catch them out. Talia is still mid lane. Pabu only taunts up Tally. Might be the taunt he really wants to. Shockwave still being held on. That wall is going to separate Frey and Pabu, trying to micro the Fizz out, but then shot back, kills the Orianna before the ultimate can come back out. Cupcake leading the charge with his big old door.
Flash the wall.
He still had Flash. What?
I'm so confused by Abyss this game. I mean, that was a great Talia wall, don't get me wrong, but just flash it, cut your loss, go again. This is definitely a Baron they shouldn't be giving away right now.
Bite the bullet.
You can see that they want to still try and fight. Pabu is tanky, but with no Orianna, can they actually really go for it? Potentially a steal. That's what they need to look for.
Seems like they're going to try. Legacy are very low. Carbon, less than half out, but Kuden's already chunked out. Legacy just go for the fight. Over the wall. They're over the top. Pabu with a big taunt, but he's taking up so much damage. Will flash forward for Cupcake. Maybe Carbon. Can't get the last auto attack. Raid looking for the snipe. Sidestep by the Graves as Lost just dashed on forward. Kills one. Piercing lights the other. Says, come back here. I want more. Jumps on top of Raid. Heals himself up. Forces the flash. Frey's going to try and chase him down. Gets a shockwave. Teleport's going to come through, but Thunderlords picks up that kill.
Yeah, nicely done by Frey to actually clean something up there. So it is a 2 for 3 overall. So Abyss trade relatively okay, but you still have to think that this game is getting very messy from both sides. I mean, I think that if you're the OCS teams coming up, you start looking at Abyss and thinking, this is doable. They're making some pretty clumsy mistakes. And honestly, if you're Legacy Chiefs or Direwolves as well, you're probably thinking a similar train of thoughts behind Legacy, because these are definitely not being clean fish.
No, they have not. I mean, Direwolves game today, that didn't look clean, but that was cheesy. When they started to get their shit together,
yep,
things looked a lot better. But Legacy, that should have been a clean Baron. They all turn, use so many summoners.
Yeah, I mean, the rule is kind of make them come to you. Stop damage if you have to, but you have... I guess the problem is they don't really have a tanky member outside of Cupcake that can really engage that fight. So instead now we're going to have 4 members waiting in a pit.
Cupcake spots them out. They jump out. Their Carbon's dead. No
shut
reason.
down. And Tally!
Claire going to try and jump in. What is he doing? Tally does have a flank. The wall separates the team, and now Pabu's got a taunt. This is a 4-on-5 for Abyss. They should be trying to take these.
Yeah, we'll see if they actually can turn it around. Looks like they want mid lane turret.
Shockwave is available.
Yep. Think that was a misclick?
He's laughing about it, so I assume so. That's how it's going to fall. Tally throws out the ultimate. Hits Seb only, not an AP Fizz. Doesn't deal much damage. So, good play from Abyss.
Yeah,
They're still 7,000 gold behind.
And they still have a good 30 seconds before Carbon can actually get to the play. So they can sweep out and do the exact same thing again.
Ooh, they're not going to pull the trigger, but they're baiting it out. Scrying Orb is available for loss. Uses it now. Got to get rid of that. Now do they decide not to, so they do back out.
I think that's a good call. 6 seconds until Dragon, potentially something you can get done there. It is 7,000 gold the lead right now for Legacy, but the later this game gets, the more Orianna starts to take over, and gold really doesn't mean anything. Pabu's already tanky enough that it's difficult at best of times to deal with him, although, I mean, I just keep, like, go back. Lost is a monster at the moment. He's a 3.5 item Lucian, compared to 2 item.
I mean, Lost played last split, and I believe it was his rookie split.
Yeah.
He was very, very hyped up when he was playing his rookie split, but he didn't live up to that hype. He was all right.
Yeah.
Now on Legacy, looking like a monster.
Cancels the teleport. That's actually a good play out of Pabu because they still have Stand United.
He's got to go in low tally, half health, so it's
Oh!
Carbon. Oof, that's big. Got to be very careful here. True shot rush into the door. Cupcake saving Tally there. And the playful Strixer for good measure.
But they can actually turn this one around. I mean, Tally has teleport, sure, but it takes you a while to get back into the pit. You can set something up, and meanwhile, in the bottom lane, there's still just the split pushing Shen. So annoying to deal with.
That's where Tally's forced to move towards bottom side of the map. Even though Abyss can theoretically pull the trigger on this Baron
One more
anytime.
time, though. Legacy pull the trigger on mid lane wave.
Cubs trying to clear out all these pink woods. A little bit too close to the wall. That's the Grey's auto attack it.
Claire as well as Lost were just sitting mid lane, shoving that into turret, so you can see all the recalls that come out. They even pull Pabu up. Level 16, if they're able to get the Ludens, I think there's a chance that Frey can win them the game. He has to hit Lost with the Shockwave. I mean, that's just as simple as it is. If he hits anyone else, it is not good enough to win them the team fight, because Lost is just a beast, especially if that's going to be an Infinity Edge. He's just going to dish out way too much damage for them to deal with. So he's got the Ludens, level 16, probably about a couple of creep waves away. I think that you just sit back, relax, and wait for the Orianna to bring it home for you.
Lost has got a Knight's Vow, though, being used by Cupcake there, so 12% damage reduction.
Yeah. See, level 16 Orianna, I just don't think it really matters all that much.
Tally can try and get a flank around on Pabu here. It's a very tanky Shen, but Blade of the Ruined King might help him out. He's going to go out and try and take it to him. And Pabu just scratches his head and is like, what are you doing?
Fun interactions right there. Pabu's like, if only I had a weapon to be able to actually fight you with, because I didn't go Hydra. And Tally's like, well, that's your fault, mate. Come back and fight me. But still no level 16 for Frey. You can see that experience-wise, he's still got a quarter of a bar left. So not as close as I initially suspected. He's had no solo experience, that means.
Prioritizing farm on raid at the moment. Frey would get some experience here, but probably not enough.
Bork must be close for them to give all of the gold over to raid.
Has to be. He's sitting on just a Vamp Scepter. That's a big item spot for him.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. 1,000. In fact, it's Legacy who are the side that need to buy. Lost on 1,000. Claire on 1.8.
Yep.
Tally on 1.4. They're looking to try and hold the top lane turret. Legacy not closing out this game very well. He's been caught. Dashes over the correct way. Ugh.
All right. Unpopular opinion. That's a kick flash. And that's a kill. Every single day of the week. There is no reason to ward hop there. You have flash available. That is a 4-1 and 6 Graves just overextending for no reason. Press R on him and flash the opposite direction of where you want him to go.
But no. I must be insect. Meanwhile, Lost and Cupcake still sieging top side of the map.
This time will fall. This time.
With the spike from Cupcake, deters the rest of Abyss from advancing any further forward.
And Seb, even with a Black Cleaver, is just now you feel like he's on the kick duty. Just scope out the one kick you have and see if you can make it work. Potentially needs to be the ball delivery system if Pabu isn't there for the team fight to start.
Maybe the Black Cleaver will help if Abyss can split up the teams. I mean, you've got mobile champions of Ezreal, Shen trying to disrupt the backline, and Orianna Shockwave threatening. If Lee Sin can get into a side where there's 2 members of Legacy only.
That was also really cute from Seb. What he did is he knew the members were recalling, so he thought, if Tally hasn't set up wards well enough, I can look for a cheeky play right now and not be punished for it at all, because there's just no way that they can punish. You can see that Raid has gone back, picks up his recurve mode, but still only on components, as you said, and IE has been done for loss. This is why I am scared about the New Zealand Origin team, by the way. Because Lost and Cupcake are 95% going to be their duo lane. And they are, like, freakishly good fish.
Yeah. Maybe we're going to got a Kiwi coach on their team. If he gets picked up, woo!
Yeah, Soul Strike's, of course, eligible for the coaching. Or maybe even eligible for the jungle role, depending on how desperate you get.
I mean, do they have an OPL Kiwi jungler?
Chelby was.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
He still played this split. So
certainly did. He is eligible.
He's a great jungler in his own right.
I agree. I think he's still like missed from the OPL. There are some teams that I look at and could definitely use Shelby as a veteran and as an upgrade.
And he was tweeting after Advanced win last night, congratulating them. Was very happy with how Sybil played, so nice to see still supporting his former team.
Oh, Talia, well, cuts off 2.
Yeah, Seb trying to dash on back. This running the long way. There's still a wall there, guys. You're stuck. But for how much longer? Cupcake slams the door into the ground, and everyone for Abyss just fall. They're trying to flash away now, but it's so late that the rabbit is here to eat them up. Haru gets stun-locked as well. Abyss are falling one by one. Raid still has his flash, but with 4 members down and a tally flanking, you've got nowhere to run. And it's going to be an ace picked up by Legacy. That will wrap up the first split of the 2017 OPL regular season.
And Legacy are going to take second, so not the berth into the grand final. They're going to have to go through at least Direwolves and maybe even the Chiefs or Sin to get there. But this has been an intense back and forth between these two teams.
At least second place, better than third here. Still one step in the gauntlet Legacy don't have to go through. And it was a little bit long of a game, but Legacy still comfortably close out their first split in the OPL.
And you can see not really grins on their faces. I mean, they should at least be on loss. He had a beautiful series. Carbon, much better game 2 than game 1, you would have to say. But you can see, gets around his boys still.
Tally has the same look after every single game.
Yeah,
it doesn't change.
It's because he's not allowed to play Graves top at the moment. Like, he used to smile when they gave him Graves. I remember back in those days. Pabu had a good performance, I think it's fair to say, but he's just... Teams have figured it out. You ban away these brawler, champions that build HP and attack damage, and you can very much limit his performance around the map.
True. I did really like him playing Tank Steer today, though. Like, especially the Gragas game. That was
good.
Great to watch coming out from Pabu, and his micro-interaction is still mechanically strong player for Abyss, and hopefully he'll be able to do well in the future with them.
And Seb is stepping up. I mean, we're starting to see flashes of the old Seb come through. Frey still had a pretty lackluster series. Raid, there's something happening there, but, I agree. There is the core of the team starting to finally come together.
Well, that wraps up the regular season of the OPL here, but to break down that game further and tell us a little bit more about the gauntlet, let's throw it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Fish and Spawn. Well, there we have it, Legacy 2-0 over Abyss. No huge surprises, but it does mean that we now have our standings set for the end of this regular season. And Spooks, Mendrix, when we look at it, Legacy coming in second. Direwolves minor premiers now, and your boys, the Chiefs.
Big number 3.
Big number 3. I mean, it's kind of surprising, right? Because last year... It was a classic, Chiefs Legacy, Direwolves, 1, 2, 3. And this year it's kind of literally flipped, right?
Oh, actually, I think we finished third last split.
Yeah, but I mean at the
yeah.
At the end of the thing.
Yeah, I think.
Finals.
Yeah, we are not very good in the regular split typically, so we just gear ourselves up for the finals, and I think we'll do well in the gauntlet.
All right, well let's take a look at these guys just shaking hands and. They're looking pretty happy, despite the fact that Legacy, I mean, they played pretty sloppily in that second game, and as well for Abyss. I mean, if you look at the Promarello teams playing today, XL5 look much more exciting than Abyss, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think Legacy will be overly happy with their performance today. It was very scrappy in the mid game in that second game. And I think, really the story of the series was that the Legacy bot lane kind of just tore apart the Abyss bot lane, and it snowballed from there.
Well, let's talk about Braum Lucian, because it's kind of a very specific Legacy pick. I think the only other team in the world playing it right now is Legacy Genesis. That's coming directly from our analyst in the back room. But Mendrix, I mean, are we going to see this elsewhere?
Well, as Lucian begins to pick up in popularity, pretty much is already there. Makes sense. He is the natural synergy for it. We saw it happen, particularly when they were shredding through. As soon as that Winter's Bite landed, immediately you just have Lost jumping in, getting his double tap, getting the stun off the passive, and then there they were able to shred through. It was actually ridiculous the amount of damage he managed to put out, stopping the Shen ultimate from getting through and then getting a double kill afterwards.
Spooks, does that mean you guys are going to... maybe throw some bans at that, or you don't have to reveal anything, but it's...
We'll see. No, I think Lost and Cupcake played Lucian Braum before it was even...
Yeah.
Lucian became meta.
Yeah.
So now that Lucian with Bork is a lot stronger, if you can get out of lane phase for free, it's very strong in mid game.
Well, speaking of Bork, I know that Solstrax said that was one of the reasons they were picking up Fizz in the top lane now as well. So Mendrix, I mean, are we going to see? If Bork remains strong, we'll see more Fizz?
I think Fizz is just alright. I mean, if you do have the comfortability to play Fizz in the top lane, he's okay in terms of continuing that fight. He's very strong. He's very oppressive in lane, which is what they were looking to do against Shen. You want to be able to stop him from using his ultimate freely, and I think that was the big thing they were doing when you get the Fizz in there.
All right, well, let's talk about Abyss, because all Split we've been talking about them saying, look, you need to make proactive plays. And there were some times in that second game where they were trying to, but it was just Legacy too strong the whole time.
Yeah, for me, it's like when I watch Abyss, it's like they kind of have the right idea of what to do, and then like as soon as they have to execute anything, they just like flop. And then like they're not like they seem lost. So yeah, I think they just need to work on like how they execute their setup. I think the setup is okay, but it's how like what do you do with your comp to execute on that setup?
Yeah,
and they really do need to just pick up on that to make it happen. And when we look at this replay here, you can see they seem to have all the tools in place to make it happen. And Legacy's all right in terms of that. They managed to get away. It was a really nice pickup from the Tiddler to knock him away. And there's this clear moment here where they see the opportunity of where they're going to engage and they get out of it. They just stop it all through. And once they manage to do that, Legacy have the map under wraps. They're getting objectives in the bot lane. They've got to push in the mid lane as well. And Abyss just really need to clean up this engage and make it work. So that way, those trades are worth it, because that was definitely not worth it in the end.
I think that was a perfect example there of like why they're not executing. There was obviously a miscommunication on when they blew the shockwave. They should be communicating flashes there. If they know that the flashes are up on Legacy, he won't burn shockwave there, and that's one real core like executional flaw in their play.
So just better communication to know when flashes are up.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Well, Mendrix, let's move on to the rest of the game. Were there any other things you wanted to kind of pick out and say, look, this is a huge highlight for me?
Yeah, so the big thing that happened there was Abyss seemed to have that game on lockdown towards that mid game, and Legacy were looking for that opportunity to finally get that sort of a finishing strike to go, yep, we're going to nail you, and it really was at this point. They nailed them to the wall right here. That Talia wall.
They all have flash.
Stopped them. Exactly, they all have flash, but they don't use it, and Legacy just jump on it. And this is really the nail in the coffin, the final ending point. And it was all because, even though Claire had that rough early game, he's able to use that Talia wall so well, lock up the rest of Abyss, and that's finally the nail in the coffin for them.
Spook, so looking at these teams, I mean, is there anything you draw out from them in terms of going forward into both the Finals Gauntlet and Promorello?
From this series, I'm not going to take too much from it, other than Carbon has a really bad choice in skins both games. But no, look, I think, as I said before, I don't think Legacy will be overly happy.
Yeah.
They do play around Baron really well. I think that is one of their major macro strengths. So we've got to prep for that, I guess.
Just ward the Baron.
Yeah,
that's my
just throw a ward in there. Go 5 scrying orbs.
All right. Well, standing by with Jake Spontaberry right now is top laner from the victorious Legacy. So let's throw it over to him right now for the interview.
Thanks so much, Hingers. I am Spawn, joined by the vice captain and one of the shot callers of Legacy, Tally. Congratulations on finishing second in a 2-0 victory today. Talk to me about what this means for you guys, because I know coming in, like, new duo lane, looking at Claire as, like, technically a rookie, I guess, in the OPL, but been around for a while. Second is a pretty good result for a new squad like you guys.
Yeah, well, we're pretty happy with our position overall. Like, apparently second is the position that does win overall in the end, so we've got the good luck charm to go with now.
All right, cool. So you don't have to worry about like necessarily having the Chief sitting behind you in that second place. Talk to me, though, about the games, because it looked like Carbon was pathing very heavily away from farming and towards ganking lanes. Is that a deliberate choice? Is that you sitting in top lane just demanding ganks earlier?
I don't think that was a deliberate choice. Like, I did hear in comms a lot like, oh, guys, I really need to farm, or where's all my farm going? I think I think Seb just like had him in the early game, to be fair. And it was a good job to him.
All right, cool. So Seb actually had a very good early game, but I want to talk about your 2 carries, because Claire game 1, lost game 2, absolutely going off, but they rarely at the moment seem to do it in tandem. It seems that one game Claire takes over, the other game lost. Is it like a speaking stick kind of system, and when's it your turn if that's the case?
I feel like they don't have to commit all their energy together. Like, if one does it, then the other person's like, okay, they're going to carry, I can just do whatever I want. And it's just like, whatever.
All right. And for yourself, you've been playing a lot of tanks. You did show the Fizz in game 2. Is that like a little bit of foreboding of what's coming in the gauntlet? Is carry Tally back, or still tank Tally just reigning supreme?
Well, to be fair, when they locked in Shen, coach was like, all right, let's just pick a tank here. And I was like, it's the last game of the season. Like, just give me the carry. Let me have some fun. And he's like, fine, we'll just pick Fizz.
And then you just split push all
game?
Yeah,
it's just back to old Tally.
So I do want to ask you, though, because Direwolves have kind of said Chiefs to the challenge. Chiefs have said Direwolves are the challenge. Everyone's sleeping on Legacy again. What's the current feeling in the camp? Are you guys like just humming along happily? Are you happy that no one's really taking shots at you guys at the moment?
Well, it is. I think it's pretty good. People are overlooking us, but I think us Direwolves and Chiefs are like at the top, like right now, all on the same level. But we'll have our own strengths and our own weaknesses, and we'll just see who exploits it in the finals.
All right, well, good luck in that final gauntlet. It is going to be next week, but let's throw it back to Hingers and the rest of the boys on the desk to close out the OPL regular season for Split 1.
Congratulations to Tally there, chatting to Spawn. Spooks, are they really flying under the radar? I feel like you've been calling them out a bit today.
No, to be fair, I think
Covered
they have
skin
been,
choices?
Yeah, no, look, he does have a poor choice in skins, first of all. But no, I think Legacy have had a really strong split. They obviously 2-0'd us, so I mean, I can't really trash talk too much. But yeah, I think, as Tally said, I think Legacy, Direwolves, and us are going to all be very... Oh, and even Sin have looked quite good. Oh, now I have to mention Abyss now. I mean, sorry, Avant. But I think it's going to be an interesting gauntlet, for sure. We'll just see who wins, I guess.
All right. We'll just see who wins.
Yeah, that's all I got.
All right,
I don't want to throw anyone under the bus.
Let's take a look at the Radiant medal for Best and Fairest from that series. And no surprise. They're going to Lost, who had monster games. That 13 assists in that first game. I didn't realize it was so high, Hendrix.
Yeah, he just really was solid across the board. And, I mean, in the first game, they managed to take up that early first blood. It was a bit of a mistake from Ray, but then they just capitalized afterwards. And then in that second game, with the Lucian absolutely popping off, really playing well, basically giving us the Legacy special every single time.
All right, well, this is the current tally of the Radiant medal points. Lost is currently in front with 5, Series 3, Fantix 3, Triple 3, and Juves 2. How many you got, Spooks? How many you want?
I got big number 1.
Big number 1.
I don't see any Chiefs on that screen.
So what you could do
this can't be right.
is throughout the gauntlet, one of the things that's good about finishing so low in the gauntlet for Chiefs is you have more opportunities to pick up.
Oh, does that still count for the finals?
I assume so.
Oh, sweet.
Maybe we'll give you more points for the finals. Presumably MVP in the finals should be worth more. Look, speaking of finals, let's take a look at the gauntlet run, because on Friday night, 5 p.m. from here, we'll be seeing 4th and 5th, which is Sin versus AV. Then on Saturday, again from 5 p.m., the Chiefs will play the winner of that. Sunday, 5 p.m., Legacy will play the winner of the Chiefs versus the winner of the first gauntlet. And then it is Sunday, the 16th of April, that will be the final Direwolves versus whoever has made their way through the gauntlet. And it could very well be your boys, the Chiefs.
Could be.
Could be.
Should be.
Should be, he says.
I hope so. I mean.
All right, well, before we go, I do want to get your preview of Friday night. AV versus Sin. It's going to be massive. But what's your spicy pick? Who do you think's going to take that one out?
It's actually interesting because like I feel like Sin are the team that could like beat the top teams, but also lose to like the teams that are considered like lower.
Well, that's what we've seen.
I mean they literally just lost to Avant yesterday, who haven't been playing, in my opinion, that well lately. So it's actually going to be a really interesting game, and I think it's actually going to be based on the jungle matchup. If Sybil gets the better end of it, I think Avant actually have a good chance.
Ooh, all right, Mendrix, you got to lock us in before we get out of here. What's your pick for next Friday night?
Ooh, I'm going to look in Sin. I gave it to him last time. I'm going to give it to Sin this time as well. I feel like they're going to come out firing and not be hiding anything, not holding any punches this time around.
Yeah, all right. Well, 5 p.m. Friday, right here, you can be able to see the start of our finals gauntlet. For all of us here, we have had a massive, great day, and I'd like to thank our guests, Spooks, and also Mendrix, for being here. Thank you to you for watching. We'll see you Friday. Bye.
Stand United very early from Abyss. He kicks Carbon, gets the execute damage. Pabu flies in, but it don't get enough down. And Cupcake uses his Winter Spite to lock down Abyss.
Ooh, Lost dashing forward. We'll be able to prop the Braum passive. The Thrade has already used both of his Flash and Arcane Shift. Kuden dies before the ultimate comes through. And a nice culling from Lost gets him to double. With that shove back from Frey, might not be a good idea. Carbon will die. No. Flash out, gets a heal as well. Now escapes and just piles on damage towards Pabu, who is too deep into the back lines. Lost goes on a rampage with that kill, and the rest of the Abyss just have to run. All 5 members, they're going to pile on in from Abyss, but a good shove back stops the advance of the mid laner, who has all the damage they need. Pabu will have taunt back up shortly. Good flash, avoids the taunt, avoids the shockwave, and Legacy say, we can turn this one around, guys. Abyss, they've got to back off immediately. But Carbon, less than half out, but Kuden's already chunked out. Legacy just go for the fight, over the wall, they're over the top. Pabu with a big taunt, but he's taking off so much damage. Will flash forward for Cupcake. Maybe Carbon. Cuck at the last auto attack. Raid looking for the snipe. Sidestep by the Graves as Lost just dashes on forward. Kills one. Piercing lights the other. Says, come back here. There's still a wall there, guys. You're stuck. But for how much longer? Cupcake slams the door into the ground and everyone from Abyss just fall. They're trying to flash away now, but it's so late that the rabbit is here to eat them up. Hamu gets stun locked as well. Abyss are falling one by one. At least second place, better than third here. Still one step in the gauntlet Legacy don't have to go through. And it was a little bit long of a game, but Legacy still comfortably close out their first split in the OPL.